You're here early. I haven't even opened the shop yet.
Wait, has Kirara left already?
Yep, with the special patrol. Bright and early.
Did everything go all right on the road?
I believe so. The patrol makes for quite the entourage. The way they marched forward with Kirara in the center, you'd think she was some sort of VIP. For the second leg, the Spina also came with a pretty large group, led by Navia herself. They took care to clear the path beforehand as well. Kirara won't so much as step on a single stray rock on her journey. I even heard that Navia decided out of the blue to make a batch of macarons as a going-away gift for Kirara. An excellent souvenir to remember Fontaine by, I'd say.
Sounds like Navia really got into it.
My thoughts exactly. She even lamented the fact that she didn't have time to prepare something even fancier. I'm pretty sure she can't wait for another escort opportunity to come her way.
You know, now that you mention Navia, Paimon thinks the two of you are actually pretty similar. You say what you mean, and when you have an idea, you really hit the ground running.
I suppose that's why we're such good friends. Navia has a certain resilience about her. It's part of who she is.
Hey, beautiful.
No matter what comes her way, she never bows down in the face of adversity. That sort of determination and courage is something I really admire. That same spirit is the true vision of my brand. When she first mentioned commissioning an outfit from my boutique, well, I'm sure you can imagine my excitement.
It's like finding the perfect brand ambassador, huh?
Indeed. Customers pay attention not just to the clothes, but also to the figures in society who wear said clothes. People like to copy the styles of those they look up to.
Huh. And here Paimon thought all that mattered was for the clothes to look cute.
Fashion is about more than just looks, my dear. Especially if you've got your sights set on a market the size of Teyvat. Well, would you look at the time?
Oh yeah! Come on, let's get down to business! We're here to model!
Indeed. Give me a moment while I go retrieve some fabrics and sample outfits. Why don't you help me set up the shop displays in the meantime?
Set them up? How exactly?
Just carefully organize the ready-to-wear clothes with an eye toward their types and styles. This way, we can guarantee that the customers will see something different every day.
Whoa, there sure is a lot that goes into running a store.
Well then, I'll leave the displays to you.
So, we just need to put all the clothes with similar styles together, right?
Not bad. You might just have an eye for design. Anyway, let's move on to the real task at hand. Over here, stand still. I'll take your measurements first.
Excuse me, Miss Chiori.
Oh, good morning, Leanne. How have you been recently?
Not too bad.
Your gown will be ready next week, so there's no need to worry about missing the ball. Or did you come here today?
Oh, no. Nothing like that, Miss Chiori. To be honest.
Cancel.
But you can keep the deposit, of course. I know you can't return any materials you've already used.
Don't worry about the materials. I'm more concerned about you. Did something happen, Leanne? Have your plans changed? It's all right. I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. I'll take note of the cancellation.
Thank you. I'm really sorry.
Don't worry about it. Just let me know if there's anything I can do to help.
Is it just Paimon, or was she acting a bit strange just now? Wonder why she wouldn't tell us why she was canceling her order.
It's not a big deal. These things happen every once in a while. A family emergency, an important payday falling through, a lover's quarrel, no one to take you to the ball. I've pretty much heard it all. Judging from the look on her face, something's keeping her from revealing the truth to us. It's best not to pry.
Well, guess this means you'll have more time to work on Fashion Week, right?
That's true. Come, let's pick up where we left off.
Is Miss Chiori in?
I am. How can I help you?
I'd like to return this item.
Oh, could I ask?
It's just, not to my liking. You said I could get a refund if I...
Is there something about it that didn't meet your expectations? Are the sleeves too short?
No need. You don't have to concern yourself with that. I'd just like that refund, please.
And I'd be happy to process that for you.
Is Chiori here? I'd like to return my outfit.
Another one?
Is there some sort of new calamity coming that I haven't heard about? Another flood? Or an apocalypse, maybe? What does the prophecy say? Surely the entire population of Fontaine didn't convene and pick this one day to come and return my club.
What kind of rags are you trying to sell us, huh? The way I see it, this shop is nothing more than a black market front run by a bunch of dirty...
Please calm down, sir.
What is...
Haven't you heard? Chioria Boutique has been exposed for having...
And just who is it that dare...
Well, you tell us. The fabrics you've got here, they're all
I've been transparent about my materials from the very beginning. I've already... If a little hearsay and baseless slander are enough to convince you, then by all means, go ahead and hand over your garments right now. Spare yourself from that flood of...
You...
Off!
Miss Chiori?
Go outside and help these customers with their return requests. There's no need to...
Alright.
And once you're done, put up the sign that says we're closed for the day.
Got it.
Chiori?
They couldn't be more fabricated if you tried. No need to worry about them. The real goal here is to divert my attention away from Fashion Week. The best response right now is to tune it out and focus on finalizing my designs.
If you say so, but...
The best way to respond to public skepticism is to let your work speak for itself. There will be no doubt about the quality of my work once my new designs are released. The public just has to see it for themselves.
Miss Chiori, bad news!
Oh, for the love of... Can a woman not get a moment of peace to do her work? Go on. What's the matter now?
It's our accessories supplier. They just sent word that they'll no longer be able to supply us during Fashion Week.
What? No accessories? Not even the ones we pre-ordered?
Yes, that's what their messenger said.
And what about the models we asked them to book for us?
I think they'll probably pull out as well.
Even the suppliers believe those nasty rumors?
Is the messenger still here?
No, they've already left.
So, So, no accessories means no brooches?
Not just that. It means no gems, ribbons, gold thread, all the elements that...
But if you take those away, does that mean you won't be...
Alof, you stay and watch the shop. I'll go talk to the supplier myself.
Yeah, and we can vouch for you too. We'll make sure your supplier knows there's nothing wrong with your clothes.
Thank you. In that case, please come with me.
By the way, we really are just going to talk, right?
Of course. I wouldn't do anything to one of my business partners, especially when a reasonable conversation should suffice.
Who is it?
Venger, it's We've worked together all these years. The least you could do is allow me a face-to-face conversation.
Straightforward as always, I see. You know, there are certain conventions people usually follow if they want to seek someone's company. Sending a messenger, for example.
And when has following convention ever gotten me anywhere? Why hire a messenger when I can just explain things in person?
You're the only bot here, B-Hop.
Have you read the papers today?
I don't like to waste my time on baseless lies and speculation. Maybe that's something you...
You're right. I only subscribe to the Steambird. And most days, I never even read the others.
Have fun.
So, these rumors.
No, not at all. They were in some second-rate fashion tabloids.
Well then, there you go. Those sort of headlines become old news faster than you can read them. Surely a bit...
You would think that. But this time is... Someone paid off the tabloids to publish the same article at once. They even went so far as to leave a copy in front of...
Every house? That means...
It seems your rival really pulled out all the stops this time, Shiori. The article would...
What sort of photo?
A photo of you beating up someone on...
Yesterday?
Ucher again.
Here, I've got a copy. See for yourselves.
Yeah, there's no way now I'm gonna try and read all this.
Behind the scenes, the true Chioria boutique takes shape. Not a fashion house, but a house of lies. Relying on its close ties to the criminal underworld, the Chioria brand employs illegal competitive tactics to come out on top, giving hope to the evildoers among us that wrongdoing can still prevail, provided you conceal it under the guise of fashion and beauty.
I don't know what happened, and I don't want to comment on things that I didn't see with my own eyes. Still, that photo shows you to be the clear aggressor.
Yeah, he was the one who started it, that little...
I appreciate you standing up for me, Paimon. But it can't be helped now.
That's right. The court of public opinion has already made up its mind. Still, I've got to give your rival high marks for effort. They even dug up the fact that my father once served time in the fortress of Meripede.
But that was so long ago.
In the world of fashion, your past is like a piece of clothing stained with mud. Once tainted, it can never be washed clean. They claim that most of your clientele are criminals and that those who buy your clothes are just like you. People who silence all dissent with violence.
The absurdity. I don't even know which part to laugh at the most.
Well, it's no laughing matter. Maybe your clientele are criminals. Maybe they're not. There's even the possibility that they're just people who happen to commit crimes after buying your clothes. But with the way this article combines fact with rumor, trying to determine the truth is practically an exercise of futility. It's not something people are just going to forget about in a day or two, especially when they've found several people to back up their claims.
Venger, are you sure you won't reconsider? If...
But I'm no longer that brave young man with nothing to lose. I've got the family business to consider now. I'd be perfectly happy to work with you again after this, but my daughter is manning the store during Fashion Week, and I don't want her implicated.
I... understand.
Let me offer you a piece of advice, Chiori. For old time's sake. Let this...
You're free to wait things out, Venger. I'll make my own choices.
Have you ever thought maybe that attitude of yours is what's gotten you into all this trouble?
Have you ever thought maybe this attitude of mine is precisely what paved the way for my success?
Fair enough. Then, I suppose all there's left to say is... best of luck. As for the models... none of them wanted to be implicated in all of this either.
Understood.
So,
Without the accessories, I could...
how could they do this? They're making things up. The boutique doesn't have anything to do with violent criminals. Can't people tell this is just a bunch of lies?
Public opinion has never been about what's true and what's not. It's about echoing the loudest voice in the room. I should have seen it from the beginning. Uter knows me too well. Everything that happened yesterday was just a trap.
Well, guess all we can do is just head back for now.
Traveler! Paimon!
Charlotte, what are you doing here?
Looking for you, of course. Did you see those fashion tabloids this morning?
You mean that sorry excuse for an article? Oh,
You too, huh? Whoever wrote that article must have known the Steambird would never print something so defamatory. Unfortunately, not all papers in Fontaine share our same sense of journalistic integrity. Miss Chiori doesn't deserve to suffer all this baseless slander. I was just about to find some people to interview so that I can write an article to refute all those claims. If there's one thing I can't...
that's great! With your help, we might be able to get some people back on our side!
It's my pleasure. I've met Miss Chiori several times. I know she's not the kind of person that article makes her out to be. She was the one who made the hat and tie for my camera, Monsieur Verite. Speaking of Miss Chiori, do you know where she went? Alof told me you were...
She was just here. Maybe she went over there?
If you ask me, I think Chiori Boutique is done for.
I mean, what did they expect? Engaging with criminals behind their customers' backs.
They kept up a solid front, though. I've even bought from them before.
Really? How was it?
The owner was plenty fierce, that's for sure. Makes sense if she regularly deals with criminals, I guess. I've got the chills just thinking about it. Oh no, we've lost... Did you hear what all those people were saying? Paimon can't believe they bought all that nonsense!
Miss Chiori doesn't often appear in public or give a lot of interviews, so the general public hasn't had a chance to really get to know her. It's also true that her way of dealing with things can be a little extreme sometimes. It's easy to use that to mislead people who don't know anything else about her.
Oh, this is all Uter's fault! Paimon would pick him up and throw him across the room too if she could! Wait a second. You don't think Chiori might have gone looking for him, do you? You know, so she can,
That would only make the situation worse for her. I'm sure Miss Chiori...
You've got a point. Let's just
Oh, sorry to keep you waiting.
Ah, you're back! Huh? And you've got the Traveler and Paimon with you, too!
What a pleasant surprise. I assume you'll be joining us for the game, then?
Linny, Farina! Paimon didn't know you were playing, too! Are you also members of the tabletop troupe?
I'm more of a casual member, if anything. I haven't taken part in many formal club activities. Lynette Fremine and I play something similar at the Hotel Bouffe Tété sometimes, but I'm usually the GM. Still, I'm sure it'll be fun being a player for the first time. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, I'm not a member of the club at all. Clarianne simply woke me up first thing this morning, said there was a good script worth experiencing, and asked if I wanted in.
If you're interested, I can give you a referral. That should give you a 40% discount on membership fees.
I think I'll wait to see how this experience plays out first, especially when it comes to the quality of the script. If it's sufficiently fun, then I'll join.
Do you participate in a lot of tabletop troupe activities, Clarianne?
You could say that. She's actually one of the few senior game masters of the troupe.
Ah, right. I knew about that even when she was still my subordinate.
It's nothing. Really, just a small hobby of mine.
Wow. Hyman's so used to seeing you be all upstanding and intimidating as the champion duelist. It's kind of hard to imagine you role-playing with a bunch of friends.
Surely you jest. I would never intentionally make things difficult for my players. I maintain a clear boundary between my professional and personal lives. The me you see at court represents the law and order of Fontaine. I put all personal feelings to the side, and grant a fair duel to all who seek to defend their honor. But in my personal life, I'm just an ordinary person. Someone who feels anger and sadness, just like everyone else.
Well, you say that, but for all the time I've known you, I don't think I've ever seen you cry. I've seen you get angry, sure, but now I'm wondering whether you were actually mad or if it just looked that way from the outside.
I was probably in work mode during those times.
Is that so? Well, in any case, I just feel like even in your personal life, you don't get emotional very often.
So you want to see me cry? That might be a little difficult. A show of anger, though, that might be something I could accomplish.
No, that's not what I meant.
Ah, I'm back! Here, allow me to introduce you to the script manager, Mr. Florian.
Pleasure to meet you all.
Hello. Wait, are you a champion duelist too, Mr. Florian?
Oh, no. This is just the costume provided by the club. I occasionally play a few of the roles in my scripts.
That sounds like a lot of work.
It's nothing. It's the least we can do to give the players a more immersive experience. Anyway, allow me to give you a brief introduction of the script. This script was adapted from the real history of the Marechaussee Hunters. You all will play the role of hunters from a bygone era and resolve a series of events unfolding in the capital.
Paimon's not super familiar with the history of the Marechaussee Hunters. Is that a problem?
Oh, no problem at all. I can give you a brief rundown. So, basically, Marechaussee Hunters were people who dedicate themselves to hunting monsters and protecting the city by using a special swordsmanship technique passed down over generations. Their story can be traced back to the ancient Remurian dynasty, as well as the first hunter, Cassiodor. But I'll leave the finer details for you to seek out and discover later.
Mm-hmm. And I'll provide additional commentary as the story progresses.
In that case, brave hunters, are you ready to set out on an unknown adventure?
Whoa, just one sentence and it's like we're in the story already!
Aha, I see many a determined gaze before me. Very well, head over to this location and begin your heroic journey.
So, as we follow the story, it leads us to specific scenes? Ooh, sounds pretty innovative. What does the message in the envelope say?
It's the exact location of the scene, as well as the formal permission to use the venue. Seems like they have everything prepared. Please check all your belongings, everyone, and make sure you haven't forgotten anything. Once you're ready, please follow me to the designated location.
Sounds good. Hunter Squad, move out! Elaf, we're back! Oh, who's this?
Ah, this is Miss Letitia. She's also here to see Miss...
Oh, you were the one who came to collect the wedding dress yesterday, right?
Oh, no, not at all. I'm just here to thank her. In fact, if there's any...
Ah, so you've come across that art?
Yeah, you probably don't know this. But after I got engaged, I didn't think I'd be able to wear a Chioria dress on my wedding day.
Why?
My fiancé owns a small business. It doesn't bring in a lot of mora, but we get by. After he proposed, he took me... He probably noticed how often I talked about Miss Chiori's clothes and how pretty they were. Being able to wear one of her dresses to my wedding has always been my dream.
And then?
And then, something happened to the business, and we ran into major mora problems. We were able to scrounge up enough to pay off our debts, but it left us without the funds to pay for the dress.
But didn't Chiori say she was able to make the dress from what was left of the original deposit?
Yes. When I came to cancel the order, she asked if something happened, and I told her everything. She heard me out, and then told me not to worry. She assured me that the deposit I paid would be enough for the dress, and that she'd be able to finish making it in time as well. She promised that I'd be able to wear a Chihoria dress on my wedding day.
Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? I've always known Miss Chiori to be a woman of her word.
It is good. It's just, after I went home yesterday, I couldn't help but take out the dress and try it on.
Ah, what a shame. He's not supposed to see it until the wedding day.
Well, see, that wasn't actually the issue. He's seen a lot of wedding dresses in his time doing business. So as soon as he saw it, he knew for sure that it must have cost far more than what we paid.
Huh? So wait, that means...
Yeah. Miss Chihori covered all the costs and held nothing back. The fabric, accessories, beading, construction. It was all of the highest quality.
Miss Letitia, I'd really like to use your story for a piece I'm writing about the boutique. Would you mind going on the record?
Huh? Well, if it would help Miss Chihori out, I wouldn't mind at all.
I think it'd go a long way. Your real experience is more powerful than all those lies combined.
Hey, Olaf! Has Chiori come back here since we left?
Huh? I thought you were all together.
Well, we were. If she didn't...
Oh! I remember now. There's this one cliff by the sea. Miss Chiori would always go there whenever she was upset.
In that case, why don't we split up? I'll continue interviewing Miss Letitia.
All right, sounds good. Let's go!
Oh wait, that's wrong.
Chiori?
How did you know where I...
She did. We were just looking for you at the shop and Letitia was there. She wanted to thank you for the dress. So...
I'm not upset. I just wanted to get some fresh air. Want to sit here with me? The view's quite stunning. Sorry about that. I'm the only one here most of the time.
Alright, don't mind if we do.
Well, how does it feel?
This place is pretty great.
Right? It's quiet and open. and far from the relentless critique from fashion commentators and the media. It's just you and the beautiful scenery.
Yeah, it's important to take yourself out of that kind of stressful environment every once in a while.
I didn't grow up in a very strict family. My parents would joke that I grew up to be so assertive because they spoiled me as a child. I would get together with the other children to climb trees and explore caves. One time, I even climbed over the walls of the Kamisato estate. One of the servants had to physically remove me.
Whoa, Paimon would have never imagined that!
But even as rambunctious as I was, when it came to needlework, I was as quiet and focused as could be. It was as if I discovered a whole new world within those vibrant, dazzling fabrics. You know the feeling? My parents noticed, and they sent me to study under a famous Inazuman tailor. It wasn't long before I had driven away pretty much every master tailor on the archipelago. You could say I really tried their patience.
You were that misbehaved?
I wasn't misbehaved, exactly. I just often had strange ideas when it came to fashion. Ones that weren't in line with traditional ways of doing things. On top of that, I hated the idea of groveling and making outfits for every arrogant big shot expecting me to be at their beck and call. Anyway, a few incidents later, I soon found myself without a master. Worse, not one shop was willing to hire me. Not even to do grunt work.
No wonder you left Inazuma.
I was angry and frustrated. So, before I left, I swore to all those masters that my brand would one day become renowned all over Teyvat.
Well, that's a great dream to strive towards.
After that, I came all the way to the court of Fontaine, a city often referred to as the capital of arts and fashion. I had a lot of fun starting out. Sure, I was living in a small cramped room, but I was finally free to make whatever I wanted. I had a far more naive view of fashion back then. As long as something was pretty, it would become popular, right? A simple concept, surely. Of course, as I spent more and more time in the industry, I learned nothing was ever that simple. Least of all, fashion. Oh, you mean Letitia? Yeah, she did mention that dream. I'll be honest with you. That's the first time I ever heard something like that from one of my customers. Who would have thought? Even as I continue to pursue my dream, my work has also become someone else's. Alright, that's enough sightseeing for one day. Time to come up with a way out of this mess.
Ooh, looks like you've got your game face back!
Back? It was never gone to begin with. I did say I wasn't upset, didn't I?
Paimon thinks we should look for evidence that Uter wrote that article, and that he hired those Charlotte's already working on an article to address all those nasty rumors so we can publish all our findings in the Steambird once we're done.
I don't like duking it out in the press. But if Charlotte's thrown her hat in the ring, I won't stop her either. I know where Uter's clothing factory is located.
Sounds good! We'll come with! As for Fashion Week, well, there's always next—
Huh? When did this become an either-or situation? Find incriminating evidence or participate in Fashion Week. I'm doing both.
But your accessories! Didn't you say your designs were unusable?
Well, it's true that I haven't quite figured out what to do about that, but to tell you the truth, even here in Fontaine, every time I see the sea, I can't help but remember Inazuma, and the vow I made in front of those masters. Thinking about all that, I just can't bear to take even one step back. The sea.
What did you just say?
The sea. Seashells, coral. I've got it. Come, let's take a dip, shall we?
Chiori! Wait! just jump into the sea all of a sudden?
Paimon, what do you think is the most beautiful thing in the sea?
A Lumitwal? Or a coral, maybe? Oh, coral's pretty too. Oh, Paimon gets it now! You want to use things like that as the accessories for your designs!
Well, now that you hit the nail on the head, help me grab some, would you?
Leave it to us. These should be enough, right? Paimon picked all the prettiest ones. Chiori, will these...
Everything looks great.
Great! So are we gonna head back?
Yes, but don't forget, we've got more than just the designs to worry about. Okay, we've got the materials for the accessories. Next, we'll need to use what we have on hand to create some new outfits.
You mean we have to start from scratch? Will there be enough time?
I should be able to make it, if I skip out on sleep.
Oh no, skipping out on sleep is not the answer. Wait, how come this conversation is giving Paimon major deja vu?
Ganyu? Who's that?
A friend of ours who does way too much overtime. Well, anyway, sleep is important. You're not gonna convince Paimon otherwise.
Well, I can't argue with you there. One thing's for sure, though. I'm going to do whatever it takes to make it work. All this grit and determination. It reminds me of the first fashion week I ever participated in.
What else can we help?
Let me see. I suppose all there's left to do is tear up all the outfits currently on display.
You got it! Wait, what did you just say?
You heard me. Tear them all up. When I went to that first fashion week, I had no savings to speak of. Just a few dozen yards of fabric and a dream. I had to make something work, so I tore up all the clothes that I brought with me from Inazuma, and I used the scraps to make my entries for the show. I used the larger pieces for the base fabric, and if it worked back then, why not now? We can also repurpose some of the ready-to-use accessories in the shop as well.
But you worked so hard on all these—
I know. That's why I refuse to let it all go to waste. I'm not going to let them win, even if it takes everything I've ever made and more.
Okay, then...
No need to be nervous. I won't hold it against. Of course, if anyone dared to tear up one of my dresses in front of me on a normal day, I'd probably toss them into the sewer. Just this once, though. I think I can make an exception. Go ahead and tear them up. Think of it as a good way to vent your emotions. Good job. That should do it.
Chiori, are you alright? Sorry for taking so long. I got caught up and... Whoa. What happened? Who did this? Those monsters. Slandering you in the papers wasn't enough for them, was it? Give me their names. Since they're all too eager to tear up other people's clothes, I think it's about time the Spina di Rosula return the favor.
Maybe you should calm down a bit first, cause you see,
Oh, I'm definitely gonna go with the second option.
Huh?
Ugh, what is this, a soap opera? I was the one who asked the Traveler to tear up the outfits. We need all the fabric and accessories we can get.
Oh, so that's what happened. I guess I got a bit ahead of my...
Navia sure is scary when she's angry.
If there's one thing I can't stand, it's a false accusation. No one's gonna orchestrate some conspiracy to take down one of my friends and get away with it.
You and Chiori are really close.
Of course. Everyone knows that Chiori makes the most gorgeous outfits in town. All of...
Now, if only you'd give me the contract for your uniforms as well.
As if you'd enjoy designing something as boring and formulaic as a uniform. That's why I didn't ask you in the first place, silly. Plus, with how much your intel has helped us out in the past, to the Spina,
You're more of an intelligence agency than a fashion boutique.
If I had it my way, it would be the other way around.
Anyway, we both know why I'm here. Tell me, how can the Spina be of service to you?
If it's not too much trouble, can I borrow some skilled hands to help with some simple sewing work? I'll need all the help I can get if I'm going to finish these outfits over the next few days.
Oh, no problem. I've got a few of those guys all ready to go. I just knew you wouldn't be intimidated into withdrawing from this year's show. When are you going to get started? I can help with sewing too.
Actually, there's something else I'd like to ask of you.
Ask away. I'm all ears.
Oh, and Traveler and Paimon, could you help me pass word to Linny and Lynette? I'll need their help as well.
I'm done with my interview. Has Miss Chiori made it back yet? Oh! What happened to the boutique? Who did this? Give me names. I'll make sure every last one lands a full feature on the front page of the Steambird tomorrow.
Not this again.
I love the interactions on this game.
Follow the wind.
Linny, Lynette! Great, you're both here!
A moment later and you'd have missed us.
We read the article in the papers. She helped design a number of our costumes in the past and even sponsored one of our performances. The time has come.
Oh, perfect! She was the one who sent us!
In that case, I assume that there's something we can do to help.
Okay, so it's like this.
Is that all we'll need to do?
Should be a piece of cake for the two of us.
Paimon's glad to hear it! Well then, guess it's about time we go and find some evidence for all the bad stuff Utera's been doing. Chiori said we shouldn't disturb her over the next couple of days. We can check in with her again.
But the show's in another 2 days, isn't it?
Well, according to her, she wants to first beat Uther fair and square at the show, and then defeat him in the court of public opinion. She said that it...
A two-pronged approach?
Courtesy first, confrontation second?
Yeah, something like that.
Understood. Then we'll have faith in her decision. We'll go make some preparations. See you at the venue in 2 days.
All right, we're counting on you. Okay, then let's also do as Chiori said and meet up with her at Uther's factory in 2 days. Oh, Paimon sure hopes she won't have a hard time making all those new outfits.
Oh, you're here.
Chiori! How are the new outfits coming?
Just a few steps left now. I've handed the rest over to Elof. We should be able to make tonight's show.
Wow, that's cutting it real close. Are you sure she'll...
Don't worry. I have no intention of giving ground on either front. With the fashion show scheduled for tonight, Uther has closed his factory. This is our only chance to secure any incriminating evidence.
Okay, Paimon totally gets that this is all his fault and he totally deserves it, but wouldn't we technically be trespassing on his property if we just...
His factory is usually open to the public. It may not be open for business right now, but that doesn't mean visitors can't stop by for a tour. We're just curious customers after all.
Well, when you put it that way...
Anyway, Uter's factory is right over there. Let's hurry up and get moving.
Why would he open a factory over...
We have different marketing strategies. While I specialize in high-end custom garments, he prefers low prices and large...
Alright. Ooh, it's really creepy. Paimon would never choose to buy anything from...
You make a good point.
We're in. There really is nobody here.
Welcome, dear visitors.
Paimon nearly fell out of the air. What hit that thing?
A mechanical guide. They usually use a recorded tape to give you a tour of the factory.
Please, follow me, dear guests. First stop on our tour is a look at the gradual evolution of our clothing brand. After that, we welcome you to peruse our most popular styles.
Huh. Uter seems to be doing pretty well for himself, doesn't he? Why would he feel the need to bother you when he could just focus on improving his own brand?
This is the studio where our designs are made. Please, take a look around at your leisure.
Yep, this seems like Uter's workspace, all right.
These are the fitting rooms. Please use them at your leisure.
Huh? There seems to be something in this fitting room. Why did the door just close?
Hold on tight, Paimon.
Ah! Why is it moving?
It seems to have stopped.
Where did this thing take us?
It seems like we're someplace deeper inside the factory.
One with nature.
Look out! There are guards here!
Into the wind.
Lay waste to the wicked!
No, my sword! Witness the power.
One with nature.
Rain outlines your fate.
Time to go.
This place is filthy! Are the clothes from Uter's shop seriously made here?
Look over there.
Ooh, that water looks super nasty. Oh, Paimon can smell the stench from all the way over here.
And I was the one using unsafe materials, Uter?
So he was actually the one who opened an underground factory.
No wonder his clothes always felt weird to the touch. He's been using all manner of tricks here in a bid to cut costs.
Should the clothes made here even be worn?
Never mind issues with shrinking and fading. These materials can give you skin problems if you wear them too often.
That's terrifying! Let's... This way he won't be able to try and deny anything in court. All right. Doesn't look like there's a path here.
Follow me. Let's go up.
This place seems like some kind of warehouse. Ugh. And what? What's going on? Our way in's been blocked.
Seems like he knew we'd be coming.
You did say he knew you really well, didn't you?
Yes. And that's because we used to be partners.
But you're practically at each other's throats. Now you're telling us you used to work together?
When I first came to Fontaine, we were both fledgling designers who longed to gain a foothold in the world of fashion. We shared the same goal, so we decided to work together. In the beginning, we both wanted to make clothes that would stand out from the crowd and shatter tradition. The kind of clothes that would turn heads and leave people in awe. But with every criticism we received, and every sponsor that rejected us, Uter's confidence disappeared little by little. Finally, right before Fashion Week, he came to the conclusion that we wouldn't be able to make the designs we always dreamed of. And we parted ways. For my part, I gambled it all and devoted everything I had to that 1 week. I came out the other side with something that really made me proud. I was nervous to present it, of course, but I knew it was my chance to show the industry what I was made of. In the end, well...
You received the acclaim of all Fontaine while Uter gave up on his dream and turned to making this sketchy stuff.
I don't know the exact details of what happened after that. All I know is, after I opened Chioria Boutique, he's harassed me every year since.
He's just jealous of what you've accomplished. A guy like that doesn't deserve your sympathy.
Well, let's focus on getting out of here first. Missing the show is as good as letting him win.
There are some control panels over there.
Time to go.
Oh, that doesn't seem to have done anything.
Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode. Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode.
The wind knows me.
Let me leave you alone.
Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode.
Rain outlines your...
Into the wind.
Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode.
Barbados! Look over there. Seems...
Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode.
The wind knows me.
Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode.
We finally made it out. Why does it feel like the movement patterns of those mechs have changed?
Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders initiating shutdown procedure. Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders initiating shutdown procedure.
One with nature.
Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders initiating shutdown procedure.
We're finally out of that stinky place. Let's take this evidence and get out of here. Finally, the entrance! At last!
Oh, those chambers couldn't hold you, I see. What a surprise.
We've collected a bunch of evidence on all the nasty stuff happening at your
The evidence on your person, you mean? What makes you think I have any intention?
More mechanical guards? Really? Ever thought about using these funds for a legitimate purpose?
Oh, but this is a legitimate purpose.
What? Destroying Chioria Boutique? Or continuing to make your rotten rags?
Proving that fashion is merely a laughable farce. A carnival of ignorance!
You know what your problem is, Uter? You've become so obsessed with the concept of fashion itself that you let it paralyze you. Stop trying to cater to it. Focus on your own work, and you get to decide what fashion means.
Spare me the lecture, why don't you? Sooner or later, you'll cater to all the voices too, you know. After all, what is fashion but another form of public opinion?
Fashion is about aspiring towards a certain ideal, but it's up to you to decide what it is. My brand caters to no one but myself and my vision. That's my ideal, and it's not going to change.
Well, once the people witness their former darling's spectacular fall, they'll understand how laughable that ideal truly is.
That's what you've been trying to prove all this time? Your jaded understanding of the industry is the reason you've had it out for my brand for so long? You weren't like this before, Uter. What happened to the man who wanted to make something that would bring the entire world to its knees?
He realized long ago how utterly naive and ridiculous that dream was.
You gave up on your dream, but that wasn't enough, was it? You had to find a way to prove to yourself that it could never have been possible at all. You think you understand, but you're just a bitter man who let his regrets dictate his choices. You regret giving up on your dream. So you stopped at nothing to prove to yourself that it wasn't the wrong choice. This whole thing, Uter. It's pathetic.
Pathetic? Why don't you take a look in the mirror? You're a fool daydreaming about taking all of Tibet by storm. Well, good luck doing that when even Fontaine doesn't have a place for you anymore.
You're right. Maybe all those who pursue their dreams are fools. But more pitiful still are cowards who are too afraid to even attempt what the fool is brave enough to try.
You!
Yeah, just leave this guy to us!
No, you go instead.
But he has a gun!
It'll be fine. Just go to the venue and tell everyone to proceed with the plan. I'll deal with him. Some lessons are best delivered in person.
Catch up with us soon!
Trying to leave, are we?
I've held back all this time because of our past partnership, Uter. But all that changed after our tour of your factory.
Still trying to talk tough, I see.
No matter what you've been through, no matter why you've become like this. If I may borrow the words of a friend, a guy like you doesn't deserve my sympathy. Allow me to show you the true meaning of the Chioria brand. The Chioria brand represents more than a person or a trademark. It's a way of life.
Greetings, friends at Fontaine Fashion Week. Please feast your eyes on the extravaganza that Chioria Boutique has prepared for you today.
Brilliant, dazzling, and wholly unique. And most importantly,
an enduring, never-say-die spirit. That's the true meaning of the Chioria brand. And now, let's welcome the thundering seamstress, Miss Chiori herself!
Did Chiori not...
Lights! Cameras! Over here, please!
Let the show begin!
The world may change, fashion along with it, but Chioria will remain the same. No challenge is too great. Chioria caters to no one. Not even the times. Rather, Chioria will always lead the fashion of our time. Finally, let's not forget. Only those who do not give up on their dreams are worthy of this brand. Well then, I suppose all that's left to say is, Happy Fashion Week, fellow dreamers.
How about this?
A little more to the left.
Like this?
Perfect.
Phew. Oh, that looks great! Miss Chiori, can I take a picture?
Of course.
I didn't know you'd make a brand new signboard.
I made it before Fashion Week. I figured it'd be best to put it up after the success of the show.
Well, how can you become renowned through all of Tevat without a fancy signboard of your own? The Spina's way ahead of you in that regard.
Now that you mention it, perhaps our magic troupe could use one of those.
Our signatures are the Grinmalkin cat and the Bogglecat box. Oh, and we need to add Pear as well.
Pear would need an alias, of course. How about... the Hangry Bird.
So, does that mean your signboard is going to be 2 cats and a penguin stuffed into a single hat?
Ooh, that sounds super snuggly and warm.
And a bit cramped.
Miss Chiori, I'm done taking pictures. You can expect the article in tomorrow's Steambird, along with the evidence the Traveler gathered.
Thank you, Charlotte.
It's my pleasure. Bringing the truth to light is a journalist's duty.
Going forward, feel free to custom order any accessories you need for Monsieur Verite. It's on the house.
Huh? You really mean it?
Of course. The same goes for you too, Linny and Lynette. If you have need of any costumes in the future, just drop me a note.
What about something other than a costume?
Thank you, Chiori. It's much appreciated.
Well, I don't really need anything. Just don't be a stranger, all right?
I don't need anything either. So long as you continue to request my international courier services from Komania Express, we're golden.
Actually, that reminds me. When will you be leaving, Kirara?
Huh? About that.
The Spina di Rosula has prepared a special vehicle for you, so you can just get in and we'll push it all the way out of Fontaine.
Oh, that's great.
What? No, that's so embarrassing.
Ooh, do we get something nice too, Chio?
Of course. Just hold on a second.
Disrupting public order at the show. Appropriating venue lighting equipment without authorization. Using weaponry in public. Hosting a dangerous performance without notifying the authorities.
Chevrolet, we can explain.
If you come across anyone who matches those descriptions, please report them to the Special Patrol at your earliest convenience.
Enjoyed that, didn't you? You nearly scared me half to death.
Says the one who pulled that stunt earlier. How about you do me a favor and tell me in advance next time you're planning something like that?
And if I had, would you have approved?
No, but it would have at least spared me a whole lot of anxiety.
Well, I would say I more than made it up to you, have I not? A whole underground workshop in the Fleuve Sandra, and the man responsible all tied up and handed to you on a silver platter. Sounds pretty thoughtful if you ask me.
All right, I won't argue with you. You can have this one.
Well, friends, I would say we've earned ourselves a nice meal for our efforts. Let's go. Spina's treat.
I'll have to take a rain check. I've still got a lot of paperwork to take care of, so you all go have fun. Oh, by the way, Chiori, I ran into Vanger on the way here. He had a message for you.
I don't need to hear it. I'm sure the old fool used pretty much every apology in the book.
You know him well.
Thanks again, Chevrolet.
My pleasure. Oh, and one last thing. That was really quite an amazing show.
You don't say.
All right, all right. Follow me if you want in on the celebration feast. Come on, we're leaving.
Traveler, Paimon, could you go wait for me at that place with the view? I'll let Navia know that we'll be a little late. There's something I'd like to give you.
A place with a view?
Perfect. I'll be right there. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh, we didn't wait long at all. But what did you want to give us that you could...
Here, take this.
Oh, wow! A brooch! And in the style of Chioria Boutique, too! Wait, Paimon gets one as well?
I've only made 2 for now. After much consideration, I decided you've been a great help. Even when things were looking bleak, you stayed by my side. There were even times when I felt like I had to fight back and win. Even if it was just to honor the trust that you had in me.
Well, we may have helped a little, but Paimon would say you deserve most of the credit. This result, it was all you, Chiori.
I know for certain that was not the case. I've chased my dream for so long that I've come to understand something. Apart from conviction and persistence, the thing that matters most is having friends who believe in you even when you don't believe in yourself. A single person can only do so much. Without all your help, Chioria Boutique could have easily fallen to ruin.
Well, Paimon doesn't think it would have ever gotten to that point. Not if you had anything to say about it. But, about the stuff you said at the show, you aren't worried it'll rub some people the wrong way?
Perhaps my words were a little pretentious, but they do reflect how I truly feel. I won't bow or scrape before any force in this world, much less any individual. I'm confident in the quality of my work. Create something beautiful, and there will always be people who appreciate it.
Well, guess there's nothing to worry about then. Should we go back and join them at the victory feast?
Oh, yes, of course. But before, you know, of all the nights I've spent in Fontaine,
Add Astra.
Thank you for
Add Astra.
Have thought of everything. Even the Fatometer is here and ready to go for us.
The Fatometer? What's that?
It's a card that's used to determine action success or failure. We'll need to use it when we try to use certain skills.
And what about all the dessert and tea? Is that for us as well?
That's what the message said.
Oh, really? That's so nice.
Those snacks have Paimon's name written all over them.
I think you might be more of a snack hunter than a Marachose hunter, Paimon.
Snack hunter Paimon reported for duty. If there are delicious snacks to be found, Paimon will track down every last one.
The desserts are great. But I'm still looking forward to the story more than anything.
Very fair. Then, let us begin. First, please pick up the blank character cards in front of you, and write down your name and profession. You can find an abbreviated version of the rules printed on the back of your character card. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. In this story, everyone is a Marachose hunter. To reflect this, the club has prepared a small badge for everyone.
Ooh, nice!
As hunters, you have proficiency in swordsmanship and fighting by default, so there's no need to allocate any additional skill points to those areas.
Swordsmanship? So there's a fighting part to all of this? Paimon's not sure she can...
Why don't you share a character card then? The Traveler will be the Marachose hunter, and you can be his little floating assistant.
Kinda like in real life.
So, for the name, do I fill it out with the name of my character?
Yep. It can be any name you like.
You can use your real name too if you want. I do that whenever I get too lazy to think of a new name.
Oh, so it would be like experiencing a different life, but still as yourself. That's not a bad idea.
In that case, I think I'll continue to use the name Linny then.
Next up is the skill sheet. You have a limited amount of skill points that you can use to learn a number of skills. The more points you invest in a particular skill, the easier it will be to pass associated checks.
I'll take persuasion and investigation.
Oh, those skills sound like they'd be useful for gathering intelligence. Good idea, Navia. Just as expected of a veteran player.
So should we also take those skills then?
Not necessarily. Since we're working together as a team, we could leave the negotiations to Navia and use our skill points to pick up other useful skills. For example, I think I'll take stealth and sleight of hand. That will give us more options if we run into any situations we can't negotiate our way out of.
Oh, interesting. I wasn't thinking about it like that. I suppose it's not so different from an acting troupe. Everyone has their own role to play. Let me see. I'll take art and performance. I'm not quite sure what use they'll be, but I'm not as not.
Well, that leaves us. What do you want to learn, Traveler? Oh, something that'll help you get a read on other people's thoughts. Sounds useful. Ooh, so you want to help people. So what do you think? Are you sure you want to learn these 2 skills?
Let's see. Oh, looks like you each have enough.
You've all picked such classic skills. It's fine to go.
Why do I get the feeling she's getting ready to cause trouble?
For example, this one here. Summon. Doesn't it sound...
Oh, I saw that one just now as well. The description says, this skill can be used under...
The script's world-building rules, huh? But how are we supposed to know what a Marashose hunter can summon?
Oh, that's not for us to worry about, my friend. Just learn the skills that interest you, and the GM will take care of the rest.
Damn.
All right, you've convinced Paimon. Let's learn 7 then. Paimon can't...
Well, now that everyone's more or less finished creating their character... Since 2 of our players are doing this for the first time, though, let me ask, would you like to play on easy mode or authentic mode?
What's the difference?
Well, in role-playing games, the story sometimes changes based on the decisions of the players and the results of the Fatometer. For example, if you fail a check, that means you cannot use the target skill in that scenario. A critical failure may even result in further negative consequences. If you choose to play in authentic mode, every time you elect to use a skill, you'll need to use the Fatometer to see whether you succeed or fail, and face any consequences that may follow. If you choose easy mode instead, every check will be successful by default, and you won't have to worry about luck playing a factor.
Given that I'd like to focus on the story, I suppose I should pick easy mode. I'd feel bad if I brought the team down by...
Huh? Oh, come on. Don't worry about that. RNG is the lifeblood of role-playing games. I'm going with authentic mode for sure. Never knowing what you might have to overcome.
I'd rather be mentally prepared for what might happen.
All right, then I'll mark down Farina for easy mode. All her checks will be successful by default. As usual, Navia and Linny will play on authentic mode.
What about you, dear partner? How would you like to play?
Are you sure?
Trust me, you'll see the beauty of RNG. Honestly, I don't think Clorand would make things too difficult for us, no matter what the Fatometer.
No promises.
That wasn't super reassuring.
Well, anyway, enough talk. Let's get started. I want to experience at least a good chunk of the story today.
Speaking of the story, why is the beginning scene on a beach?
Well, that's because, a long time ago, back when human civilization was still in its infancy, powerful demons and evil sorcerers ruled over the land. They created a host of monsters and sent them to slaughter all humans in existence. Soon, a group of human rebels banded together. With their swords raised, they swore to brave the darkness, and in doing so, subdue each and every monster that sought their destruction. They became known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Sometime later, as a member of the Marechaussee Hunters, you receive a commission. Following the address provided on the message, you take a boat and arrive at this strange city. As you inhale, you can taste the slightly salty air of the docks as you begin to survey your surroundings. There aren't many people in the vicinity, but you do take note of a few others who, like you, seem to be sizing up this place. Your eyes meet, and you realize these people are fellow Marechaussee Hunters, likely led to this location after receiving the same commission as you.
You're all Marechaussee Hunters too, right? Allow me to introduce myself. The name's Navia, monster hunter by trade and helpful neighborhood businesswoman on the side. What say you to traveling together? We can help each other out on the road.
Okay, count me in. My name is Linny. I've been wandering since I was little and picked up a few less than legal tricks along the way. I was adopted by a Marechaussee Hunter and later chose to follow in his footsteps.
Is this where you introduce your character? My name is Farina, and, I grew up in a noble family. I always had a strong interest in performance and the arts. Even though I'm a Marechaussee Hunter, what I really want is to be a performing artiste.
Hey, you can do it, Farina. That's exactly how it's done.
Paimon is Paimon, a good friend and companion to this Marechaussee Hunter right here.
I've been studying medicine ever since I was a child. I want to do my part to eradicate these monsters and use what I've learned to heal others.
Oh, welcome, welcome. When we face the monsters, I'll make sure to charge in front to give everyone some cover. You can take care of the healing at the back.
You open your envelopes at the same time. The message reads, "To the honorable and trustworthy Marechaussee Hunters, our kingdom is currently facing a grave crisis. The lands outside the capital have been overtaken by monsters, and our people are being led astray by forces of wickedness. We beseech you, please help us resolve this crisis and return peace and stability to our home."
Huh. The layout of this city looks super familiar. It kinda reminds Paimon.
The scriptwriter must have used a real-world city as a reference when coming up with the map.
As experienced hunters, the layout of the city reminds you of places once traveled. You recall the sight of tree-lined streets and the gentle tranquility of days gone by. Yet, as you regard the city in front of you, it appears to be little more than an empty shell. Its hollow gates are open to you, beckoning you to come forth and bring salvation back to the town.
I carefully read every line of the letter and turn my attention to the signatures at the bottom. Who issued this commission to us?
You see a long string of unfamiliar names. It would seem that many of the residents of the city issued this commission together. They said...
In that case, why don't we take a walk around the city and see if we can learn anything from the local residents?
Oh, good idea. We might be able to get some leads on the monsters and bad guys we're after.
You look up and see a tavern nearby. It appears to be open for the day.
Why don't we go check out that tavern? If the novels I've read are anything to go by, taverns are usually full of information.
As you approach the tavern, you find a plainly dressed woman standing nearby. She appears to be rather troubled about something.
Greetings, friend. Lovely weather we're having today, don't you think?
Oh, hello. I suppose you're right. The weather today is quite lovely. If only those monsters out there would stop causing trouble.
It seems like every character included in the script has a certain amount of useful information to offer. If we keep asking questions, we might be able to get some good leads.
Oh, come now, don't be sad. Life is all about optimism. Oh, that reminds me.
Huh?
I don't think that's the kind of question we're supposed.
Nothing turns a frown upside down like good food. How about some macarons? I could make you some.
You didn't even take cooking as one of your skill proficiencies.
That's not necessary, miss. Excuse me for saying this, but you don't really look like a chef. Besides...
So you're someone who barely smiles and doesn't like sweets. Hey! Did she just... me?
That's crazy.
Glorianne must have broke character for a second.
This isn't getting us anywhere. Traveler, maybe you can think of something.
The results of insight checks aren't disclosed to the players, so I'll be the one consulting the fatometer. You recall all the lessons you've learned in your time and begin to carefully observe the woman's mannerisms. You notice that when she's quiet, she has an empty look in her eyes, as if her thoughts have drifted to a place far, far away. And when she speaks, she often subconsciously reaches out to touch the ring on her... so you noticed. That's a little embarrassing. A horde of monsters suddenly appeared near the capital recently.
Do you remember when those monsters appeared?
I'm not completely sure. All I know is that my husband was dispatched to fight them 3 days ago.
Do you know where he was sent?
It all happened so fast. When we said our goodbyes, he couldn't even tell me where they were sending him.
You have our thanks, friend. We'll find and defeat those monsters as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Don't worry. We'll find him. Just, we don't always get to choose what happens to us. But we do get to choose the little things, like what we eat and how we respond to the things life throws our way. I hope that one day, you too will recognize the power of something as small and inconsequential.
I'll do my best. You bid farewell to the woman, and continue your journey further into the city. As you venture further into the city, the streets appear largely empty. An elderly woman walks past. You see her shake her head as she puts away her wrinkled wallet. A nearby merchant folds his arms and gives you a disdainful look. You get the impression that he's someone who has long gotten used to the sight before him.
Although he doesn't seem very... friendly.
Pardon me, sir. I'd like...
That depends. How much are you willing to pay?
How about...
What do you take me for? Some lowly beggar?
Surely an onion can't be that expensive, right?
What do you know? War's nearly upon us. Everything costs several times what it did before. If you're not gonna buy anything, then scram.
Whoa, what a nasty guy. Maybe we shouldn't even buy...
But he still might have information we need. Traveler, can you think of something? Sir, we came to this city to solve the very problem you seem to be referring to. The war you mentioned, would it happen to be against the monsters outside the city? If you happen to be well informed and know a thing or two about what's going on, we'd appreciate it if you could share that information with us. After all, the sooner this problem gets resolved, the easier it will be for you to do your business.
Well, things are basically as you said, young lady. Those monsters are camped outside the city, and they've been destroying all our trade routes. We have limited reserves within the city, so if this continues, we're all gonna be in big trouble.
Wait, you're saying no one has put a plan in place to distribute supplies or maintain order?
We could all starve, and those nobles in the palace wouldn't even break a sweat. Who knows? Maybe they've been in cahoots with the monsters all along.
That is concerning.
All right. That's all the information you need, right? Off with you.
You know, if you smiled a little more, you'd definitely get more business. And I bet that would make your life just a little bit sweeter. I'm not saying it's guaranteed to work.
Should we try to go somewhere with more people?
Oh, how about the city square? Follow me.
Before you lies the city's central square. You see a man with a slightly anxious look on his face, pacing back and forth, his head hanging low. He doesn't seem to notice your approach. Still immersed in his own thoughts, he shakes...
This guy seems promising enough. Maybe I can get some... Hello, sir. Is there anything I can do to help you?
Wait...
I'm...
Oh, dear goodness! You're a
You recognize us? Ah, are you...
Yes! Oh, I didn't expect you to actually come. Oh, what great news!
What happened here?
Alas, we once lived comfortable, carefree lives. This city used to be free of monsters. The first Marachose hunter, Casiodor, the Golden Hunter, he was the one who drove them back. However, monsters have once again surrounded the city. Perhaps the seal that kept them at bay has lost its power. Or perhaps an evil sorcerer has been meddling in our affairs. All I know for sure is that their return has stripped the city of any chance at peace.
Are there not enough soldiers to drive them out?
It's not a question of numbers. The guards simply have no idea how to deal with them. Most people my age have never even seen one of the monsters, much less been trained to fight against them. What's worse, many of us don't even know the history of the Marachose hunters anymore. When I was a child, though, my grandfather would tell me stories about how the Marachose hunters drove back the monsters. So, on the off chance that something might come of it, I decided to reach out to you. To be perfectly honest, I was starting to think all those stories were just tall tales. But now that I've seen you in person, I finally know that it was true!
Well, you can rest easy, friend. The righteous and formidable Marachose hunters are on the case.
The man is touched by your determination and resolve. His eyes begin to well with tears of relief.
Still, if we are going to hunt the monsters, we need to know where to find them. Can you give us any leads?
All I know is that the area outside the city is dangerous. I'm afraid I can't point you toward a specific location. Oh, although, if you leave the capital through the main gate and follow the road, you should run into a group of guards. They might know more about where to find the monsters.
I see. We'll go look for them then.
All right. Be careful. Oh, and one last thing. The monsters outside the city are just part of the problem. There are evil sorcerers inside the city as well. So they're actively working with the monsters, and have corrupted the court ministers with malicious magic. They're the reason why, even inside the city, everything has been a giant mess. Even one of our kindest ministers has turned into a boorish and unreasonable figure, interested in nothing but enacting laws that exploit the people. Who knows how much longer we'll be able to go on like this.
Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place.
I feel bad for him. Maybe we should try to cheer him up?
Huh? Like, now? Is this really the right time?
I appreciate your kindness, but for now, it's more important to focus on the crisis at hand.
Brave hunters, I leave the future of this kingdom to you.
If I understood correctly, there are currently 2 problems in the kingdom that need solving, right?
Exactly. We need to defeat the monsters outside the city and take down the evil sorcerer stirring up trouble from within.
But which problem should we tackle first?
Well, this seems like a good moment for a break. Take some time and discuss what you want to do.
I really didn't expect the people in the city to keep us at arm's length like that. I totally thought the hunters would be treated like heroes.
Well, Clarin said the script took cues from the real history of Fontaine, right? Maybe the real-life Marushosei hunters were also treated like that.
I wouldn't say it's a perfect representation of history, but there are definitely some similarities. Would you like to hear more about it?
Sure. As long as it doesn't spoil anything in the script. You brought up bits and pieces of the hunter's history before, but it was all in passing.
Paimon wants to know too! The hunters were super powerful, right? Were they all from a special line of supernatural beings or something? Kind of like the yokai in Inazuma?
No. All Marushosei hunters were ordinary mortal fighters. The only thing that set them apart were the special sword techniques passed down over the centuries.
Huh? So you mean anyone could become a Marushosei hunter?
In theory, yes. All you would need to do is survive the rigorous training and master the swordsmanship techniques required to fight the monsters. Still, most people dropped out at the early stages, and others called it quits the minute they saw a monster in person. To become a hunter, you must be strong in both body and mind.
What kind of monsters did the hunters fight exactly? Oh, and the evil sorcerer the script mentioned.
The land of Fontaine once played host to an ancient dynasty known as Remuria. After that dynasty fell, monsters began to appear, intent on obstructing humans from establishing a new social order. One of the ancient sorcerers of Remuria used his power to assemble a formidable army of golems. He sought to use that force to establish himself as king.
Now wait a second. Don't tell me that guy was the inspiration for the evil sorcerer in the script. We still haven't found any in-game information on him yet. So, why don't you talk about someone else for now?
Well, I wasn't planning on going into anything you might be able to find out in the game. But if you want me to talk about something else, then... how about Casiodor, the Golden Hunter? Or Egeria, the ex-Hydro Archon?
Wait, but those people are all from a super long time ago. Where did you learn all this, Clarin?
From my master.
Huh. By master, you mean Miss Petronia?
Someone you know?
Absolutely. Miss Petronia and my father were good friends. Back in the day, she would often bring Clorand over to play, but...
let's not get off topic. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Responding to Egeria's call, a number of warriors followed Casiodor into battle against the monsters. This group of warriors, under Casiodor's leadership, became known as the Marushosei Hunters. Yet, as Fontaine entered an era of peace, their work gradually became obsolete. The Marushosei Phantom, originally in a...
Ah, I see. That explains why most of the people in the script have forgotten the hunters or think of them as nothing more than a legend.
Is that really a bad thing, though? It can get tough always being the one shouldering everyone's expectations.
Depends on who you ask, I suppose. If the name of the organization no longer commands respect, investigative work is bound to suffer.
Speaking of investigations, which problem should we tackle first?
I vote monsters. That's the main duty of the hunt.
Well said, Miss Farina. Plus, if the sorcerers really are the masterminds behind this whole thing, defeating the monsters could give us some clues on their intentions as well.
What about you, partner? What do you think? It's decided then.
All right. After some discussion, you decide to turn around and head out of the city.
Let's take a look around, like that guy said.
You there! Outsiders, halt!
What?
An armored man approaches you. He has a tall, muscular build and a determined expression in his eyes. Although he's trying his best to conceal his current state, his uneven gait and the sweat dripping down his forehead. I'm the captain of the guard. I saw you sneaking around the city earlier, so I'll state your purpose, or it's off to the dungeons for the lot of you.
Wow, it's been a while since someone's been this suspicious of us.
I said talk, not whisper, but...
Have you ever heard...
Marechaussee hunters? Ha! That fairy tale...
Hey.
Using your knowledge of medicine, you're able to deduce that the injury on his calf was a monster's doing, and the wound has already begun to fester.
I'm a doctor by trade. Please, let me redress your wound. You don't have to suffer like this.
The man appears somewhat disgruntled at having been exposed, but soon relents. He allows you to apply a poultice of specialized medicine to the wound, and it appears to bring him much relief. The tension in his brow eases. All right. Guess you lot might actually be real Marechaussee hunters after all. In any case, you've successfully treated my wound.
Do you know where we can find the monsters, or the other guards who are fighting them?
He informs you of the various locations where monsters have appeared. He looks in that general direction with a pained gaze, as if some of our new recruits have never even dealt with a petty thief, and now they're out there fighting monsters.
Oh, please, sir. Don't get too worked up. You need to focus.
Hearing you say that, a glimmer of hope flashes in his eye. Those monsters aren't easy to deal with. But if you insist on going, I just hope all the guards will be able to come back to their families alive.
Based on what the captain said, the monster should be right up ahead. Let's go. Hopefully we're not too late.
As you approach the battlefield, you see numerous people lying by the side of the road. They appear to be dressed like guards. Their faces are filled with desperation and terror. Some are screaming and cursing in vain, as if still trying to banish the monstrosities they saw from their minds. A few of the wounded look up at you in shock and disbelief. Quick, leave this place. Turn around and don't look back, they yell. It doesn't seem like there's any information to be gained from the area up ahead. You conclude that this area is best left unexplored at this time.
This is the place he mentioned, right?
You see broken iron swords scattered all around you, and down all the signs point to one thing.
Be on your guard, everyone. The monsters might still be around.
Before you can finish your sentence, you hear rustling sounds from the surrounding bushes. The monsters have emerged. They close in on you without fear. You get the impression that, in their bloodthirsty eyes, you're just another meal for them to devour.
A little help here! This thing wants to eat Paimon!
Your battle round begins now.
Hey, got 20.
Step right up. A round of applause.
Shower me with praise!
The next battle round begins now.
Coming at ya! A proper die from the scenery.
The monsters let out a terrifying roar of anger and resentment before dissipating into thin air.
Oh, thank goodness it's over.
We're lucky the Marashose Hunter class came with all those preset skill points. Otherwise, we would have been in some real trouble.
I never knew the Fatometer even determines the amount of damage you inflict. If you get unlucky, isn't it just...
That's part of the fun. The uncertainty of fate is what gives these games their appeal.
Just as you begin to celebrate your victory, a suspicious lump on the ground catches your attention.
A suspicious lump? Wait.
I walk up to it, crouch down, and begin to carefully examine it. I've still got my right glove on, so it should be fine for me to touch.
As you investigate the mound, you discover that the exposed portion appears to be made of wood. It was previously obscured by the large form of the monsters. With the monsters gone, the small protrusion now awaits your discovery. Poking out of the ground...
Whoa, it's a treasure chest!
With everyone's help, you successfully excavate the wooden chest from the ground. Even without opening it, you can tell from the mora and jewels scattered around the chest.
Makes sense. We worked hard for this. Let's open it. We can...
I can understand your excitement, Paimon, but think about it.
Yeah. Think about all the people suffering in the capital. Or all those guards who got hurt.
Wait, is that how it works? Paimon thought since we were...
Well, let's put it this way. Any decision you make during a role-playing game can But
would the people really believe us? It's hard enough for us to prove we're Marashose hunters. What if they think we procured the treasure illegally? They might get...
That's definitely something we should consider. Maybe we can come up with an explanation.
Well, if donating it could cause that much trouble, why don't we use it to buy some gear and fill up on good food? Then we'll be...
Looks like you're facing a difficult well, it's getting late.
Wow!
I'm not sure if it's because I'm having so much fun with you all, or because the story is particularly
Here.
Ooh. I'm not sure I'll have enough...
Yeah, that won't work for me either. Lynette will give me an earful if I get home too late.
I understand how you feel, Navia, but we have to change venues for the next part of the story anyway.
Huh? Another location?
Mm-hmm. There's a special note for the GM at the end of this section that says to proceed to an indoor set for the next part of the script.
Whoa! They really pulled out all the stops for this new script.
Well, even if we end the game for the day, we can still stay a little longer and hear Cloran finish her story, right?
Something tells me you just want to finish the free desserts before we break for the day.
That's just a coincidence, okay? Besides, to Paimon, not finishing free food feels even worse than having to buy your own. And anyway, Paimon really does want to hear more about Cloran's master.
Well...
It's nothing. I appreciate the concern, but it's all in the past. My earliest memories are of living with Master. According to her, she saved me from certain people of ill repute. My birth parents had left me behind.
What a heavy beginning.
Master was a fascinating individual. If inexperienced. My first ever toy was a short sword. Although I suppose it wasn't so much a toy as something Master removed from her waist and handed to a noisy child in need of distraction.
Oh, wait, so she handed an actual sword to a child? Isn't that dangerous? Did you hurt yourself?
Of course I did. I cut my palm and bled quite a lot. But Master was not concerned. She just stood there and casually lectured me about it. See, that's what you get for not holding the sword properly, she told me. She then crouched down next to me and said, "Give me your hand. I'll teach you to bandage this wound." After that, It's time to learn how to truly hold a blade.
Excuse me for asking this, Clorand, but how old were you exactly when all this happened?
Probably around, 3, give or take.
Damn.
3? Isn't that when most kids are still struggling to hold a fork?
As I said, Master was rather inexperienced in the ways of raising children. She believed trial and error was the best way to teach a child what they're capable of.
I'm not so sure this is a question of experience.
I didn't see anything wrong with her ways at the time. And anyway, children don't get to choose how they're raised. Oh, she did bring me back a pet from Liyue once. It was a Geovishap hatchling.
A Geovishap hatchling? For a pet? That seems even more dangerous.
What she said was this: make sure to get along, you two. If you really can't agree on something, just settle it with a fight. Whoever loses is the real pet.
That's crazy.
And how old were you when this happened?
5.
Well, did you win?
No, I lost.
So you're saying you actually became the Geovishap's pet?
Yes, but only for a week. By the end of that week, I defeated it in combat, and we've shared a cordial relationship ever since.
That's actually crazy.
That really doesn't sound like the kind of childhood someone should have.
Later on, I gradually understood that Master most likely didn't know any other way to raise a child. She was a Marashosei hunter, but I never heard her bring up her own parents. Thanks to her, I learned how to navigate the forest by the age of 6, and could hunt monsters in the wild by myself the year after that. Even though the training she subjected me to was strict, she always made sure to take me traveling when she had the time. We met...
I still remember the first time we met. You were too scared to join our picnic and hid behind Ms. Petronia the whole time.
I still hadn't really met many children my age at that time, so I didn't know how to interact with others.
After that, though, you started coming over a lot. You loved challenging people to shooting competitions, remember? I don't think many members of the Spina ever beat you in one of those.
I had a lot of fun during those days.
I enjoyed them too. Oh, do you remember that one time we went exploring around the Spina together? We overheard Papa call your master Fontaine's Protector of Justice. We tried to pretend like we never heard anything, but you nearly let it slip that one time.
Protector of Justice? Oh, wait, you mean that vigilante hero from 20 years ago? The one who is always active at night?
Yep, that would be her. She often would put on a black cloak and go out at night. I never knew where she went or what she was doing. Until, like Navia said, we overheard the truth from Mr. Callis that night.
20 years ago, huh? I still remember the guards leaving all kinds of witness reports about her on Nervalette's desk.
My apologies.
Oh, there's no need to apologize. You had nothing to do with it. And anyway, everything she did was for a good cause. Although, calling herself the Protector of Order was a bit much. Especially when she deliberately operated outside the law.
Huh? When did the Protector of Justice become the Protector of Order?
Oh, she had a bunch of code names. I heard she would just come up with a name on the spot whenever she was asked. Later on, she probably got sick of answering those questions and decided to stick to just 2. The Protector of Justice and the Protector of Order.
That sounds like her, all right. I bet she forgot which of the 2 she'd use by the time she got back each night.
Well, she certainly sounds like a fascinating individual. With her strong sense of justice, it's no surprise her student followed in her footsteps.
It's true. I always wanted to become like her. Someone powerful, independent, and with a strong sense of conviction. But... She suddenly disappeared the night I turned 10 years old.
Disappeared? What?
I have no idea. She didn't... That night, I was celebrating my birthday at Navia's house. But Master never came to pick me up. When I returned home on my own, when she still didn't appear after a few days, I went to Mr. Callus's house to ask about—
Papa probably didn't know either. I know he sent a few people to investigate the matter in secret, but...
Don't worry, I understand. To be perfectly honest, given Master's personality and way of doing things, it all made a lot just like how, when a litter of kittens reaches a certain age...
Were you upset, Clorinde?
I was at first, but not anymore.
Well, despite everything, you still managed to follow in her footsteps and become the greatest champion duelist in all of Fontaine. You're practically a living symbol of law and justice.
I suspect my position would be far too by the books for her. Master always did whatever she pleased. But you're right. I suppose I do take after her in some ways.
Who knew Clorinde had such an interesting past? And I wonder... if Clorinde's master were the champion duelist back then... would that... oh no... judging by the atmosphere, Clorinde and Navia are probably thinking something similar.
Well, anyway... would you look at the time? It's getting dark, so we should...
I had a great time today, Miss Clorinde.
Anytime.
The script was good, but I've got to say, Hey, you should tell us more about that fight against the Geo-Bishop sometime.
You could...
What does she mean, on to something? I certainly don't know any 5-year-olds who want to fight a bishop in their spare time. Guess I'll head back as well. I need to save my energy if I want to continue enjoying the story tomorrow.
You're that excited to hear about my fight with the bishop?
I was talking about the script!
Just between the two of us, could you tell—
It was nothing special, really. Geo-Bishops don't understand the concept of a pet. So, basically, it just headbutted me whenever I entered its territory.
And that hurt?
Yeah, it hurt. What, something you want to experience for yourself?
Oh...
Time to go.
Let's go meet up with the...
Looks like everyone's here. Now, before we begin, why don't we finish where we left off yesterday? There was an
Is that really the most important part, though, Clorinde? Have you all's cold railings, dim lights?
I admire the work put into the set. Still, it's obvious the scriptwriter has never paid a visit to the fortress of Meripede.
So this set is going to be a part of the script?
Unfortunately, that is something I can neither confirm nor deny.
Anyone think Clorinde's smile is starting to look kinda... scary?
Well, whatever happens, we'll just have to push on. But first, we should really figure out what to do with this treasure. If we're worried about arousing suspicion because of our identity, why don't we give ourselves a different name, just like Clorinde's master did?
BAB chat.
Yeah, it might be better to keep a low profile. As long as we're helping people, it doesn't matter who we are or what we're called.
Staring at me won't get you anywhere. Or did you want...
Paimon's good. Why aren't you saying anything, Navia? Wait, what's that next to you?
Oh, this is the short sword Cloran mentioned last night. I found it.
Huh. I'm surprised you managed to track it down after all this time.
Well, I made sure to take good care of it, considering the circumstances in which you gave it to me. Of course I had to keep it safe. Anyway, where were we? Oh, right. I was just thinking about all the potential ways for us to break out of prison. We could dig a tunnel, or try to bribe the guard.
Wait, we haven't been thrown into prison yet, have we?
Well, it's only a matter of time. It pays to be prepared. Just like how you should always have an umbrella on hand, even when it's sunny.
Alright, Paimon's made up her mind. Let's just give the treasure. Paimon may have wanted to keep it, but if it's going to land us in prison somehow, Paimon will be too upset to enjoy her snacks.
Both options are good. Let's go with that one.
So, you've reached an agreement? All right then, we can continue with the story.
Oh, and we'll collect all the scattered pieces of treasure on the ground as well.
All right. You collect the treasure and make your way back to the capital with... The city is still shrouded in a gloomy, oppressive atmosphere, but your spirits are surprisingly high. In places where sunlight struggles to reach, you generously share your wealth with the children, the elderly, and the poor in urgent need of help.
Thank you, kind soul.
The elderly woman's look of gratitude follows you as you walk away, her eyes never leaving your back until you move entirely out of sight. However, there's still quite a bit of Mora remaining. It appears you haven't made much progress.
She's probably trying to tell us to speed this up.
Should we go find that man again at the square? He seemed like a pretty responsible guy.
Oh, good idea.
Just as you start to make way to the square, intent...
Please wait, distinguished guests.
Several strange guards suddenly call out to you. They run forward to meet you and...
Greetings, gentlemen. Are we being...
Surely you jest, my lady. That would not be our place. It is His Excellency the King who
Do you think this could be...
Well, we have to investigate the court at some point, right? Meeting the king himself would be a fantastic...
I say we go for it. If something happens, we'll just turn the whole place upside down.
That sounds...
After a quick discussion, you nod to the guards and agree to follow. Gilded tables line both sides of the hall. The space itself is adorned with all manner of expensive antiques, glass shelves, and silver candlesticks. The items appear quite ordinary in size and dimension, yet their presence somehow makes the emptiness of the hall feel even more surreal and ominous.
Wow, it's so luxurious!
The elderly king, clad in a magnificent robe, sits upon the deep crimson throne before you. He wears above his head a majestic crown, with a gemstone the size of a bird's egg set right at the very front. As you observe it, you see a complex pattern of light reflect off its surface.
They're here, Your Majesty.
A man dressed in dark clothes, likely a minister, shields his mouth with his hands and bends down. After a moment. He lowers his hands and stands back up.
The king does not appear entirely aware of his surroundings. The man by his side...
The king remains still and says nothing. The minister is the one who speaks.
Esteemed guests, allow me to thank you for coming to our faraway kingdom. Unfortunately, His Majesty the King finds himself quite exhausted from work. So please allow me, his Prime Minister, to welcome you in his stead. I've heard tell that your group, the Marechaussee Hunters, used your exceptional ability with the sword to repel the monster. However, seeing that I was not fortunate enough to observe such a feat with my own eyes, you'll forgive me for seeking to...
Well, we've got nothing to hide. You brought us here to talk. The golem's blades were so powerful, they could cut down trees in a single swipe. It took a lot of... well, there was enough details, right? But...
Your account does indeed match those of the survivors. Since you were...
Well, we did...
How did he know about the
then I must ask that you return...
Wait, but didn't you just say that our great deed deserved a reward?
Yes, that was indeed what... Only that which is freely given by the king can be considered a reward. Taking the right...
But that's completely unreasonable!
Yeah, that makes no sense! If it weren't for us, the treasure would still be buried underground, so...
Maybe so, yet the fact remains. You tried to dispose of the treasure without reporting it to the court and without receiving What, no answer? Surely you're not insinuating that you...
Well, what about the king? Is he just gonna let...
Clad in his magnificent robe, the king remains seated, with his hands resting on either side of the throne. His posture is rigid and
From the look of things, could the Prime Minister...
I would like to observe the number of...
The guards in the palace appear fully armed, their expressions solemn. Sensing the tense atmosphere in the room, they stand at the ready, each with a hand placed upon the...
There goes my plan to turn the whole place upside down, I guess.
It appears we've been visited by nothing more than a group of ill-intentioned Before I decide your fate, however, I must first determine whether you have any...
Can't we try to slip away? Or maybe start...
But if we try to fight the...
Don't worry. At least we figured out who's behind all this. Let's just play it by ear.
Thanks.
You allow yourself to be led away by guards surrounding you on both sides. It's only when you begin to feel drops of water falling from the dungeon ceiling and smell the stench of... Stay here, and don't... The guards lock the cell door.
Wait, sir!
Your voice echoes through the dark hall, but the only response you receive is the sound of water dripping from the ceiling.
No! What should we do now?
Carve out a new path of fate with our own two hands, of course.
You reach toward your waist, but find nothing there. You now recall that your weapons were confiscated before the guards locked you in the cell. The bag of treasure along with them.
What about that knife I hid in my boot?
When did you hide it in there?
When I was thinking about digging a tunnel.
Rejected. You failed to inform the GM of this course of action. Moreover, the guards would have conducted a thorough search before throwing you in prison.
And the keys to the cell aren't anywhere to be seen?
Correct. You don't even feel a lock hole on the cell door.
Well, there goes all our plans.
Indeed.
Huh? Why are you the one saying indeed?
Because that statement holds true for me as well. This is where the script ends.
What? But that's a terrible ending!
Generally speaking, this should be the point where the scriptwriter gives the players some kind of hint. or gives the GM some kind of code for how to move forward.
I mean, maybe they just really wanted us to be immersed in the feeling of being in prison? Like, they'll only show us the way out once we've grown truly and utterly desperate?
That is a possibility.
If only there were desserts and tea in real prison. Oh, wait, guess that's kind of how the Fortress of Meripede works if you're lucky.
Oh, before I forget, Navia, the short sword you had with you earlier, I took a closer look, and the craftsmanship doesn't appear to resemble anything from this era. If I remember correctly, that style was last in vogue several hundred years ago.
It is neither Final Fantasy nor is it anime. It is called Genshin Impact.
Wait, Cloran said that sword used to belong to her master, right? Does that mean her master has been alive that long?
I doubt it. The way she went about things often made her seem childish more than anything. I'd say the sword was most likely an heirloom passed down over time.
Hang on. A precious heirloom passed down to you by your master. And you gave it to me just like that? You weren't worried I might lose it?
Master left many things to me when she disappeared. There was the sword, an old key, and a good amount of junk she probably just didn't want to take with her. I gave you the sword back then, because I didn't want our friendship to end.
Wait, when did this happen exactly?
After the duel. Between Mr. Callis and myself.
Before that, Clorand would have meals with us and even stay over at the Spina some days. She was on great terms with Papa as well. After the duel, though, there was a period of time where we simply didn't know how to face each other. She entrusted this sword to me, and never came back. We were both sad, and conflicted, and totally overthinking everything as a result. Whenever I looked at this sword, I couldn't help but wonder. If Miss Petronia had never introduced us to each other at that picnic, back then, it felt like I hadn't just lost a father.
No one can change the past. The most important thing is that you two found your way back to each other and can enjoy things like this together.
Yep, you're right.
I'm sorry, you two. I didn't mean to bring up any...
Think nothing of it. No one here...
Looks like the next part of our script is here.
Perfect timing. The situation was...
From Claren's face, I really can't tell if it's good news or bad news.
Water continues to drip from the ceiling. In this lightless dungeon, you lack a reliable way to tell how much time has passed. Eventually, you get used to the unpleasant odor of straw, mold, and rust, and find yourselves alternating between fits of drowsiness and despair. Suddenly, you hear footsteps outside the door.
Heads up, everyone. Someone's...
Gather close, everyone, and keep your voice down.
The guard captain.
Who are you?
Almost guaranteed.
I work as a guard in these dungeons, but my true identity is the same as your own. I'm also a Marashose hunter.
Huh?
Shh! I've already sent away the other guards, but if we make...
I understand, but how can...
The king has issued a formal decree. In light of the irrefutable proof of your crime, you're to be executed before tomorrow's sunrise.
Executed? We barely did anything!
Monsters appearing at the same location as the treasure.
There will be time for speculation once we're out of here. As for my infiltrating the capital was difficult, and finding a chance to speak with you has taken a lot out of me. I could go on, but I think we can all agree that now is not the time.
Have you seen our weapons anywhere, sir?
Don't worry, I brought them with me. They're just behind the door. Still, his faction is too powerful. The guards are all under his control, and he's even stationed a number up to defeat him. You must find a secret vault. It is said that within that vault, the Marachose hunters of the past left behind a treasure with the power to defeat the sorcerer.
You're not coming with us?
No, I'll remain in the dungeons to deal with the guards. I'll try as long as my identity is not revealed, I'll be able to—
In that case...
Thank you for your concern. I will do my utmost. As for the location of the vault, here, this map should lead you there.
Got it.
All right, once I open the door, remember to stick close and refrain from making any noise. You now have the chance to restore the honor and legacy of the Marachose, and be sure to exercise caution.
With the help of the guard, you successfully escape the dungeons. Your...
Wait, we didn't get to use our skills at all while we were in prison. Who knows when we're gonna get the chance to use that cool summon spell?
That is a pity, but we can only continue to move forward.
Give me that chicken. Welcome in, welcome in.
This should be the place marked on the map.
This bit of rock certainly looks suspicious.
Well, I'd say an investigation's in order then. Plus...
Did she really just blow it up?
Wow, you really meant that!
Before you lies a serene stretch of open water, its surface shimmering a...
Well, guess this...
Here we go.
What's the matter?
It's nothing. As you step into the cave, you find yourself in an eerily quiet space. Before you lies a narrow passageway that appears to trail off endlessly into the distance.
Wow, this must be where the treasure is hidden!
But this door is blocking our way in. It almost looks like it...
Huh. What have we got down here? A kind of mechanism connected to the door.
A pattern on a stone door.
Is something wrong, Clar—
After a long, difficult journey, you finally arrive at the location indicated by your map. It appears your surroundings are exceedingly quiet and serene, as if the secret that slumbers here has never once been disturbed. If you...
that description makes Paimon feel kinda bad for disturbing this place.
We're doing this for the sake of the people, to free them from the evil sorcerer. I say it's time for this treasure to once again see the light of day.
Linny's right. We need to keep going. The future of the kingdom depends on it. The next part of the story requires us to solve...
Yes, that... Something feels off about all this.
something here, too.
Same here. It worked!
Something just appeared. Some kind of new mechanism, maybe?
By solving the puzzles, you prove yourselves worthy of inheriting the secret at the end of each puzzle.
With?
A key.
Oh, it must be the key to the big door.
Huh? This is one of the Marechaussee Hunter keys that are passed down from generation to generation. It is said that 4 keys in total are required to form the final, complete key. And it's...
Huh?
You hear a few strange noises. Suddenly...
Huh? What's going on? Did we fall?
For the sake of immersion, please close your eyes, everyone. Without the torches, the space is now completely dark, and you cannot see anything.
But Paimon can still see a little bit over here. Oh, right. Sorry.
Suddenly, you hear the sound of...
There's someone else here.
I've been discovered then.
Wait.
You recognize the voice as belonging to the guard who led you to this place. It appears he now
Oh, so this is just part of the script. Well, if we can't see anything, that means we can't fight
Judging by the way he's holding his sword, he must be a
retreat! That's not the Hunter way. If it's dark...
Your choice is noted. Please keep your eyes closed until I tell you the torches have been relit. This battle will be in the dark.
You got it!
Well then, let us begin.
She about to slap the fuck out of this guy.
Loaded.
I'd like to try to hit him with my sword.
Your strike is successful.
Ha! You're facing a veteran...
Is he still standing? Couldn't...
I love it.
Is it over? Can we open our eyes now?
The enemy is strong and relentless.
What about now?
Final strike. Ha!
Well, did we get him?
Warm fire flickers across the walls once more. Your vision is now clear. In an impressive display of courage, the 4 of you successfully defeat the uninvited guest. That look in his eyes. It's like he became an entirely different person as soon as I defeated him.
Huh? Mr. Florian? Oh, wait. We're supposed to be role-playing. Speak your name, guard. Why did you lead us here just to betray us? Is this treasure really more important to you than bringing peace?
What kingdom? What peace? I, Florian, am a true Marechaussee hunter, descended from hunters of ages past.
So he's also using his real name. Or, wait, was that the name?
Then I'm even more confused. If you truly are a Marechaussee hunter, shouldn't you—
What do you know? In this day and age, there's no glory to be had as a Marechaussee hunter.
What's that supposed to mean?
My skills were passed down to me by my father, We lived a life of obscurity in the remote wilderness. Still, he devoted everything he had to being a marechaussee. And what did he get in return? A life of poverty and pain. In a world that the marechaussee hunters were the ones who saved this city. We're heroes! We deserved more recognition and respect than this!
Is he talking about how no one in the capital seems to remember the hunters and their legacy? I didn't
So that's why you want to take the treasure for yourself? You feel like
If you already knew where the treasure was located, why didn't you just come down here?
Because I still needed the final key.
Only a true marechaussee hunter is capable of passing through this final door. As someone who sought to hurt others for his own gain.
Okay, but what is this treasure anyway? We've got.
You're sure you want to go in?
We've been talking about it for so long. Of course we want.
And we've already defeated Florian, right? So he won't.
Watch yourself.
Then let's open the door together.
All right.
That's funny.
Before you, the door to the treasure,
Kinda makes you wonder what he did
sealed
to
and
those other
undisturbed
then.
for more than 100 years, finally swings open. You hear the shrill wail of the door hinge as it rotates for the first time after years of disuse. Almost like a sleeping giant letting out an extended yawn. You get the impression that the secrets buried behind this door might be just as heavy as the sound you just heard.
It's open! Come on, let's go in! Paimon wants to see what's inside!
Ooh, me too!
Ugh, uncovering hidden treasure is the most.
A stone tablet?
You call this a treasure vault?
Maybe the troop ran out of
They provided a super immersive experience at the beginning only to drop the ball at the most important part? They could have at least filled this place.
Wait, I get it now.
Huh?
This is it? The marechaussee hunter treasure?
Whoa, are you...
The marechaussee hunter before you appears to suffer a serious mental breakdown. He needs to. One of you seems to understand the significance of the treasure already. If the rest of you wish to follow suit.
Walter.
What is the treasure?
Ah,
The old and broken way.
So, how are you doing?
What?
Do you remember how you got here? Or...
I remember now. I brought you here because I wanted to...
You mean these?
Huh? How did you...
I could tell something was off the moment I stepped into this cave, so I kept an eye out.
So the strongest champion duelist in all of Fontaine saved the day once again. Guess I shouldn't be surprised.
I deserve some answers, don't you think? Everything you said earlier sounded like the truth. Luckily, your monologue was dramatic enough to convince my friends you were just role-playing.
I don't know. I just always felt like there was something in my heart that didn't belong to me. Something agitated and angry. The feelings about my father and the other marechaussee hunters are real. It just wasn't fair. I was angry. I don't know when it started, but at some point, my anger came to completely consume me. At that point,
But if the treasure was all you cared about, why plant all those explosives? Wouldn't they just...
I can't remember. My head is a mess. It felt...
From your description, I suspect you were dealing with a devorator.
Devorator?
Oh, your master... your father, I mean. Never talked about it?
No, I've heard of it. I'm just not sure why. Wait, it can't be.
The seal?
My family has served as marechaussee hunters for many generations. But the title and swordsmanship weren't the only things passed. My father instructed me to always watch over that seal and maintain it regularly. He said it had been passed down, but I neglected that duty after he died. I finally decided to come—
The Devorator would be a formidable adversary for any mortal being. Even if you lacked the power to completely destroy it, you could easily fall prey to its influence and corruption. In light of this, some Marashose hunters chose to seek—
I heard it has the power to amplify the obsessions and desires in people's hearts, to the point where they overtake you entirely.
And yet, you were able to retrieve 3 of the 4 keys. If I remember correctly—
One of them belonged to my father. The second I stole from a different hunter. And the third was one that I snatched while the person was on the way home from the town. I know just how strong you are. It's as clear as day to everyone in Fontaine. I observed you from dusk to dawn, but could never find any opportunity to sneak up on you. The only way I could think to obtain that last key was to lure you here using your hobby, and then—
I won't comment on anything.
Well, I did pour my heart and soul into it. The stories my father used to tell me about the glory of the heroic Marashose hunters, and how they came to be forgotten.
It's more than just a story.
Huh?
You're proud to be a hunter. You're still holding on to—
I have done so many
Then explain the purpose of the evil sorcerer in your story. Isn't he the true antagonist? The one who sought nothing but his own gain, and used the people as pawns to attain it? In your heart of hearts, he was the one you—
But I've already tainted my sword.
Wake up, Florian. Remember how you introduced yourself earlier. Do you really think the hunters acted out of a desire for honor and glory? Or to be loved and acknowledged by the people? What did your father teach you about our order? You do not wield your sword for yourself, but to protect those you serve. There's nothing— Do you still not understand? Even after seeing the treasure for yourself?
You're right. I am a—
I wouldn't be so quick to put—
I know. That's a charge I won't bother to
Good. Then, come with me, and help me see the script through to the end.
Huh? See the script through—
Never finished.
No, I mean, I wrote the script with the sole purpose of luring you all—
Then we'll just have to keep writing it. The evil sorcerer still—
You mean the Devorator? Are you saying I have to—
Is that really so hard? You've already written most of it. Surely you can write an ending where the hunt—
You aren't afraid your party will fall into danger?
I know what my friends are capable of, and they're all quite skilled. Besides—
Then, are you going to tell them—
I don't intend to spoil the fun. Sometimes, protecting—
They're back!
That took a while.
Ahem! My fellow Marashose—
Tone it down.
Sorry.
After crossing swords with you and witnessing your courage in battle, I've rediscovered my true self and regained my pride as a Marashose hunter.
Oh, do I smell a redemption?
I confess, I was brainwashed by the evil sorcerer. He asked—
That little— Wait, you're saying all of that wasn't—
That's right. He's adept at manipulating the hearts and minds of the people. I fell under his influence because I did—
And how are you going to prove that you're a changed man?
To be perfectly honest, I only came to my senses after seeing the treasure. The treasure was actually—
The names of all the Marashose hunters from
Wait, you already know?
Of course. Don't underestimate a veteran role player's exploration skills.
We just finished reading through the content of the stone tablet.
That tablet recorded the lives of some fascinating people. For she inherited the responsibilities of the Golden Hunter and passed judgment on many people. But in private, she had a very easygoing personality. Her favorite.
So, she was just like you.
Oh, you really think so?
Well, when you put it that way, I suppose I also have a few things in common with this. Working as an executioner, he supposedly used a countless number of tricks to confound his enemies in battle. Oh, if only I could have seen the feats of magic he pulled off back then.
Their lives were all so exciting. You could write so many cool books about their accomplishments.
Because they chose to be. To hunt monsters that only appear in the shadows, you must also operate in the dark.
Then this stone tablet must have been left behind.
That's right. Few Marechaussee hunters ever revealed their identity to the public. They always protected the city. The only time they spoke of their accomplishments would be at night, when they gathered with their fellow hunters in front of the bonfire.
So, this tablet was created not so that the hunters would be remembered by the people.
No wonder this place was so well hidden.
You regard the stone tablet in solemn silence. The names of your comrades etched onto its surface. So the tablet proves that, although a hunter walks a shrouded path, it is not a solitary one. Their legacies shall continue to be passed down from generation to generation, as everlasting as the stone onto which their names are carved.
Father, you once told me that I should seek out the treasure if I ever became lost. So this... Thank you, my friend. I implore you, everyone, please give me a chance to make up for all I've done. Allow me to fight alongside you and defeat the evil sorcerer that threatens the peace and prosperity of everyone in this kingdom.
Well, sounds good to me too. Everyone makes mistakes.
I have no objections, but Mr. Flor...
When he took over my mind, I gained some insight into his thoughts. Every time I thought of the treasure, he reacted with a strong sense of fear.
Huh? He's afraid of the treasure?
What if the secret's hidden in a GM?
She got a 16.
At first glance, the weapons appear absolutely ordinary. But these blades have slain countless monsters. Though it's been a long time since they were used in battle, their edges remain sharp, as if they're simply waiting for the...
So basically take these with us, right?
I'll take this weapon, since it used to belong to Est. Maybe it'll find comfort in being held by someone...
Ah, good idea. I'll take Mr. Walter's bow then, from one archer magician to another.
Paimon's gonna pick a cool...
As you grip your weapons, you can almost feel the will of past hunters coursing through your being. It's a feeling of courage,
Mr. Florian, do you know where to find the evil...
I was able to see his surroundings when our minds were connected. I believe he's currently hiding out at the church in the kingdom. We must be extremely careful. He's spent so long living among monsters that he's now taken the form of one. He will not be easily defeated.
Then why don't we explore some more and try to find some higher level gear? We don't want to just...
No, we have to strike now. He was greatly weakened when I managed to...
I agree with Mr. Florian. We've got to act while we have the advantage.
Yeah, now that we've got a plan, there's no point in waiting. The longer this drags on...
Yes, that's what's called... Yes.
All right, you've persuaded Paimon.
Mr. Florian, please, lead the way.
Of course.
He had to set up so many scenes today, and now he has to...
Finally, you decide to slay the evil sorcerer, and as you walk away, you feel the gaze of the stone tablet at your back.
Shit, I wonder if we're fucking meant to hear back from there. Damn, all the way back over here? Is it underneath? No, it's not.
Finally, you arrive at the church Florian described. As you approach, an ominous aura surrounds you.
How strange. This uneasy...
Now, it is time for the final battle.
Let's go!
Florian, wait.
What's wrong?
I think you should wait outside. You've already been corrupted by the Devorator once. I don't think it's a good idea for you to be this close. If it corrupts...
That's exactly why I have to go. Yes. I intend...
That's too risky. If things get out of hand, I might...
I understand. But if I do this, you'll have a clear... The Devorator will have a hard time passing up a chance to enter a body it knows how to control. You won't have to worry. You're not like me, Miss Clorand. You're a just and powerful Marechaussee hunter. The monster broke free due to my error. It's only right that I shoulder the responsibility for its destruction. This is... something that I have to do. Consider it a duel to restore my honor. My only request...
Then, as a champion duelist, I hereby accept your request for a duel. The battle is now upon us. Let the Devorator once again tremble under...
Time to go.
Huh?
And now it's a cutscene.
So lifelike.
This foe is not invincible. You hold the treasure. The power to defeat it in your own 2 hands.
The treasure? You mean... the names! It's the Marechaussee Hunters' names!
How are we supposed to...
You forget, Paimon? There's still one skill we saved until the very end.
Hunters fight not for fame, but to aid the people whenever they are summoned.
Walter the Marechaussee Hunter, master of 1,000 tricks, executioner of the Phantom Hunters, I call for aid!
Est, the Marechaussee Hunter, inheritor of Cassiodor's will, judge of the Shadow Hunters. Answer my call!
So do I tell them?
Petronia, protector of justice and order.
Oh.
The hunter I respect the most. Thank you for saving my friend, the best one I'll ever know. Please, lend us your strength.
Is she summoned? That would be crazy. Oh.
We have come to answer your summons.
Okay, so that's unique.
And so,
the fact that her fucking,
the
she
monsters
wasn't
were
summoned
eradicated,
means that her
and the
master is still
sorcerer was
alive.
defeated.
Interesting.
Peace soon returned to the capital. Those in the court, manipulated by the sorcerer, also recognized the error. Some remembered the names of the heroes who saved their kingdom, but others simply continued their lives none the wiser. Such is the story of the Marechaussee Hunters. They will always protect the city and those within it even should all memory of their accomplishments be forgotten by the very people. Yes, you've reached.
It's a pretty solid story overall. I thought it was just an ordinary adventure at first, but that final battle is special.
Oh, right. That's a really good point. I never expected the weapons we picked up from that.
Yeah, mine nearly scared the daylights out of me when it started glowing. I took a good look at it after we got out, but I don't think it ever lit up again. Oh, we should probably give these props back.
Did you have a good...
Of course. Let me...
Sure, nope.
Then I'll head back for now. I think I need some time to fully digest. Once Mr. Florian is awake, please pass on my regards to him.
You're right. He's had a lot to deal with.
Well, see you all some other time.
She's the only one that did figure it out.
Okay, so...
I think it should be fine, yeah.
What in the world?
That time in the cave when you told us to close our eyes?
I was dying of curiosity the entire time. I mean, you did a pretty bang-up job of pretending nothing had gone wrong.
Guess none of us wanted to be the one to break the illusion.
What are you all talking about?
Oh, wait. Don't tell me Paimon never... Oh, this is all my fault.
Bit late.
You're saying everything that happened back...
It's probably more accurate to say this was never a real scripted story to begin with.
What?
So loud.
Hey, you! Get up right now and explain yourself!
Oh, that's hilarious.
Did Paimon just hear that right? You guys made up that... It's not nice to lie to people, but... Paimon's gotta admit, that was a really good story, Florian.
Yeah, it was like watching a magician improvise a spectacular magic trick.
If Paimon knew something was wrong with that vault, she would have floated straight in the opposite direction.
Everything was under control.
As if you've ever described a situation as being out of control. I'm pretty sure any situation you consider to be easy to handle would scare a reason.
Guess I'm just used to it.
You must run into a lot of unexpected situations then.
As for you, Florian...
I know there's no excuse for what I did. Altered myself.
I would say you've already suffered. You may have been blinded by fame and fortune in the beginning, but your actions during the final battle had proven you'll be far more used to the city above ground than below. Your job as a hunter is more important.
POV chat.
But...
Of course, you'll still need to take the keys and pay a personal visit to the 2 hunters you wronged. Prepare to accept any terms they give you as well.
Yes, of course.
As far as I'm concerned, though, your showing in the duel was enough to prove your honor.
Then I'll do exactly as you... Thank you so much, everyone. I'll do my best to prove myself worthy of the second chance you've given me. I swear this on my name and honor as a... Until we meet again.
Speaking of Marashose hunters, what should we do about the treasure in that cave?
Leave it be.
Are you sure? We could show it to people. Make it so that the hunters are...
No. Every name on that tablet made the same choice. All hunters know what the path entails. I am no exception. My identity as a Marashose hunter is not something I need people to remember. I wish only to be recognized as a champion duelist. Nothing more.
That's certainly very different from the path of a magician. Still, I admire your decision.
Wait! Paimon just remembered something. If there were no special effects involved, why did our weapons begin to glow during the battle?
That's because the Marashose hunters of ages past would often imbue their weapons with special enchantments to suppress the monsters. Whenever a monster was nearby, their weapons would start to glow.
Oh, so that's why they had an effect on that guy near the end. I really thought the summons were doing all the work.
Well, I'm sure the summons were a part of it too.
Oh? How so?
This particular Devorator probably hailed from the same era as the hunters we saw in the room. The names you recited all belonged to the bravest hunters. Countless monsters fell to their blades. That's likely why the Devorator visibly reacted when you said them out loud.
So the names held the power all along!
Navia, everything you said during...
Huh? Oh, I meant what I said. I mean, it was true to my character, so yeah, I'm glad you heard it. Just don't make me repeat myself.
I really appreciated those words.
All right. Don't get all sentimental on me. Anyway, let's not talk about that anymore. I'm going to go on ahead. Don't fall too far behind.
She ran off!
I should probably head back as well. This story was truly incredible. I might have to spend the whole night telling my siblings all about it.
Traveler, should your name and deeds be forgotten, what do you think the significance of your journey will be?
I suppose the significance would be the journey itself and the world we helped create. There's still value in the time I shared with everyone here, in the things we were able to accomplish, even if no one remembers them.
A great answer. I'll remember it. Me? The Marashose hunter says nothing in response to that question. Perhaps her answer lies in her silence, an unspoken vow left to echo through the night. The path she walks needs no explanation.
Whoa, the academia sure is busy during the day. But where should we go?
Traveler, Paimon.
Sino! It's been so long since we last saw you!
As do you. You don't seem weary at all from your travels. If anything, you seem stronger. So, what brings you back here?
Oh, nothing in particular. Paimon just saw a really big mushroom out on the road the other day and suddenly missed all our friends in Sumeru.
Funnily enough, we were reminiscing about you recently too. It was at a group dinner. I look forward to hearing about your travels. Something
Really? You were thinking of us?
Indeed. Or as I call it, the biryani factor. You really want me to say the rest? Okay. It's always rice to meet stew again.
Oh, darn, he said it.
You like that one, huh? You must if you remember it after all this time. Admit the truth. You have long been in awe of my razor-sharp wit.
All right. Here's your 500 Mora.
You're exaggerating. It's only 500 Mora.
Hey, 500 Moras!
All right. Anyway, I'm actually investigating a case right now. My mind is focused on work, which is why I didn't complete the...
A case? What happened?
Nothing major. But after finding out who was involved, I decided, on reflection, to handle this one myself.
Need any help? We only came here to hang out, so we've got the time. You may as well take us with you, and then when you're done, we can,
Such enthusiasm. Are you worried I'll forget about treating you to some sweets if you're not around to remind me?
What? No! All right, was it really that obvious?
Obvious enough. Still, it's a fine idea. You are the heroes of Sumeru. It makes perfect sense to work together. All right, follow me. Do you see him? The old man flailing around?
Oh, is he the one you wanted to talk to about the case?
Correct. His name is Cyrus, a former Spontamot sage. He taught both me and Lisa.
Huh? Sino's teacher is in trouble?
It's ridiculous. I'm just an old man who enjoys a spot of gardening, shopping, and wine. What sort of person targets an old retiree?
Professor, I've brought some friends.
Ah, Sino. Now who do we have here? Hold on, let me think. A flying fairy dressed in white? A youth who does not seem to hail from this land? My goodness. You must be the legendary traveler in Paimon. I've heard all about what you've done for Sumeru.
Wow, looks like we're really famous.
I've told him about you before. You are my friends, after all. That's right. Let me summarize the situation. A couple of days ago, Professor Cyrus suddenly received a threat letter.
A threat letter?
Exactly. Who sends a threat letter to an old man like me, for goodness sake?
This is the letter in question.
Cyrus, I have uncovered your secret. If you wish to prevent it from going public, leave 10 million Mora at the back door of the cafe. Secondly, don't come looking for me. You'll never find me. But I will always be watching you and all of your... Wow, they sure didn't mince their words.
Clearly, this person must be desperate for Mora.
10 million Mora. I'm just a single retiree with nothing to my name beyond the tomatoes in my garden. Where do people think I'm hiding 10 million Mora, huh? In my tomatoes?
There were no witnesses, so currently the letter is all we've got. So, Traveler, Paimon, let's put our heads...
Paimon's ready, too!
All right, take a look. Do you see...
Yes. Some of the strokes are blurry.
So is there something wrong with the ink?
Possibly. And I bet the paper...
Most of the paper around here is much smoother than this, and the ink is absorbed quickly so it doesn't run. This paper, meanwhile, it's very coarse.
It's certainly not the same paper as we use in the academia, but the ink is nothing special. Just regular black ink that gets a blue tinge when applied to paper.
So do we think the culprit has a connection with the academia or not? Wait, check this out! Looks like this...
Agreed. The staining suggests it was a colored liquid, not plain water.
A colored liquid.
Looks like we're thinking along similar lines. Let's go talk to Araf. There are some things I'll need him to take.
Mahamatra Sino. Sir Cyrus. Ah, and the Traveler and Paimon. It's been a while.
I'm gonna put the conversation on play.
As such, I'm inclined to believe that the culprit in this case is a student at the academia. Somebody young and strapped for cash. Oh, one last thing. I'd start your investigation by taking a look at the cafes in the city.
You think the culprit spilled their coffee on the ladder, huh?
They do look like coffee stains to me. Also, if I'm not mistaken, the letter is written on a type of scented paper that has aromatics added during the manufacturing process. The kind often provided as writing material for customers in cafes and taverns.
Ah, of course! Yes, like they sell in the gift shops. I remember now. Zaha Hadid bought some a while back. She said she was going to use it as wrapping paper for a vase.
Understood. I'll assemble a team to investigate the points of interest immediately.
You have my gratitude.
One last thing. Send some Matra to guard the entrances and exits of Sumeru City. And change into plain clothes. Don't let them see you coming.
Will do.
Great thinking, Sino. So, where do we think the culprit's at? Yeah, they've probably been lying low at home waiting to...
You're right.
Really?
The culprits approach. Whatever happens, they need this Mora. But just because they warned Professor Cyrus not to go to the Matra, doesn't mean they know what he'll do next. So, and crucially, the culprits said they'd be watching the
Huh? Wait, are you saying...
Found you!
What are you doing?
You wrote the threat letter!
I don't know what you're talking about. What threat letter?
I sensed someone was watching us from the shadows the moment we entered the House of Dana. You managed to stay relatively well hidden for someone reckless enough to threaten Professor Cyrus. There are a lot of people here, but we were looking specifically for Araf. Whoever followed us the whole way was likely to be the culprit.
I was just listening in, that's all. You know something big's going down when Mahamatra Sino shows up, right? So I got a little curious. What's the big deal?
You smiled when Araf left. I saw it as clear as day.
Is smiling a crime now?
There are coffee stains on the letter. You mixed some coffee with water, gently smeared it onto the paper, then wiped it off with a wet cloth. All to create the impression that the letter was written at a cafe. Closing off the exits to the city doesn't affect you, because you already live here. And as long as the Matra were focused on the cafes, you would be free from scrutiny. The cafe was a red herring all along. You had to be somewhere where you could monitor the professor's movements.
You can't pin this on me! I haven't done anything!
Really? Then why are you shaking like a leaf? The innocent have no reason to fear the Matra. But you... your heart's racing, and your eyelids are twitching. You're a terrible liar.
I would never...
Don't try anything or you'll pay the price. Now come with me.
Well, that was over quickly. Sino already cut.
You're telling me. One minute I go out for a quick smoke, the next minute I see Arav already on his way back to meet up with Sino. Looked like a young guy, too. Couldn't have been much more than 30. But after what he's done, I'm afraid he's ruined his...
Everyone, it's all over.
Gosh, that was...
The culprit's name is Uraka, a 16-year-old student in the Ratawe Darshan.
Huh?
16? Cyrus thought he looked 30-something.
We checked his records. He's 16, a third-year student.
But he looks so old.
Yeah, serious.
Foolish child. He's too young for the criminal life. What?
We question the culprit regarding his motive.
Oh, just spit it out.
Very well. It's our understanding that Araka is a mediocre student who has been underperforming in his classes. He started taking extra tutoring to improve his grades, but developed a gambling habit around the same time and lost. Down on his luck, he went to the tavern for a drink and overheard some people chatting about Sir Cyrus's comfortable retirement. They mentioned that he's always arguing about his tomato...
Some old woman on the street? Goodness gracious. Has that rascal attended a single one of his classes? That old woman is Kasharwar's very own professor, Zaha Hadi. How can he not know who Zaha Hadi is?
Is this going somewhere?
Oh, right, yes. So another thing. We don't just argue about tomato plants. And what are they trying to insinuate by comfortable retirement? A man grows a few vegetables and suddenly he's living a life of luxury?
Maybe it's more the fact that you have the time to grow vegetables in the first place.
Araka mentioned he'd heard a rumor, alleging that Sir Cyrus illegally obtained a large sum of money from the desert before retiring, and kept it for himself instead of reporting it to the academia. Araka believes this money to be the reason why Sir Cyrus hasn't kept up with any academic research or other projects since his retirement. And given your advanced age...
Oh, Araka. I'm at a loss for...
People make up rumors all the time. I am quite confident that Professor...
Arav, you'll have to find some excuse to interrogate Araka again later. I need you to deliver a few firm fistfuls to him on my behalf.
I completely understand how you feel, Sir Cyrus, but I'm afraid that course of action goes against the Matra's principles.
Professor.
Oh, come on. I was clearly joking.
Okay. Where does this go from here?
The academia will determine the appropriate disciplinary action against the student. And as for the individual spreading rumors about the professor's obsession with tomatoes and some old woman on the street...
Who said I'm obsessed with some old woman on the street? Mind your wording or you'll start a whole new rumor. You seem confused. Oh, don't you? Uraka is just a young boy who made a very rash and very stupid decision based on some groundless rumor he heard. Besides, I didn't actually hand over any Mora to him. The whole thing sounds a lot worse than it is. All it costs me is a little reputational...
Please rest assured, Professor, that the academia will...
Yes, I have no doubt about that. But as a former educator, I'd still like to have a serious conversation...
Correct.
We looked into the family. Both parents are merchants, and they're often away on business.
Oh, what a mess. You don't have to seal the evidence away yet, do you? I'd like to have that letter back for the time being, if possible. I need something concrete. We have to show them how serious...
The relevant authorities have already reviewed the evidence and are now discussing Araka's punishment. You can hold...
Oh, so you'll be able to...
Give or take. Cases like this are quick to...
Very good. Well, thank you for all your help. Perhaps...
My apologies, Sir Cyrus, but I have a prior commitment.
Ah, I see. Well, that's a pity. But Sino, you have... Ah, and isn't Tainari in town at the moment?
Wait, you mean Tainari's in the city?
He is. Tainari's master, Sir Nephis, called him and Kale to the academia to help out on a project. Though I must say, I'm surprised you're extending an invitation to Tainari. Did you do something to offend Sir Nephis?
Don't be outrageous. Nephis offends me all the time. Anyway, hurry up and fetch Tainari. Go on now.
Nah, this Professor Cyrus dude is being fishy now. Why would you want a letter? Why would you want the letter? You gonna destroy that shit? I feel like he's gonna destroy that shit.
Not to brag, but we never had problems like this at Ratawa Hist back when I was still teaching. And if you don't want to take they were students at the time. They'll tell you what it was like.
I was out in the forest at least 4 days a week back then, thanks to a colossal workload from Master. It wrought havoc on my poor tail, so I didn't exactly keep up to date with what was going on. Most of what I know, I heard from Sino after the fact.
Professor's become a lot more laid back in his retirement. He used to be far stricter.
Wow. It's hard enough to stay true to your principles as a normal...
It's a pity Kale wasn't around at the time. I would have happily...
And then we'd have one more person who has to address Lisa as upper-class woman.
Really? Can't you just call her Lisa? She seems to prefer it when people treat her...
Oh, believe me. Back when she was a student, nothing made...
Whoa, more food? Are you sure about this? We don't want to take advantage.
Oh, don't worry about it. Order whatever you like. And if it's not enough, or...
I thought I heard some familiar voices. Ah, and Sir Cyrus is here as well.
Oh, Kaveh, it's been a while. Zahahadi was talking about you last month.
I've been all right, thank you. You're looking very well, sir.
Have you eaten yet?
That's awfully kind of you, but I had a late lunch, so I'm not really hungry just yet. I just came to Lombard's to buy some wine, and when I heard some voices I recognized... So what's the occasion, anyway?
Consolation, more.
Sounds like things have really gone downhill since I was there. My whole time as a student, I've never...
I can't believe how young the guy is.
Young people are always more susceptible to making rash and ill-advised decisions. Their minds are still developing. It's just an unfortunate fact of life. But still, this boy has some nerve. Just look at...
Wow, yeah.
I will always be watching you and all of your secrets.
If this were my son, he'd...
Luckily, I'm also...
Kaveh! Your order's ready, sir!
Coming. I'll have to get going. Have a nice evening, everyone. I'll catch you all another time.
Okay, bye-bye!
Here I am. The coffee beans are in here, too?
Yep, it's all there. I'll stop babbling away now.
Oh, too tasty.
Oh, mine too. I'll have to walk.
Thanks for dinner, Sir Cyrus. Master Tainari and I will bring you some homemade herbal tea next time. It'll...
Well, I look forward to that. In fact, could I trouble you to bring a little extra?
No problem at all. I'll pack some...
I'll see you all later.
Good night, Professor. Don't let those tomatoes...
Hey, my tomatoes are serious business. I am not about to be beaten by Zahahadi. Anyway, I'll be leaving now. Don't stay up too late now, children. I bid you all...
Take care! Have a safe trip!
All right.
What do you mean, us time?
Well, I was talking with Tainari and Kale, and since we all have some free time, we thought we could all go camping.
Oh, that sounds fun! Pirate's in! Wait, no! That's my job! Don't take can't get away from me. Why don't you and Paimon help out Master or Sino? You don't have to play the hero when you're out with us. This is your chance to just...
Everyone, let's meet tomorrow after. No need to bring anything. We've already packed everything for the trip.
You got it! We'll be...
Great. Then we'll...
I figured we were gonna follow that, man. Ain't no way you're gonna tell me that Bear's not gonna be doing something fishy.
Time to set off! Wow, you guys are ahead of the game. You set up the tents already.
I'd say we're right about on schedule, actually. We were aiming to have...
Traveler, Paimon, let's go fishing together. But you got it. Dinner's on us tonight. I hope I can contribute too. The other forest watchers gave me some fishing tips a little while.
I saw some very appetizing mushrooms in the area, so I gathered a few for us. I'll...
Wow, camping with a forest watcher is the way to go. They think of everything.
This is true. I don't think I've ever had a single rough day in this forest.
So?
Well, there's been some high points and low points, but...
I see. Oh, in that case, you should try a valberry. I bought some from the market.
A valuable suggestion. Just don't bury your feelings using food.
This man is terrible.
All I wanted was to recommend something bittersweet.
Oh, I have a sudden craving for fruit tea. I'm gonna go fetch some stuff. Bye!
She sure made a run for it.
Unbelievable. She made a run for...
So Kale chose the path of tactical retreat. Could it be she foresaw what shall soon come to pass?
Gotta love it when we would have thought the same thing.
My dear friend, you know what I am about to say. Excellent. A kindred spirit. A great warrior can sense when a duel is nigh. But it looks like we'll get told off if we start playing now. Let's enjoy the nature for a while longer.
I love the interactions in this game, dude.
We got a bite!
I'll reel it in.
Firewood, spices, snacks, and drinks. Everything's ready. Once Kale gets back, we can let...
Is she still not back yet? Ruh-roh.
There are 3 tents. Which one do you two want to take?
How about the one on the left? Well, Paimon just thinks the ambiance...
True. But it's also the closest to the water. If there...
Well, that's no good. Take...
Anyone would think you were sealing the gates to King Deshret's mausoleum.
Excellent. Then this tent will be an impenetrable fortress.
I'm back! How's your appetites? Ready for the barbecue? Always. Oh, it smells so...
Someone sure is desperate to eat. I think it's time.
Wait, what? Isn't that just for steaks?
Hey, if it works for steak, maybe...
Medium well for me.
Okay, these are about ready now then. It'll be a few more minutes for anyone who wants...
Oh, that was so delicious. If Paimon's stomach had
I ate a lot too.
If you're tired, then go rest.
You must be getting sleepy too, Paimon. Why don't you guys head to your tents?
Tonight I show you mercy. Our sacred
Good night.
Paimon's struggling to keep her eyes open.
Oh, don't forget this. The staff of the Scarlet Sands.
Wait, you were actually being serious about that?
It's a very powerful weapon. Try it.
Paimon can't even lift...
Fair enough.
Yeah, Paimon's sure. We'll be fine. And even if we do get an uninvited guest...
That reminds me of a parting king of invocations. But right now, it's time.
I think they should all be here. Traveler? Paimon? Are you in there?
Look at this.
Uh-oh.
What the? What's this sword doing here? Is it
Evidently.
Huh? Who is it? Paimon's gonna take out the sword. Yeah! Oh, hey them, Kave! What are you doing here?
Sorry to wake you up at this hour of the night.
Let's get dressed and talk about it outside.
Something has come up. And since it pertains to Cyrus and Sino, I deemed it essential to
Whoa, back up. Let's start from the beginning. Where'd the wine cups go? I could have sworn I left them here. Ah, there they are.
I'll have a cup too.
Can you see if the cookies are still on the table?
They are. And so...
Oh, this is so bland. I should have gotten a few bottles of what Sino's group was drinking.
Do tell. What were they drinking?
Oh, right, I forgot to mention. So, I ran into Cyrus yesterday evening when I went to the tavern to pick up some things. He was hosting a dinner for Sino. Anyway, they got a bottle of Lombard's new vintage for the table. At least, I think that... You know what it's about, right? 16-year-old kid tried to extort Cyrus.
I heard some people talking about it on the streets, yes. Didn't take them long to catch the culprit.
I wonder what Sir Nephis and the others will... Oh, Cyrus showed me the extortion letter, too. It was crudely written, but the paper had this beautiful pattern. Give me a sec, I'll sketch it out for you. Okay, done. Take a look. You see what I mean? I don't think I've ever seen writing paper like this around before. God knows what...
Interesting. These are all motifs associated with the trial.
What?
Take this, for instance. Looks like an outline of a spire, similar to the kind found on some ancient palaces. It bears a striking resemblance to an ancient emblem. One that...
Whose emblem is it?
It's the emblem of the Temple of Silence.
After discussing it with each other, we both agreed that something didn't. This was a long way to come from the city. Alhaitham figured you were probably with Tainari, so Gandharvaville was our first stop. But the Forest Watch. Then, just as we were heading off to the campsite, we ran into Sino. He said he was on a supply.
Hold on. So what's the deal with that emblem you were talking about?
Something's up, huh? Give me a second.
So you've never heard of the Temple of Silence? Well, these days, you can find a Temple of Silence office in the Academia. Theoretically, it's responsible for the custody and disposal of information and documents, not at least, that's what they tell the outside world. In truth, it's essentially a vestigial institution nowadays. There's an office with their name. Historically speaking, the original Temple of Silence is said to have been established by Hermanubis, one of the 7 pillars of King Deshret and the greatest of all sages. Most of the organization, by contrast, none of the Academia Temple's current members are from the desert region, nor do they.
So the Temple of Silence at the Academia is...
It's possible. The real question is...
So, how do you know all this?
Did you forget? He did a stint as acting Grand Sage, and kept the pay raise even after he resigned.
Oh, yeah! Paimon did totally forget about that. So you took the chance to read all the top secret documents?
If you're asking me whether I familiarized myself with the documentation in my office, I would respond that that's a perfectly normal part of any job.
So much about this doesn't make sense. Why did the emblem of the Temple of Silence appear on a threat letter from an Academia student to Cyrus? The student's only 16, and doesn't have any family ties to the desert.
You said you ran into Sino, yes?
Yep. He ran off as soon as...
Given that Cyrus is involved, he's probably halfway... Still, we should try to catch up with him. At this hour...
If the Academia's Temple of Silence really does exist just to cover up the truth, we should pay a visit.
Yes. As the Sage of Amorta, my master ought to know the truth about their office. You can ask him to tell you what he knows.
If this situation is connected to the real Temple of Silence, the...
Kale, could I trouble you to send a message to the Core of 30? Traveler, Paimon.
Sounds like a plan.
Cyrus has been living in the city lately. He rented a place near the field so we can keep an eye on his tomato plants.
Then let's go look for him there.
Here we are.
We might be too late. Looks like nobody's home. Oh, Sino moves fast. If he was here...
I know that voice. Is that Tainari I hear?
Ah! Professor Zahahadi!
Wow, so it really is you. My goodness.
We're looking for Sino. So...
Yes, not long ago, in fact. I told him the old fool left early this morning, and I hadn't heard him come back. So we went to his place. It must have alarmed Sino, because he took off in an awful hurry after that.
Well, if Cyrus isn't at home...
Professor, did you hear that a student...
Why, yes. When I left the house that day, I noticed he was watering his flowers. I could tell something was troubling him, but he wouldn't tell me what it was. If Sino hadn't happened to visit him that day, he'd probably... After seeing the letter, Sino told him to contact the Core of 30, but Cyrus was very reluctant.
Huh? Cyrus didn't want to report it? Well, that's strange. When we saw him, he seemed pretty...
As a former sage, it's possible Cyrus still has enemies at the Academia. That's why Sino was so insistent that he report the matter to the authorities.
So Cyrus initially hoped to stop this from going public.
Oh, dear. What on earth has that old... Oh, I almost forgot. Sino left me this letter to pass on to you. He...
Thank you.
What does it say? Let Paimon take a look! My friends, this is...
Yep, that sounds like Sino. Thank you, Professor. Please, Traveler, Paimon, let's head...
Time to go. Follow the wind. Time to go. Time to go.
You're here? I thought you were going after...
We went to Cyrus's house. No one was there. Sino got there.
He didn't say where he was going?
No, he left us a letter and told us
Can't say I'm surprised.
Typical Sino. Anyway, some updates on progress on our end. I drew the emblem from memory.
I checked some ancient texts for a similar design. The one I found was a little blurry, but the similarities in the...
Yeah, and we're lucky we found anything at all. It turns out the emblem was all but lost to history.
Meanwhile, Arav managed to get Uraka to disclose his source. The one who told him about Cyrus's embezzled funds was a young man from the desert. According to Uraka, he had a striking presence and was well educated.
Apparently, the two met in the tavern over a game of cards. The guy claimed to be in the city for business. Uraka was intrigued when he heard what his new acquaintance had to say, and brought up the idea of extorting Cyrus for Mora. The guy encouraged him to go ahead with it, then handed him some pen and paper to write the letter.
I see. So it could be that this person...
So, how do we find this guy?
He doesn't know. He claims not to have seen him since that day in the tavern. The man gave him some tips on how to carry out the...
Nephis and Arav have gone to meet the Court of 30 and review the city's entry and exit. Also, Nephis admitted that the Temple of Silence and the true Temple of Silence once came to the rainforest to establish a collaboration with the academia. But, as time went by, the sages gradually became corrupt and the Temple of Silence felt that they could no longer trust the academia and ended the partnership. Ever since its inception, the Temple of Silence has been the guardians of King Deshret's civilization and belief system. They traveled throughout Sumeru, sequestering and guarding any wisdom that posed a threat to the people's livelihood. At its roots, it was a legitimate and reputable organization whose purpose was to guide people towards the...
The academia of the day knew that the split would damage their reputation if it became a matter of public knowledge. And so...
Not only that, but they managed to keep...
So how did Cyrus become acquainted with the true Temple of Silence if...
I'll bet that's the question that bothered Sino. Probably...
Whoever is behind this, getting Uraka to extort Cyrus was only the first step of the plan. Their true goal in doing so was for Cyrus...
He must have recognized it right away. That'll be why he didn't want to involve the authorities. He probably hoped to take care of the whole thing.
Since the desert is where the Temple of Silence originated, that is an I
have to go after him.
Really? Are you sure that's a good idea, with how you respond?
I should be fine, as long as I bring plenty of water. Besides, I just can't shake this ominous feeling that...
Everyone, I have news from the Core of 30.
Master!
Oh, so that's Nephis, Tainari's master? Oh, we're finally...
It's a pleasure to meet you, Traveler and Paimon.
Hey!
Several independent eyewitnesses have reported seeing Cyrus and Mahamatra Sino leaving the city at different times. Both were I was going to suggest that you join forces with the Corps of 30 in this case. However, as I'm sure you've already heard from all, the Academia has made a number of decisions throughout history that I am ashamed to talk about. It may well be that no better choice was available to them, but those actions... I won't attempt to make you understand the...
I understand where you're coming from, Master. But I'm afraid the situation might be more complicated than we thought.
Good point. If Cyrus is involved with the other side... everyone, we have...
Need our help? Whatever you need, we...
Really? Wonderful. Arav and I will continue to follow up on the lead from Uraka. Kaveh, Scribe Al-Haytham, I'd like to ask you to cover the duties of the House of Dana. Tighnari, your plan...
I am. Kaveh, I'll be okay.
Well, if you're sure...
Thank you all. Arav, let's go.
You'd better get moving. Don't forget to ask for help when you need it.
Will do. Let's go, Tighnari. Hopefully we can catch...
Knowing him, he's probably covered a fair distance already, but we
Okay, we made it to Caravan Ribat. Where should we go? Maybe we should ask the nearby...
Hold on.
Hey,
Is that Dia?
You sure you want to brave the desert alone? I mean,
It's not my first time. I'll be fine.
Cyno.
If you're really going to go through with this, then at least take our advice. When you're packing for your trip, budget for...
Makes sense.
Too late, motherfucker. We're here.
Thought we might find you here. You're trying to retrace Cyrus's steps, aren't you?
Didn't I tell you not to come after me?
Sorry, but we never agreed to that. Why would you...
Nothing personal. It's just a complex situation.
takes a special kind of person to get Cyno chasing them all the way out to Caravan Ribat. But why so coy today, huh? You only gave us his age and description. Why can't you Oh, also, hey guys, it's been a while.
Dia and Candace! So nice to see you.
You're looking well. Glad to see it. Candace and I came to Caravan Ribat on business. We ran into Cyno. Some people say they saw him. Guess he stood out as an older guy heading into the desert alone with just a sumpter beast in tow. That's gotta be one heck of a story.
Cyno, it's okay if you can't tell us anything about the case. We're here to help however you need. The more people we have working on this...
No, it's not that simple.
We spoke with Zaha Hadid. From what she said, it's pretty clear that he wants to try and solve this on his own. It won't be easy trying to find him in the desert.
Sounds like this is far more...
Still, if he started from Caravan Ribat, the chances are that his route took him past our village.
My thanks to you both. What?
Come on. No need to get all serious. Just... All right, so...
Yes, we'll handle it from here.
All right, then we'll leave you to it. Just remember.
And don't think you'd be imposing. You can depend...
Don't worry, we'll keep him out of trouble.
Hold on. There's a few things I'd like to clear up. So, after you left the...
Clearly, we've only scratched the surface of the Temple of Silence question. It doesn't surprise me at all that the one in the Academia is a fake.
Do you have any connection with the Temple of Silence?
I do. I trust you're all aware of the spirit that gives me my power. Hermanubis, the original founder of the Temple of Silence. Due to my unique constitution, I was put through a number of trials in the desert when I was younger. Later, but my memory of that time, it's a good thing that Kaveh noticed the emblem on the letter. Without that, I don't know if we would have connected I did not recognize that symbol at all. Whether that's because I've never seen it, or
Yeah, you're right. Thank goodness for Kaveh, and for all Hatham's diligence during his time as—
But Cyrus must have recognized it right away, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have had any qualms about you reporting it. Oh, maybe his connection to the Temple of
I suspect so too. Professor has never once mentioned the Temple of Silence in conversation. And whenever the conversation turns to Hermanubis and the concept of spirit indwelling, he avoids going into any depth.
Well, speaking of avoiding things, you do realize, don't you, now that we've caught up with you, you're stuck with us for the rest of the way.
I am aware. And I have accepted it. Or rather, I don't see how I could manage to ditch you en route.
That's right. Fact is, we're coming with you whether you like it or not. So the best option now is to try to look out for each other. Ha!
Fair enough. Then at least let me buy you a drink.
Works for me. All right, off we go. Let's start by seeing what the guards here...
Hello.
Mahamatra Sino?
I'm looking for someone. So I'd like to confirm any...
A man matching that description passed by Aru village not too long ago. He stopped...
Where was he going?
Let me think. He took a seat by the entrance of the village for a while, and had a brief chat with the person who came to deliver the water. Do you have a map? I can mark out the direction he was heading in...
I have one.
Great. There you go.
Thank you so much. You've
got a really good memory.
Ah, you're quite welcome. Best of luck.
Hold on. I see...
Do you think it's safe to ask?
Should be. I'll go...
No. I'll do it.
Huh? Why can't Sino go talk to them?
Given my background, appearance, and the way I dress, I might not be the most welcome visitor here. Just in case...
Ah, hello there. I hope I'm not interrupting. My friend and I are looking for an
Oh, a missing person, huh? Sure. What do you want to...
I'm just wondering if you've seen him.
So, a silver-haired guy in a long robe, culture type with thoughtful eyes.
He'd stand out like a sore...
Yeah, sounds like the kind of guy we'd remember if we...
He's looking behind me.
Uh-oh.
Your friend over there Hey! Aren't you Sino, the General Mahamatra?
Yes, that's me.
You don't seem surprised that I
It wouldn't be the first time.
Oh, you're the one looking for the...
I have a bad feeling of...
Someone's on. No need to hide it. I understand why you're wary of us. Still.
I thought you were a group of merchants.
Your henchmen don't look like much. But something tells me they...
Hey! Hear that, guys?
Suits me. As long as I get paid. Just cut to the chase already.
Alright, come with me. All of you. Don't you want to find a silver-haired, long-robed, culture type with thoughtful eyes?
So you know where he is?
Just follow me. I'll take you to him.
into the wind. Clear weather all around brightens the heart. Follow the wind.
And
What? Where are you looking? There's nothing here.
please step back.
Whoa, something's coming out of the ground.
What is this enormous building doing here?
And how was it so well hidden? King,
Wait, so...
is this?
All good questions. They'll be...
This is not what Paimon was expecting to find in the desert, especially not hidden right next to an oasis. Oh, Paimon's scared. They must have kidnapped Cyrus. Do you think this is the...
What's wrong? Thinking about your professor?
I just hope for your sake you haven't done any...
Me too. Hope I haven't done anything to...
I'm pretty positive of freaking character. Yep, right there. Sethos. I remember seeing this character.
All right. You can wait here for now. I'll inform our leader that you've arrived at the Temple of Silence.
So he's just gonna leave us here unattended?
They can't have been at the oasis by chance. They were waiting for us. Who?
So this is the Temple of Silence, after leaving the rainforest.
Hey, look! That guy's coming back.
Don't worry. Someone will come and call for you soon.
What's your name?
I mean, there is some similarities.
Sorry, guess I was so delighted to see you, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Sethos. I'll be here if you need me, but I'm not planning on answering all of your questions.
So we're free?
Yep. I mean, Cyrus is here. And unless I've misunderstood...
He's right.
I thought he was Lucario.
I never imagined that the true Temple of Silence would be hidden somewhere like this. We've passed through these parts before, but...
That's King Deshret's technology for you, I guess. It borders on the miraculous. Amazing to think that it's been preserved intact.
We should be wary of our hosts. Still, at this point...
Oh, that reminds me. Let me show you my fucking midget squad. They're all short as fuck.
Hey, Sethos! Have you got some time to chat?
They're my short squad!
Sure. Although, I'm assuming by chat, you mean you have questions for me? I don't blame you. Anyone else would. Not often. The Temple of Silence is a place of quiet and solitude. We don't get too many visitors. Yes, that was me. Although, tricked is a... He insisted that nothing was off the table, even if it broke the law. So...
So you framed Cyrus for a crime?
No. That's not entirely true. Let me jog your memory. The letter just said that he had uncovered Cyrus's secret. Of course. Uraka was a great accomplice, really. Very cooperative with a little bit of wine in him. Did exactly what he was told.
Why did Cyrus leave for the dead?
You'll have to ask him that one yourself. Certain things I can't answer for. All you need to know is that he recognized our emblem. And it was his own choice to take the... What kind of question is that?
Right, but back at the Oasis, you can't have known who he was for sure, or you wouldn't have asked him. So, what we're really asking is...
I've lived in the desert my whole life.
Ugh, why does Paimon feel like this guy's not...
Come on, we've only just met. If I give you all the answers up front, you'll have nothing left. Nope, not once.
Really?
I have no need to go there. Not when the taverns are full of the Urakas of this world. Besides, we're well aware of what goes on at that place. Spies? It's not as clandestine as that. The city gates are wide open. Anyone's free to walk in. You can find out all you need to know just by walking around town and hearing the word on the street. Mm-hmm. Ah, here he is.
That looks like a female, not a him. What the fuck?
Grandfather, the person you wish to see is here.
Well done, Sethos. Greetings, one and all. I am Ba Moon, the current leader of the...
Professor!
Cyrus, are you okay?
Ah!
Watch what you're doing!
Oh, my apologies. We have no intention of causing you distress. Cyrus owes me his life, and to the Temple of Silence, he owes a debt of gratitude. I let him go a long time ago.
I wanted to end my feud with this old bag of bones. Just leave, Sino. This is a matter between us two old men. You're all...
So that's why you didn't want to report the letter. You'd made up your mind to come here from the beginning.
Some things in life catch up with you. No matter what you do. You shouldn't have...
Sino didn't make us do anything. We came here for the same reason he did. To rescue you. We'd appreciate...
My secrets are secret for good reason.
You're afraid, aren't you? You can't bring yourself to speak of your... You recognized our emblem because for many years, you lived among us. You knew as soon as you saw the letter that we, not Uraka, were the ones speaking to you. It threatened you only because you know what you did. Your own guilt convicted you. For you, Cyrus, are a traitor. You once shared your learning with us, and joined us in our mission to revive the might of Hermanubis, but then you betrayed us. You bargained for your independence with your past contributions. We both know what I said to you that day. That as the leader, I grant you permission to leave, but that one day, the sands of time will catch up with you. And when that day comes, you must pay the price you owe.
You really...
Hermanubis' might?
Does he mean you?
The moon is right. They rescued me from the brink of death once. Many years ago in the desert. When he learned that I was a scholar, he invited me to come here and revive the might of Hermanubis together. It was a great, daring plan, and one shrouded in secrecy. The Temple of Silence had been bereft of Hermanubis for too long. Bamoon proposed that we implant bar fragments, shards of Hermanubis, into the bodies of suitable vessels. If many believers volunteered themselves for the experiment. But we soon discovered that the bodies of grown adults could not withstand Hermanubis' power. One other child was identified as a suitable vessel, and his parents agreed to release him into our custody.
For many years, the Temple of Silence had been in possession of 2 Ba fragments from Hermanubis. As remnants of the test subjects were sent into a room that had been prepared for the ceremony, and instructed to approach the Ba fragments, whose power had been amplified. If, after some time, the original plan was for a 3-stage experiment: resonance, implantation, and recovery and observation. As the 2nd stage began, I realized a decision had to be made. Should we implant the fragments one at a time? This would allow us to monitor the results after the first round and adjust our plan accordingly. Or alternatively, we could... But as I was deliberating, both Ba fragments suddenly became active. They glowed with a light we had never seen before. I knew that if they were not implanted, our 2 vessels had both displayed great promise by successfully resonating with the fragments. Under the circumstances, the thought of implanting both fragments to preserve our faith and our power, we implanted each of them with...
Ultimately, I ended the...
In recognition of your past contributions, I chose not to send someone to hunt down and kill you both. I have always wanted to see you, Sino. Losing you and your...
I see. So that's how I gained my power.
Look, in essence, I borrowed your Ba fragment for a decade or so. And now you are seeking justice. But you cannot lift a finger against Sino. He is the General
I'm sure you don't remember anymore, dear Sino, but you've met us all before. You were so young then, when we all gathered around and celebrated the revival of our Lord. You and he, Sethos, you were our final hope.
You'd like me to...
As a follower of Hermanubis, I have allowed this power to remain in the rainforest for far too long. Now, it is time to reclaim it.
That power is not yours to reclaim.
You are wrong. Sino was chosen, but he was not the only...
So those are your terms for freeing the Professor?
Despise me all you want. My sins are my own. The Temple of Silence is an innocent party. It is because of my foolishness all those years ago that the Temple's glory has waned. And now I must take responsibility for the decision I made back then.
So what you're saying is, the power of 1 Ba fragment is not enough? You're asking me to return the one in my possession, so it can be...
Divine power causes great suffering to those who wield it.
He is no longer a small child. But regardless, this burden is ours to bear. And your objections...
Both my heart and mind are telling me that what you are proposing...
Don't listen to him, Sino. That power is no more yours to give than it is...
I know. But if this is a question of your freedom...
Sorry to interrupt, but in my view, there are a number of contentions here that still... Say that Sino refuses to return his power, and you also refuse to release Cyrus. Then, we are at an impasse. You're trying to gauge where we stand while keeping your remaining cards close to your chest. Well, my stance is, put the rest of your cards on the table. Then we can have...
Wait, those ears... So... We have a descendant of the Valuka Shuna in our midst. Splendid. Everything we have longed for, Hermanubis will provide. Perhaps this very day we...
Why is he coughing so much? He looks like he's in really bad
Moon! Take our leader back to his room. Grandfather, I know what you wish to say. I don't like to drag out conversation. Had Cyrus not stopped the experiment all those years ago, the plan would most likely have been a success. Still, it's no use talking about what-ifs. I'm not like my grandfather. The Temple of Silence has a grand legacy and a sacred duty to fulfill. But I see things a little differently. I don't believe the temple has the same stature that it once did. Time has worn away at its prestige and changed things, so I'm not going to force your hand. You're all free to leave. Except...
You have courage and wise judgment. I truly wish that the temple would take an objective look at the Academia and things will only continue to improve.
If you hadn't betrayed my grandfather, I might well be open to...
Tainari made a good point earlier. He said there has to be all you and Ba Moon are after is the Ba fragment. The professor will accept whatever fate you deem fit for him out of a sense of guilt. Ultimately, you want to trade...
I'm glad to see you're giving it some serious...
I won't forsake my professor. Nor do I intend to run from a problem that I must face sooner or later.
That works. Then, oh, my grandfather still has a fair few things he wants to say to Cyrus, so...
Are you sure about negotiating?
I need to think this through. Everyone lets me to get...
Alright, well, don't put too much pressure on yourself, Sino.
That man's gonna go in there by himself. How can I really see that shit coming?
Time to go.
I've taken some time to reflect on this. If I had to guess, he's a stubborn man who tends to double down when he feels strongly about something. We won't get anywhere trying to convince him to escape.
I agree. My master Nephis says the same thing. Once Cyrus makes up his mind about something, he won't listen to reason.
So that's one thing. A few other things come to mind too. You've heard all you need to hear about the Temple of Silence. My own memories of this place are hazy, though. Probably something to do with the overpowering presence of the Ba fragment. I do remember having some fleeting moments of profound emotion when vague images would appear in my mind. I was still young then, and all I could understand was that there was a strong will inside my mind. Thinking the power that came to inhabit my spirit was probably one of the cornerstones of their whole faith. So if the will and might of Herman...
You're not gonna give in to their demands, are you? Surely there has to be another way!
No. I have no intention of returning it. I need this power to protect Sumeru. So I will challenge them head-on, and win the right to...
This reminds me of something Alhaitham mentioned to me just before we left. He said that the Temple of Silence was originally founded by the rule. Kaveh has made similar observations about the desert tribes from his work trips there. He says many of them have their own internal rules. They talk about the importance of never I think we could turn that to our advantage. Go back.
Wow, and just like that!
Looks like we have the same idea. Turn it back on them now while we still can. In terms that they cannot refuse.
Great. And I know just how to start the conversation. Let's go find Sethos. We'll tell him that I know a thing or two about medicine and would like to take a look at his grandfather's condition.
Sethos. Let's...
Have you made up your mind?
We'll get to that, but first, I have some degree of medical training.
I have no objections, although we do have our own doctors here. Follow me. Keep your voices down. We don't want to disturb him.
Let's talk outside. Bamoon has fallen into a deep coma, and his prognosis is quite... He appears to have sustained a serious injury in his youth, which has been exacerbated over the years by the heavy burden of... Regretfully, I must inform you that, based on what I've seen with...
Yeah.
You're his heir, aren't you? You clearly have a lot of respect for the man. But you also see... So tell me how we can end this on your terms. Let's find a way to bring all this to a resolution while Bamoon is still alive to see...
Yeah, there's no time to waste here.
You know, the two of you are actually in a very similar predicament right now.
Right. And you didn't create this situation. They did, but somehow you...
You're right. We both look at this problem very differently. I accept, Sino. This all began because of Hermanubis. Legend has it that when Hermanubis first arrived in Tuletula, he sparred with the city's residents. He and his two companions proved that group of supporters were some of the first members of the Temple of Silence. And the sparring matches were in...
Sounds very fitting.
As a fellow vessel of Hermanubis, your ties to the Temple of Silence run deep. So
3 against 3.
However, I have some additional terms. As the challengers, you must win all 3 of your... Letting Cyrus leave with one of the Ba fragments was a mistake, made by my grandfather out of pity. It is a long-standing issue that must be addressed for the Temple of...
None needed. If I win, the Temple of Silence must release... If you win.
It's a deal. Then let's meet at the ceremonial hall.
Well, after how that went, there's definitely...
There never was. Turning back hasn't been an option for me since the moment...
You have to win. You need this power.
Yeah, that's right! Besides, it stayed with you ever since you were a small child. Surely...
Both, yeah. When you put it that way. I've had to overcome a lot to tame...
Exactly!
The Traveler and I will never lose.
And neither shall I. The desert was home to an ancient and great civilization that, for a variety of reasons, fell out with the civilization of the rainforest. It's just as... But there must be personal factors at work here, too. I can't shake the feeling that Bamoon cares for many more things than he lets on.
Time to go. Follow the wind.
We gather on this day to perform once more the rite of duels with the greatest of all sages, Lord Herman. This is our most sacred of ceremonies, and no disruption from the audience shall be tolerated. It is incumbent upon all to observe the duel with the utmost respect, representing the
Grandfather, you're here.
A rite of duels, after all.
I know what I'm doing, Grandfather.
Representing the Academia,
Ready. We will.
Warriors, take your position. We come not to debate what brings our challengers here, nor what will become of the defeated duelists. Duelists, the might of Herman Nubis himself is at stake here. Now.
Huh? Are you sure?
I agree. He's very strong. Sending him out first will...
Okay, then you're
Sure.
We have decided.
So have we.
Man said so we when it's just him over there like, what?
Duelists of the first bout, please step forward.
Don't forget, safety first! Hey, you there! You better play nice with them or Paimon will make you regret it!
A little bit too much chatter from the audience over there.
Hey!
A swift end to the first bout. I now invite the duelists of this. When you're both ready,
let's begin.
Watch out!
He drank plenty of water before the bout, so he should be fine.
Keep up. One with the forest. I'll uproot you!
Thus ends the second bout. We will.
I'm ready.
So am I.
This is the final stage of the rite. When you're both ready.
I am Sethos. For many years, we have kept our covenant with Lord Hermanubis by guarding the secrets of King Deshret. And even in our darkest hour, when we could not see a way forward, we chose not to abandon hope, but to embark on a brave new experiment so that we might prevail. We earnestly sought Lord Hermanubis' wisdom and power, longing to see his spirit and his... Now, I will fight to become...
I am Cyno, General Mahamatra of the Academia, student and successor of Cyrus, the Sage of Spantamad. I fight in defense of my power, my professor, and you. I think you left some things unsaid. This is a sacred duel.
Everyone, old and young, fit. My grandfather is a wise leader. He is also known to be a ruler who is not afraid, but our faith has held us back for too long. After I grew up, times have changed. The people of Sumeru are happier and more free now than in the past. I thought about this as I stood at one of the tallest points in the city. Then I thought of you, Cyno. You and I both wield each Ba fragment of Hermanubis stands for something different. Might. Glory. I once thought that the nature of our fragments must be what makes us so different from one another. But...
I am more than just a warrior.
Exactly.
The name Hermanubis has left its mark on both of us. So show me your answer, Cyno. Show me I can be more than my faith. More than the power I wield.
Bring it on! Maybe I do have to fight though. Oh no, cutscene. Let's go.
That's all you've got? What happened to searching for your answer? Fight's over. Do you yield?
You won.
Well then, looks like you found your answer.
I give his glory to you.
I've seen that light. That is the light of our Lord, the great Hermanubis, priest over all other priests. His spirit dwells within that lightning, and his will lives on. Once a warrior of Tynar, he emerged from the barren desert sands to serve the god king Al-Ahmar. After the death of the god king, Hermanubis gathered his followers and the Tynarian priests and led them to the city of Tule-Tula. There, they founded the Temple of Silence, and from that day forth, we became stewards of all knowledge that survived from King Deshret's civilization. Barely a century passed before war ravaged the desert. One by one, Eremite leaders took up arms against each other in battles that would devour what little remained of their civilization. Only the wise city of Tule-Tula was spared under the guiding hand of the Tynarians. But peace did not last. Coveting the knowledge of King Deshret, the beasts set their... The king of Gurabad laid siege to the city and ordered the sages to surrender to him the Temple of Silence as proof of his victory. The ruling elite colluded with their oppressors, betraying the temple so as to hold on to their rule over the city. They declared that the knowledge guarded by the temple was the true cause of corruption. These were dark days, and we faced enemies on all sides. Our Lord had long since exhausted his strength, keeping the forbidden knowledge introduced by King Deshret at bay. To ensure the temple's continued survival, he broke his being into many pieces and began the ceremony of Hermanubis' legacy, bestowing his power upon his mortal followers. With this power, the temple was able to defeat the tyrant's army. Yet, we were not hailed as heroes. Strange and unfamiliar as this power was, it struck fear into the people's hearts and drove them to reject us. In the end, the people of the temple and the Tule Tula Tainarians left the city for good and made their way to the rainforest. What followed next was inevitable. The elite of Tule Tula fell and were decimated. War engulfed the desert. And we wandered from place to place, always in hiding, all the while keeping close watch over our secrets and staying true to our mission. Betrayal forced us out of the desert and into the forest. Then mistrust drove us from the forest into the desert once more. We have lived in exile for far, far too long. Yet, today, the Temple of Silence has borne witness to the glory of Hermanubis once more. Thank you.
How is it? Do you feel...
Grandfather.
Hey, Sethos.
I know.
I guess you were prepared for this.
Yeah. He's been on death's door for a very long time now. I think it was only through sheer willpower that he managed to hold on to this point. At least, he was able to see this chapter come to a close before he passed.
What's next for you?
Per my grandfather's last wishes, the Temple of Silence should submit to whoever possesses the...
But that's never going to work, as I'm sure you realize. I'm the General I did foresee this possibility, and I gave it some thought. The fact is, I know next to nothing about Sethos. I believe the honor should go to you. Were it not for this duel, or indeed if you had other intentions, the Ba fragments would most likely be in your hands by now. I'm sure Ba-Moon never meant for anyone but you to be his successor.
He really...
I do.
Still, I didn't think Ba-Moon looked very surprised by the final result. Perhaps he had...
Well, in any case, since the buff, Sethos, I would like you to succeed Ba-Moon as the new leader of the Temple of Silence. You are more suited to the role than I, and I have complete faith that you...
But doesn't that render everything that we've been through up to now meaningless?
No, it doesn't. This experience has allowed us to become friends, which means that the Academia and the Temple of Silence, that's a much bigger deal than you might think, Sethos. You said yourself, times have changed. You have to believe that things can change for the better here at the Temple too.
I will try. To be honest...
Actually, part of me wonders whether Ba-Moon's intentions from the very beginning was just to create enough pressure to force us towards a duel. That way, no matter who won, one of us would have to surrender our Ba fragment, and the power of Hermanubis would become... Had you won, the Temple of Silence, and were I to win, He correctly anticipated that I wouldn't suddenly drop everything to become the leader of the temple, much less integrate the temple into the act. He knew that the temple's future would depend not just on the guidance of Hermanubis, but the support of the academia too. So he made it his responsibility to ensure his successor would be free from the burdens of the past. His plan meant that whoever ended up succeeding him, they would have an easier time interacting with the academia. With one single letter, he lured out the professor. No matter what happened after that, it would result in a net benefit to the temple.
And here I thought the General Mahamatra wouldn't care for all these trivia. You're absolutely right. Grandfather and I considered this from every angle. We had to find a way to thank you for everything, Sino. As a gesture of our gratitude, to those that you and Lesser Lord Kusanali deem worthy, I will grant the honor of access to the Temple of Silence. The Temple of Silence has a wealth of information on King Deshret's civilization, more than any other organization in existence today. In times when you need information that only we can provide, but you must be exceedingly careful with your selection of candidates, lest you lead humanity to repeat the same mistakes. By the way, Tainari, my grandfather was so happy to see you. You are a descendant of the Valuka Shuna, and we are the heirs to the will of Herman. The story goes that King Deshret chose the sage Hermanubis from among the Tainarians and appointed him as his familiar. He went on to fight many valiant battles with his Tainarian companions. They always stood by each other, from the founding of the Temple of Silence to the fall of Tuletula. The Tainarians who left Tuletula joined their human counterparts in the rainforest. A few centuries later, when some of the group returned to the desert, many of the Tainarians chose to stay, and in all likelihood, those were your ancestors.
How fascinating. My father once mentioned that I was named after the Tainarians, but I never knew that my forebears had such a history with the Temple of Silence.
I like this story.
By the way, has it...
Yes. Cyrus. You'll probably find him in my grandfather's room.
If it's true that you and your grandfather really planned for everything to turn out this way, then I guess he didn't really resent Cyrus as much as he appeared to.
Who knows? Perhaps all of us. You, me, and...
Someone's got to make the decisions when history is at a crossroads. I will make a detailed report on all of this to Lesser Lord Kusanali, and arrange for an official delegation from the Academia. I'm sure you'll have lots to attend to in the days ahead. But once things return to normal, please come and visit the rainforest. If we're going to work together, both sides...
I will. All right, well...
See you soon. Come hang out with us anytime.
What were you thinking, gallivanting off into the desert alone at your age? What if you take the bucket, You told not a soul what you were up to, designated nobody to handle your affairs, and left everyone scrambling frantically to try and figure out how on earth to clean up the colossal mess you'd made.
Oh, please, will you stop your yelling? What other choice did I have?
What do you mean, what other choice? Do you mean to tell me that after all your years of learning, and sagehood no less, the only idea you could conjure up in that white-haired walnut of yours was to shoot off into the unknown like some hot-headed 20-year-old adventurer? A one-man suicide mission, That's the best idea that one of the finest minds of a generation could come up with, is it? It astounds me that you survived the journey, and you're lucky that Ba Moon didn't finish you off when you arrived.
All right, all right. Honestly, the way you're going off on me, it's like you wish you'd been there to lend him a hand. Does it mean nothing to you that I'm your colleague? And
I've got nothing more to say. What's the point of—
What do you mean, bag of bones? I'm a flesh and blood hero who, despite his old... Okay, look. Fine, I admit it, I was in the wrong. How can I make...
1 month? Try 3.
Tighnari's master is really laying into Cyrus. Let's give them a...
Professor brought this on himself.
Wow, I haven't seen Master get this riled up in a long time. The last time he chewed someone out like this must have been back when I was...
I think I'll go around and update everyone. Tell them the situation's resolved. We can go for dinner afterwards.
Makes sense. I'm in.
Paimon's coming too, let's...
Hey, Kale.
You're back! Well, look who we have here. Would you mind explaining to me what has been going on this past few days? I heard you already—
All taken care of.
That does not answer my question. How could you be so careless? That goes for you as well. Yes, and when you run into problems, you really ought to ask for help, you know? I've been around the block. Don't you think it would have made sense to involve me? And let's not—
Now would not be a good time to attempt to argue with Farazan.
You're right.
It's not the first time that I've had to talk to you about this sort of thing either. You need to learn that there are times when the right thing to do is get a more experienced member of staff involved. Do I make myself clear? Because if you don't,
Kale, please do something.
He's giving me the signal. Alright, guess it's time to play my ace in the hole. Say, Madam Farazan, I can see you're pretty upset, but, I was just wondering...
Huh?
Oh my god.
Wait, did I hear that right? Kale, you remember? Wonderful. Well, of course the offer still stands. Come on.
Poor Kale getting dragged off like that. Also, check out Farazan act...
Kale! Cup.
Huh? What? Oh!
What do you mean, cup? You need a cup. I can get you a...
Oh, it's nothing. Just Master's way of reminding me to stay hydrated while I'm out and about.
It's code for let's reconvene at the cafe. Tighnari and I used it while we were in school, and it's become something of a family tradition now.
Oh, that's kind of fun.
2 people left. Let's bring them along.
People? What you mean? It's more like 4.
One with nature.
Am I hallucinating? Or do I see Kaveh and Alhaitham engaged in...
We're just reorganizing all the books we used. Look, there's a whole...
There's no rush. Nobody...
My sincere thanks to you both.
Yes, with your help, we resolved the issue rather swiftly and painlessly.
I see. The Temple of Silence resorted to rather unique means of self-preservation. It explains how they managed to remain...
And it sounds like they managed to preserve a whole load of ancient documents as well. I'd love to...
That day will come. The Temple of Silence is a hugely important organization. Now, as a token of my appreciation...
Yeah, sounds great. Although, after the last few days, I don't know if I can...
Sure.
Time to go.
And then the traveler just pounced on their there was Tainari. He put up an amazing fight, too. We ended up winning all 3 bouts.
Have fun.
Whoa.
You would've watched the fucking
Part
stream
of me
yesterday.
wishes
I was
I'd
getting
been
bot
there to
lobbies
see
after I
it,
left you guys.
but I'd have been biting my nails off worrying about you guys.
A truly edifying account of the events. Bereft of detail, but it has livened up the room all the same.
Hey, Paimon included all the juicy details. The Traveler just pounced and then waved their sword like this, then
Despite winning 3 bouts in a row, you still ceded the position of leader to him.
Of course. Being dignified.
I got to be a champion too for once. I've not sparred much with desert folk before. It was a pretty unique experience.
Yeah, huge place. It felt like something right out of an epic poem. Imagine this. It was like there was...
Maybe save that one for later.
I think that'll do me for today.
Shall we stop at the House of Dana again before heading home? We should probably finish putting all those...
My thoughts exactly. See you around.
I should get going as well. See you all later.
I need to go say thanks to the Core 30 for their help. Also, Sir Nephis says he wanted to introduce me to some of the Academia's work processes.
Kale's come a long way. She's much more confident.
Everyone's a work in progress. You never stop.
Yeah, true.
That was good. It feels like everything's finally wrapped up now. Life is all about these moments when you can finally relax and hang out with good friends after a job well done. And also, those desserts Sino got, they were really good. Paimon definitely...
Do you 3 have anything planned for the rest? If not, would you come somewhere with me? That's a secret for now.
Okay. I think I can guess what you're talking about.
Well, now Paimon's curious.
Been a while since I last made my... Need any help?
It's a nice spot, isn't it?
What a great view! We're so...
Traveler, turn around. This is my secret base. Somewhere I only bring my best friends. When I was a student, I used to slip away and climb up here all the time, just to clear my head. Back then, I had a lot of the same questions that Sethos was asking. Our gifts help us to find our rightful place in the world. That was my experience. And I'm sure Sethos will figure things out in his own time, too.
You two really are like brothers.
I feel the same way. Of course. I see no need to be humble when it comes to the...
I still remember one time when we came up here to chat and do our homework. Sino accidentally dropped...
That was the one and only time. Nothing will ever slip through my fingers again.
Those were good times.
You know, Paimon really shouldn't be able to imagine Sino doing something like that, but for some strict...
Then make it stop. There's somebody there. It's Professor... You guys carry on without...
Okay.
Huh? Hey, you're not supposed to jump down!
Oh, my days. I can't...
Professor, what are you
Sino. Just the man I'm looking for. Guess what I found?
Some old photos?
Can you believe it? This notebook was just sitting in a pile of odds and ends in the Sage's office. I must have forgotten to take it with me, and no one's touched... I was at the Academia earlier to discuss my workload with Nephis. I swung by the old office to have a look around and just happened to cross it. Well, time flies. Look how tiny you are in this picture. Still a kid.
You look quite young yourself in that one. Ah, it's this one. I remember that.
Yep. Looks like her work, all right. Who else could have found just the right angle to make me look so unbelievably hideous?
And this one. Looks like we're both...
Oh, cheeky girl. Taking secret photos.
Is there something you'd like to say to me, Professor?
Like what? Like... these... hey. At moments like this, I hardly... I can't pretend I'm a good person. But Moon had every reason to despise me. And well, so do you if you feel the same way.
Don't be ridiculous, you old codger.
Is that not what you want? Oh, I've dreamt of that place many times after leaving the desert. Sometimes I've dreamed that I was doing research with them again. And other times, I dream of the day they saved my life. Oh, it was one of the happiest times of my life. You've matured so much over the years, I know.
Since you're my professor, I should save you some face by not calling you out on all the non-answers you just gave. So, I will do the right thing.
Good thinking. Take your own advice next time. Seriously, why bully an old man like me? I thought he wrote... Hey, wait, how did I not notice this one earlier?
Lisa strikes again. Just how many did she take?
Look how cute you were when you were little. I remember how well-mannered you were back then, too.
Yeah, and look how serious and professional you used to be.
Oh, I can't compete with you anymore. First you get better than me at the deadpan jokes, and now you're besting me at those little quips, too.
Don't say that. I still have a lot of respect for you.
That's more like it. Hey, what would you say to meeting up with Lisa again sometime?
I'd like that. Let's find a time and pay her a visit in Mondstadt.
All right, I'll add it to my schedule. Let's go. Wait, no. Next week is the tomato growing competition. I have got to beat Zaha.
Or you could find a real hop.
Or you could always ask Lisa to come back. Like, goddamn. Why do you have to go to her? Why not have her come to you? You're the teacher.
This shop looks popular today. Butterfly Dew Cosmetic. Oh, Seedween's here too. Hey there, Seedween! Hello there, Traveler and Paimon. I hope you're keeping yourselves fit and healthy. You bet we are. So anyway, what do you do? The Duke insists I take regular vacations in the court of Fontaine. This one just so happened to coincide with a promotion for a new skincare product, so I came over to take a look. I like to keep up with the latest industry developments when I can, to help me with my magazine articles. Wait, you write? It's called Beautés en Fleur, and it's run by the Fontaine Beauty Association. I've done lots of articles about skincare for them, using the pen name Maritime Flower. Oh, wow! You're a Maritime Flower? If Paimon's not mistaken, you're one of the leading figures in the Fontaine Beauty Association. What's so weird about that? Everyone loves beauty. I really like this role. The staff at cosmetic shops are always so polite. And as long as I wear a big smile on my face, I always get the best customer service. Well, they sure don't want to make an enemy of the Maritime Flower. Obviously, it's because of Seedween's love for beauty. Still a leader of the truth is, I study this field because I cherish my own appearance. Oh, the words of a master beautician defy comprehension! Not really. Actually, Melusine aesthetics are very different from human ones. We don't... If I had to describe our approach, I'd say it's based on cuteness. Oh! Yep. Still, I really value my current appearance. And in the process of it turns out, my knowledge and experience is pretty popular with beauty product lovers. It came as a... Oh, Paimon gets it now! But speaking of your appearance... Ooh, wait, sorry! No, I don't mind. I'm not mixed, though. I made a decision to turn myself into this form a very long time ago. If you're interested... A shape-shifting story? Oh, heck! Long ago, humans rejected Melusines, and Melusines feared humans. There was one Melusine who became fascinated with human medicine, but no human wanted her help. And there was one girl who liked Melusines, so no humans would make friends with her. So, the Melusine became the girl's friend, and the girl became the Melusine's patient. Your checkup's all done. You're still in perfect health. Thank you, Dr. Melusine. In this game of doctor and patient, a friendship was born. Then, one day, the girl fell ill. The Melusine was the only doctor to arrive on time, but the adults sent her away.
Scram! Melusines can't be trusted!
So just because I'm not human, I can't save my best friend? In desperation, the Melusine approached the frightening witch. She begged and begged until she got a reply.
If you take this potion, concocted of sin, you will gain a human face and grow human limbs. But then, you will lose everything that attracted this friend of yours to you in the first place. Can you accept that?
The Melusine did not hesitate for very long. On a rainy night, a little doctor knocked on the girl's door. The doctor wore a hood and raincoat, maybe to protect her from the rain, but maybe also to hide a secret. The little doctor held the girl's hand and treated her illness, just as she had so many times before. Dawn came, and the little girl's condition improved. But the little doctor was long gone, for she knew her friend would never recognize her again. And so, since then, I've lived my life in human form. Most people who know me... Ooh, a witch? A potion? Trust me, it's a must be the way you told it then. It just sounds so... yeah. Not every Melusine would take human form to save their human friend. Treating patients is a doctor's duty. We must always find a way. Ugh. It's so crazy that they turned you away just because you were a Melusine. Well, sometimes appearance can be a real barrier. But that was a long time ago. Paimon too! You're super...
Attention customers! Thank you all for waiting. Now, on behalf of our skincare partner, I'm delighted to announce that our...
Well, there we go. Let's have a look, shall we? Paimon, really? Personal advice right from...
Allow me to introduce our newest skin lotion, Butterfly Dew. I'm sure many of you have... To say that it improves skin quality is an understatement. This product gets its name from the way it transforms your skin and makes it We are thrilled to have the inventor of this fantastic product with us here today. Please welcome Mr. Rawat, a researcher from the Fontaine Research Institute. Now, without further ado, I'll hit.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Rawat, and I developed Butterfly Dew.
Wow. What? He's a researcher? Wow, he's really challenging the stereotype.
It seems that everyone is surprised by my end. I'm well aware that researchers are generally better known for their brains than their dashing good looks. And of course, appearance is a skin-deep way of defining a person. And yet one's appearance can be a very real set of shackles, holding a person back, and it can rob a young person of their self-confidence when applying for a job, dissuade a young lady from approaching the one she loves. Our actions are at the mercy of our appearance, and we slowly become the very person that the outside world... But what if I told you that if our appearance prevents us from changing, then let us first change our appearance itself? Wash away moles, birthmarks, and wrinkles, and they can no longer rob us of our confidence. Replace them with luster and radiance, and we shall never again hang our heads in shame. That is why Butterfly Dew exists. Its mission is to allow us to shed our pupae, undergo a complete metamorphosis, and embrace a new life.
Well, whether it actually works or not, after that speech, Paimon's already sold!
Mr. Rawat?
Of course, I tried it many times while I was testing it.
Wow, then it's...
Still, I don't expect to convince you just by blowing my own trumpet.
Oh, Paimon volunteers!
Ah, what an honor! It appears we have a giant of the Fontaine Beauty Association here with us. In that case, Miss Sijuin, could we...
Sure. Whoa. Is that Romaritime flower? They say she's the pickiest user of skincare products.
Here you go.
Well, it's very kind to the skin, and the absorption rate is high. Even for Fontaine. Wow, now that's high
I'll take one. Any discounts?
All right. Well, all that remains for me to say is, Butterfly Dew is now on sale.
Think we should buy a bottle too? Of course you bring up Mora. Fine, Paimon will pay out of her own pocket. And if you're worried about whether it's the right product for you, well, luckily for us...
Something's gonna happen here.
It's an honor to receive such high praise from you. To be honest, I was also hoping you might be able to point out some flaws in the product so I can keep improving it.
With most skincare products, the pros and cons... Oh, yeah, this one has instant benefits. Improving skin quality without... Don't worry, though. I plan to keep using it. And I'll publish regular reviews in Beauté Sans Fleur. You can read...
Oh, I was hoping for a more casual conversation, but you are a beauty...
Seedream? Oh, excuse us, Miss Beauty Expert. But do you think this...
Wait, are you the renowned traveler?
That's right, and by his side, the equally famous Paimon.
Well, I don't normally handle customer questions personally, but since it's the traveler asking, Butterfly Dew is made for all skin types, so no matter who you are, you can rest assured that it will be kind to your skin. If anything, it might be marginally more effective on Fontainian skin, but...
Why would it work better on Fontaine?
In the interests of protecting my trade secrets, I'm afraid I can't answer.
Alright then.
Save yourself the trouble. I'd be greatly honored to have both of you use my product.
Yay! Paimon's private fund survives!
I can see why you might think that, but please don't misunderstand. This gift is, to me, finding new customers for Butterfly Dew is about meeting kindred spirits, fellow admirers of physical beauty.
Admirers of physical beauty? Eesh, that's...
It's nothing to be ashamed of, Miss Paimon. Most people claim to desire inner virtue, but it's still... This is a fact of life. It's only natural for people to desire to become beautiful. And that's exactly...
You're right, everyone...
Look at the time. My apologies, but I have other things to attend to. I'll leave you with these 2 bottles of Butterfly Dew, and I look forward to seeing you again.
Paimon, I'd say there's no need for you and the Traveler to use this product for now. Why? Is there a problem with... The quality is fine. I just think there's room for improvement. I think I could add some... Really? Then why didn't... Researchers are a very special breed of human. You can point out their flaws to their face and they won't mind very much. But if you tell them that someone else could do it better, if I'd mentioned it, he probably wouldn't have given you those 2 bucks. Fair enough, if you're interested in the more effective version, I can write up a list of ingredients for you.
When you say more effective, you mean it'll make Paimon even prettier? Ooh, how can we say no?
As for me, it's probably time I got back to the Fortress of Maripede. Alright, see you there then!
Just up ahead, Traveler. The ingredients for Siege Wing should be nearby.
Time to go.
Into the wind.
Dawn, break forth!
Go as one!
Great! That's everything! Let's head to the fortress. Whoa, the infirmary is...
Please, you have to believe me. I saw it with my own eyes last night. Another...
Got it? Okay. I've written down everything you told me. Now, I have a few First, which finger?
Your index finger, but I'm telling you.
Very good.
Hey there, Your Grace. It's been a while, huh?
Ah, it's you two. Indeed it has. I would offer you some tea, but I'm afraid...
No worries. Actually, we were looking for Siegeween. Do you?
This inmate came running to the guards in a panic, claiming to...
A doppelganger? Doesn't that just mean someone...
And that's what I thought when the report first reached my desk. But we've inspected our... Considering how certain he is of what he saw, I can only surmise that he's having some mental...
All right. Very good. Evaluation complete. I couldn't find any symptoms.
I see. So, do you still believe there's more likely to be an issue?
I have to assume so for now. Psychological issues are more difficult to detect. At this...
The rumor mill will go crazy if word of this gets out. Guards, the Marechaussee Phantom has requested my cooperation on a case, otherwise I'd deal with this myself. Sorry for the trouble, head nurse.
No problem, Your Grace. I'll let him—
By the way, we have a couple of guests here who have made the trip just to see you. I imagine it must be important.
Oh, Traveler! Paimon! Hey there, Cedrine! It's actually not that—
I'll be in my office if you desperately need me.
Okay, bye-bye! So, would you mind waiting for just a moment? I have another patient to see. Oh, shoot!
Sijwin, we've brought him. And he seems to have taken a turn for the worse again.
Okay, don't panic. Let's start by sitting him down here. Paimon had no idea how busy it can get for Cedrine. Maybe now's not the time to act. Good point. Besides, it might actually be interesting to observe. This could hurt. Did his face melt? What happened?
It's anyone's guess. His face melted off shortly after arriving at the fortress. But since he's a serious offender, he can't be allowed out for medical treatment. Best we can do for now is ask the head nurse to give him something. Oh, this is gonna be awkward. We still need to bring him to the Marechaussee Phantom for questioning. What if he scares them after—
The Marechaussee Phantom? Does this have something—
Yep, it was a huge case. They bagged a few dozen crooks in one fell swoop. And this guy's the baddest apple of the bunch. He harmed countless people. And now, it looks like it's all finally catching up with—
You done gawking?
Not yet. I need to check the severity of your ulcer. Don't worry. We Melazines have a very different sense of aesthetics from humans. To me, he just looked like a little kitty with slightly—
Don't patronize me. Do I look like a kid to you?
Hey, lose the attitude. You dare talk back to our head nurse—
Oh, it's fine. Okay, I'm going to apply the medication now. Look how nice Cedrine's being. And he still talks to her.
Can I leave now?
Wow, not a peep.
Thank you, Sijwin. And I apologize for the trouble.
So, Traveler? We did, but we don't want to interfere or anything. Oh, don't be silly. I agreed to it, didn't I? Just hand me the ingredients, and I'll make some time to whip it into the improved version for you. Take a rest here if you want. Or, if you're not tired, I hear they're holding a new pancreation— or alternatively, is there anything we could help you with? See, that's right! Let us help you out! It's— good point. Kind-hearted human. Don't worry. I'll take a look at my schedule. I gotta warn you, though. It'll be tiring work. So I suggest you take a break. We're ready, Cedrine. What's our first mission? I found the perfect job for the Traveler. First, I'd like you to lie— what for? I need you to pretend to— What? Oh, is it that difficult? Oh! I sure did. He was way more interesting than the usual malingering inmates. And you played along very well, Paimon. Well, this is awkward. But why do you need us to do— no time to explain. My next patient will be here any second. Oh, please, just do as I say. You can, okay.
Hey, Doc.
Well, your mother has enough on her plate with a busy job. Well, the last thing she needs—
I know! I shouldn't treat the place like a playground. Shouldn't go swimming in the lower levels where we join up with this— I thought I'd be able to have some fun here at the fortress for a few days, but it's always—
All right. Sit yourself down and I'll take your temperature. Your fever—
But Doc, it's so bitter. Do I really have to drink it? I mean, I'll be fine, right? I've gotten— Can't you just write me a note saying I'm on the mend? I just need—
Hush.
Huh?
Well, if you want to rely on your own immune system to clear up your fever, then you'll have to tough it out like this guy. Hang in there, Traveler! Are you gonna puke? Paimon can get you— as
long as you're tough enough to get through the nausea and dizziness caused by the high fever, and if...
Hey!
Put it this way, at least you'll never have to see the doctor again. I think maybe you'll take that Oh, of course. Here... It's so bitter. All done.
Great job, you two. That kid really doesn't know what's good for him.
His mother's a guard here. She's been working back-to-back shifts lately, but unfortunately his father's away on a... He was quite happy at first. He seemed to think that the Fortress of Meripede would be all fun and games.
So you made us put on that act just to scare a kid into taking his medicine? That's a pretty sneaky trick.
It's a technique I learned from my teacher.
Oh, you had a teacher? Was she a...
She was human.
Oh.
No, it's fine. I really liked my teacher, so it's always nice when I get to talk about her with other people. She was a traveling doctor, and since she didn't have a clinic, she'd go out and visit her patients wherever they were. She used to say, if you can scare the little brats into taking their medicine, you won't have to hear them wailing and screeching when their condition gets worse.
Huh, she sounds like a pretty...
strict. Well, that's not how my teacher saw it. She thought...
Strange way for a doctor to describe themselves. No.
Oh, wow. Yep. All the children she treated thought she was a witch.
Why does it almost sound like you're...
Oh, because I am. If she was here, all the children...
A doctor who looks like a witch. True, they wouldn't dare try...
Oh, me on the other...
That's actually a good thing.
Oh, my next patient should be arriving now.
Sure thing. On to the next... Is it nighttime already? That flew by.
Well, thanks to you two, it was much easier.
Should we get some rest?
Oh, there is one last thing. I have to keep it
confidential?
It's fine. You're not living here anymore, so it's okay if you know. All it is I have to prepare...
Wait, you mean those healthy meals?
My patients refuse to eat any healthy meals I prepare in front of them, so I have to prep the ingredients in secret, then let the chef at the Coupon cafeteria handle the rest.
Considering even the chef's version makes people uneasy, it really makes you wonder what's in it.
You want to find out? I can teach you how to make it. That way, if you ever suffer from exhaustion on your future travels...
Sure?
The ingredients are ready. Now, put them on the table. First, we add this special slime condensate. Stir it thoroughly, then pour it in. See that? It adds elasticity.
Yeah, it really does! Until you remember it's slime condensate.
Next up, xenochromatic crystals. You want to crush them up into a fine powder, like powdered sugar.
Wait, are those from Fontimer Aberrants? Are you sure they're edible?
Finally, we'll need some high-protein meat. Frogs are an excellent choice. You just need to clean their innards.
Oh!
And we're done. All that's left now is to pack. Yesterday in the production zone, I noticed an inmate who's been working for 2 days straight.
Siege Wing really does have the inmate's best interests at heart.
Oh, I can't teleport down there. It's crazy.
Time to go.
Ah, head nurse. Got...
Just the one today. The serial number's on the lid.
Sounds good. I'll make sure it gets...
Sounds like they're talking in...
Thanks for your help.
Oh, it's no trouble at all. I only wish I could do more. You work so hard.
That won't do. If you reduce your sleeping hours any
all right. Nurse's orders. I'll do as I'm told.
done with work for today. Seems like the guards and staff here have a lot of respect for you, Seedream. In just one day of helping you with your work?
Head nurse, please, wait. I'm sorry to disturb you this late at night, but I think...
Okay, just relax and catch your breath.
The guard at the observation ward, Odilon, he told me to pass on a message to you. One of the inmates there, the guy suffering from possible hallucinations, well, he seems to have made a sudden recovery, and now...
Huh? You were right to tell me. I'll have to examine him. Looks like we've got one job as medical assistants left.
There we go. Get some free food.
Ah, head nurse, you're finally here. I'm so sorry for all the trouble I've caused you, but after giving it some thought, I'm sure that I was probably just seeing things. Stress-related, I imagine. I'd been working long hours, so
I totally understand. Still, I have to give you an examination before I can discharge you, okay? So, take a deep...
Again, so sorry. I was in such a state this morning, I barely...
Oh, not at all. It's a lot to remember. First up, we have a...
Your pinky.
Alright, all indicators seem... So it was a stress-induced hallucination? Well, we've certainly had previous cases of mental illness caused by overwork, which is why I carefully observe everyone in the production.
Please, head nurse, you shouldn't blame yourself. I'm just still adapting, that's all. Thanks for looking after me. I'll be as good as new after a good night's sleep. And if you can give me the okay, I know I'll sleep...
It can be difficult to relax in an unfamiliar... I suggest you take 2 days off to focus on your recovery. I'll take you off the observation...
Great. I can't thank you enough, head nurse.
Mr. Odilon, could you...
Of course. I'm on guard duty in the administrative area tonight.
Guess you're finally done for the day now, huh? Yep. But Oh, no rush! Seriously, it's super... Well, tomorrow it is then. Good night. Oh, don't you worry! We will! After a... Yeah, sleep tight.
Nah, that dude's that. That must have been the clone.
Time to go.
Paimon really did sleep like a log. Let's go find Seedream. Whoa! How's the infirmary? Good morning, Traveler and Paimon. I have a... No problem. Anything... There's a bit of a complicated situation.
You have to believe me.
You're in a medical facility.
Please, listen to me. I'm not Gascon. I'm Uy.
You're a horrible liar, you know that? We get all your mugshots with the arrest warrants.
You mean because of the way I look? I don't know what happened. I just woke up like this. Then
I brought you here to figure out what's going on. If you truly are the victim of an injustice...
This is nuts. Yesterday's
Morning, Your Grace. What's going on?
Remember the case I mentioned yesterday? The one brought to me by the Marachose Phantom? Well, we've been questioning the inmates involved this...
That's even weirder than what that guy was saying yesterday.
The thing is, none of them have been able to provide any evidence whatsoever to support their claims. questioning them further got us no—
And we thought yesterday was as busy as it—
We've compiled their statements. Have a look.
Wait.
Release? Interesting. The inmates they spoke of in their statements appear to all be due for—
I noticed that too. If that's their plan, they're underestimating us a little. Every serious offender claims that they're—
All the more reason to be cautious. Lumberzar, check the release list for today and make sure no one gets processed. We're gonna need an excuse, though. Just say—
I'm on it.
It's conceivable that our group of serious offenders somehow found a way to switch places with inmates who were about—
We did consider that possibility. But I mean, just look at them. They match the warrants, period.
Only if they're dead ringers for the inmates due for release, I suppose.
Yes, the inmates' mugshots were attached to the list. The first thing I did was check for look-alike. The only other thing that stands out to me is that their voices sound a little—
Oh, really?
Give me a moment. I think I have a... I know. It's not time to change...
Huh? Isn't that...
This should be Honore. He has very severe facial ulcers, which require an operation in the hospital at the Court of Fontaine. I authorized him to leave the fort—
Yes, like I told you. I'm not Putton. I'm Honore.
So there has been a swap. Well, I can see what happened in Potton's case.
No, I believe the method is a bit like replacing a tooth. Take the bad tooth out, put a false one in. Traveler, Paimon, do you remember—
Yeah, sure do.
Then you can be my witnesses. To start with—
I'm going to look at that paper again. It's not that one, not that one. Nope. This one. Henry.
So, you're—
Yes, head nurse. It's me.
I need to do another exam—
All right. It's the cognition test first, right?
Now, try to recall if you can.
I believe it was...
But that means...
Huh?
So, basically, last night, the Eric who said he saw another him. Siegewing did another test before letting him leave, but...
Huh? I don't know about any test last night. There was nothing to do in the observation ward, so I went straight to bed.
Well, in that case, there is a reasonable explanation for the strange event.
So, what exactly happened?
The gang of serious offenders wanted to break out of prison, so they identified a group of scapegoats, namely inmates whose terms were... Last night, when Odilon was on duty, they ambushed him and had one of their groups switch appearances with him using their face-swapping method. That allowed them to avoid... Then, once all the other inmates were asleep, Odilon spent his night shift carrying out... However, they made one mistake. Henri changed his appearance to match Eric's earlier than he should have done, and ended up being spotted by the real Eric. Real Eric came to the guards for help, but we didn't know then what we know now, so we put it down to hallucination. However, since one of the gang members was posing as a guard, they simply changed real Eric's appearance.
Right, because I put Eric on the observation list by then, and no inmates on that list.
Hence why the imposters had to pull that little stunt to get...
Yeah, it all makes sense now.
Well, I can't fault the reasoning. But I'm afraid that we ruled out the possibility...
Criminals altering their facial appearance to commit crimes is nothing new. In fact, one of the explicit duties of the we carefully examined all the suspects, and there is no evidence...
So far, it seems more likely that the gang stole documentation belonging to the inmate.
Actually, there is a potion that can completely change someone's appearance. A shape-shifting potion?
Forgive me, head nurse, but this is the first time I'm hearing about it. If such a potion truly existed.
Yes, I am.
But
please, trust me in my professional opinion.
At the same time, without any solid evidence, it's pure speculation. If we can round up all the inmates... Yep.
Okay. Well, it was our negligence that meant we had to come and conduct these post-internment interrogations. And I know it's put you out.
Your Grace, bad news. I paused the releases like you asked, but we were too late. I checked the list, and sure enough...
2 hours ago? That's before today's interrogations began.
So there really was a switch after all.
We should be able to catch up with them if we leave.
Not if that potion is real. They can just switch faces again after leaving the fortress. And if the Maréchaussée's Melusines can't even spot them.
Yikes! So we're at a complete dead end!
Well, technically there is one. We were only able to arrest this gang thanks to the help of a researcher from the Fontaine Research Institute.
Oh? Rawat? Isn't that the
handsome? Maybe from a... One of the crimes this gang is charged with is the manufacture and sale of illicit drugs. According to Mr. Rawat, they appeared... At first, he thought it was a typical case of intellectual property infringement, and he tried to negotiate. Thanks to his report, we were able to swoop in...
What a hero! But that...
No doubt. This is worth following up on. As the one who snitched on them, it's that aside, since he's negotiated with them in person before, there's a
Understood, Your Grace. My team and I will head to the Fontaine Research Institute right away. In the meantime...
Of course.
Miss Morgan?
Huh?
Well, I'm the one who discharged...
Don't say that, head nurse. Your focus was on the inmates' health, and rightly so. We can't ask you to help with arresting criminals.
I also have a more personal reason. Patton is a patient of mine, and if I don't get a new batch of medicine to him in time, his condition will get...
Look, head nurse, I completely understand where you're coming from. But
don't worry.
You say...
If I may, Miss Morgan, Sigewinne is the one who raised the potion hypothesis, and I'm sure she has far more expertise on the topic than your team. And if you really are worried for her safety... Ah, there you go, right on cue. Knew I could count on you.
Okay. Well, since this plan has the Duke's blessing, far be... Greetings. Sorry to impose, but I'm afraid we're...
The Maréchaussée Phantom. Let me guess, you're...
Not this time, no. We're looking for...
What? He actually doesn't work on site here very often. There's a handful of researchers in the nearby area who know him pretty well.
Just a handful? Paimon figured he'd be...
Well, I guess you could say he's popular, at least on a superficial level. He's blessed with... But in all his time here at the Fontaine Research Institute, I don't think he's ever had a single...
That's so weird. He definitely didn't come across like a recluse at that product promotion. I don't find that weird at all. He definitely didn't strike me as the kind of guy... Really? Paimon couldn't tell. Must be a Melusine perception thing.
Okay, we should talk with his acquaintances. But we also need to check the Research Institute for any clues.
Sure thing. We'll go ask around among the other researchers with Sigewinne. Paimon's suddenly kinda cute. Excuse us, are you Audrey?
That's me.
Are you close friends with Rawat?
Close friends? You mean because I told him I had feelings for him once? I doubt I should have known, really. Men like him, they just enjoy being surrounded.
Okay. We were just...
Why would I know where he's at? I barely...
Ugh, this is getting annoying. Shall we go ask someone else? I think she knows Rawat better than she cares to admit. Maybe, but we're not going to get... She's displaying symptoms common among people in love, if that's what you mean. It's... Oh, we're still no closer to finding Mr. Rawat. Oh, by this point...
Danger? Wait, why are you looking for him again?
Oh, that's right, yeah! The Marechaussee Phantom said...
What? How has this happened? He seemed fine when I last saw him, and that was...
Oh, I see. What?
Okay, but this is purely out of concern for his safety. If he's not at the Institute, I heard she raised him alone, that they had it pretty tough financially, and these days she's housebound due to...
Oh, okay.
Nope, sorry. I only found out the thing about his mother because it came up in conversation once. I was just trying to find out more about it. When I told him I had a crush on him, I offered to help him take care of his mother. And yeah, maybe that was a stupid idea, but did he really have to yell at me for it? It's like unbelievable. These guys only want to show you their charming, well-groomed exterior. They can't stand...
Looks like her love syndrome is flaring. We need to find out Mr. Rawat's mother's address. Let's check with the Marechaussee officers when we recruit. Cool, sounds like a plan.
Guaranteed he doesn't have any parents. Man's a fucking fake. Guaranteed.
Hey there, are you...
What do you want?
We're here to ask about Rawat. Any idea where he might be?
Close? Not sure that's the word I'd use.
Huh?
It's been a good few days since I last saw him. I don't know where he's...
Would the patent in question happen to be...
Yeah, kinda. Butterfly do, or whatever.
Okay, now we're...
Most of the other researchers here focus on mechanics, energy, stuff like that. I get why but I'm studying coatings. There's a huge overlap in our areas of research. I bought his product once, and noticed it contains a unique substance that might have applications in coatings, too. If it worked out, don't get me wrong, I had no intention of plagiarizing his work. I was hoping to get official permission to use his findings in my own research. Followed the proper procedure. It was all... But despite that, he turned me down not once, not twice, but 3 times. It's like he's vehemently opposed to the idea of anyone else making the kind...
Huh, so is Rawat antisocial, or is this guy just jealous? Well, it doesn't look like we're gonna get any info about... wait, 1 second. Mr. Antibes, next time you go shopping, you should buy some Buell fruits. Peel the skin, steep in water, then drink. It'll help calm your mood.
Huh? Yeah. Thanks.
She just gave him help, like, then he's like, oh yeah, I don't give a fuck. Hey, let me slap the quote.
Sorry to bother you, sir, but are you Bertram?
Who's asking?
Just some concerned citizens helping out the Marechaussee Phantom with an investigation. We'd like to...
Not anymore, we're not. Turns out...
Oh yeah? What?
The thing about us researchers is, most of us do what we do for some sort of higher purpose. But not Rawat. He won't even let you work with him unless you sign a confidentiality agreement first. Also, he has better control over who gets which intellectual property rights. How are you supposed to get any meaningful research done working with a guy? Now that I've got my own technical solution for my compressor, I don't need to work with him anymore.
Hey, it's called having abilities for a reason.
So that's what we're watching. We'd still like to know where to find him.
Wait, you're... Yeah, I know you. You're the head nurse at the Fortress of Meropide. Alright, then I'm happy to help you if I can.
Wow, turns out Cedrine's got some...
Thing is, I have no real way of knowing where he might be. I stopped, but if you want my advice, I'd say go talk to the peddlers. There's a few he meets with every other day or so.
Peddlers?
Yeah, back when I was working with him, I noticed he met with them quite often. Wouldn't surprise me if they were involved in some shady business together. Because it seemed the little I overheard was about manufacturing and selling pharmaceutical drugs.
Drugs? Doesn't he work with skincare products?
Who knows? I never cared to find out.
Thank you. You've given...
Welcome. Goodbye, and may we both...
Well, that's all 3 researchers. Let's head back to the meetup point.
Called having abilities there, General.
One with nature.
You know, Heimat started out thinking Rawat was a handsome researcher with a friendly and cheerful personality. It's such a surprise to learn that his peers have a different impression of him.
So, what's your view of him now?
A handsome researcher whose difficult upbringing turned him into a...
So, your thoughts about his...
Well, his looks are kind of a big deal. At least in Paimon's opinion. How does such a handsome guy end up being so antisocial? Even with his difficult family background.
You can't judge a person solely based on their appearance.
Head nurse. Traveler. I assume you've spoken with...
Da-da-da.
Bertram mentioned Rawat's involvement with some pharmaceutical merchants. Do you know if he's registered any pharmaceutical brands?
Since he was a whistleblower on such a huge case, I ran a background check on him.
How strange. If he was so focused on commercializing his research, maybe he and his business partners...
You think he may have colluded with the gang? Well, the crime was manufacture and...
Isn't that pretty unlikely, though?
Most children who come to me with tooth decay have suffered pain for a long time already, but they'll still try to hide the fact that they eat too many sweets.
I saw him when he came to make his report, and I certainly didn't get the feeling that he was the type to collude with criminals. Perhaps it's more likely that they were You mentioned that he comes from a poor family. So, it's possible that the criminals approached him, asking for academic support by the time he discovered who they really were. He was in too deep. They had leverage on him, so he was forced to keep working for them. I've seen it happen.
That does make a lot of sense. It would definitely explain why he was so... No wonder he's so unsociable. He must be on edge all the time with the...
In that case, if Rawat was working with the escaped inmates, they're sure to know more about his whereabouts than us. There's a good chance they'll get to him before we do.
Guaranteed.
Based on the information we've gathered so far, he was last seen 2 days ago. If no one sees...
2 days ago? So he went missing...
That was the same day he reported the criminals, too.
Don't worry, everyone. I believe we still have a chance. Since he disappeared right after blowing the whistle,
Yeah, he must have been...
All the more reason to find him as soon as possible. The only lead we have at the moment is his mother...
Yep. When you register a brand, the Court of Fontaine requires you to provide a legal address. The one...
Okay, then there's no time to lose. Let's move.
Time to go.
Chicken.
All right. This should...
Okay.
Sounds like whoever's inside has restricted mobility. Oh, it seems serious.
break the door down?
No, I'll handle it. Let the expert deal with it. Calm down. Deep breaths. Remember your training. Control your strength. And... it's open!
Seath, take a few people and lie in wait. Keep your eyes peeled for any activity around the house. The Traveler, head nurse, and I will go in.
Totally didn't just do that.
No, don't look that.
Captain's orders.
Oh, there. On the bed, there's an old lady. That's gotta be Rawat's mother, right? She doesn't look like...
We could try, but
Well, doesn't look like Rawat.
Yep. Hello, ma'am. Might I ask... Hard of hearing, perhaps.
I have one here.
I'd like to show you a photo, ma'am.
Looks like this isn't gonna work.
Well, looks...
Is it possible he could have avoided returning here because he...
Maybe. But if so, where do we look next?
Yes, so?
I suggest we all return there now. We found a good amount of useful information the first...
Sorry, officer, but could I stay here?
Of course. Traveler, stay with the head nurse. You're technically here as her assistant after all.
Also, I'd like some Marechaussee members.
Why's that?
If Rawat knows how serious his mother's...
Got it. Okay, I'll tell this...
Thanks for helping me out yet again, Traveler and Paimon.
No problem. But when you say her condition is serious...
Yes.
Oh.
Let me take care of a few things first.
Yeah, of course.
I can tell that her family has tried a lot of different treatment methods, including some very expensive medicines.
Seedwing. Paimon bets being a nurse must be pretty tough.
Yes. In Amelizine's eyes, a human's birth, aging, sickness, and death are as much a part of natural law as sunrise and sunset. But human medicine can defy that law to some extent. In that sense, it is a science of miracles. That is why I became... But it was only after I truly became a doctor that I realized miracles don't always happen. Even the greatest doctors cannot cure all diseases.
Why do I think this is gonna be a circle?
Well, don't worry about me, Paimon. A doctor's duty is not to cure all diseases. At the very least, I can lower her fever. That way she'll suffer less.
Yeah. All the more reason to find Rawat as soon as possible.
Oh, her fever is getting worse.
Sure, we're on the case.
Found the hot water?
Sure did. And look what... Judging by this journal, it seems like Rawat has a private lab. There's a...
Oh, that's great news. The wet towel is ready. I'm giving you another injection. Are you feeling better now? It's all right. We'll go...
Thank you.
Time to go. Follow the wind.
A lot of officers for one guy.
It's Officer Morgan!
We came as soon as we heard the news. I can't can't believe we were so careless.
Don't blame yourself. There's a mechanical door over here. Hopefully the...
It's open. Let's go in.
Definitely don't look open. What else?
How did they get in here? Captain, up ahead! Those look like our fugitives!
So they found this place too? Don't let any of them escape!
One with nature. Into the wind.
Messed up.
Witness the power of Gugwa.
Replace my hammer. Captain, according to our list, many of the fugitives aren't accounted for. There may be other...
So these guys were...
The Mara Shosei Phantom! How did they find this place?
Wait, it's that guard from the fortress.
That's right, I'm on your side. I mean, the Duke sent me. What's the matter?
Mr. Odilon, didn't I tell you a few days ago that you need to stop...
Well, you know, gotta...
Officer Morgan, this man is an imposter. The real Mr. Odilon has no recent health issues.
What?
Looks like the head nurse was right about the face-swapping method.
Dumbass.
Arrest them all! DuPont, stay here and keep guard. And watch the exit. If we're...
Got it.
So many jars. Was this some sort of production?
This scent, it's probably the ingredients used to make...
How come they're all empty? Did it sell so well that he ran out of supplies?
How strange. Why would Rawat choose to manufacture a popular product like that in such a difficult-to-reach, given our suspicion that he may have been coerced into the illegal drug trade? I would have thought that any production facility...
Perhaps Butterfly Dew is itself an illegal...
Do you have any evidence for that?
No, just a guess. We need to find Rawat as soon...
Understood.
That's crazy. She was the boss though, that's why she's like so hesitant. I'm like, hey, where's the evidence behind that accusation?
Doesn't look like we're gonna get this door open. Let's find another way around. This one's closed too! What's with those carts and tracks? Oh, maybe it's one of those doors that opens when it senses cargo passing through. There's a loaded cart right over there. Let's bring it to the door and give it a try.
The wind moves. Rain outlines your face.
I don't know if I'll go another 11 hours. Did you even stream frickin' X Defiant?
This room's much smaller than the others. Judging by the implements on the table, this looks like a potion-making lab.
Head nurse, over here.
I give B-Hop and Beautiful like 2 matches on fucking X Defiant and they'll be calling it.
Let's see. Huh? Robot's clothes. Perhaps they stripped him down. Yikes, Siegeween, where did that come from?
Oh, what a tragic way to go.
There's a path leading further on, Officer Morgan.
They really think this guy's dead, but I don't think that's great. Yeah, but let me know. I think he said earlier if you were thinking about possibly downloading this game. Hey, Bexy. Good, you? That is a good
Time
question.
to
He might be in one of the other Discord channels, probably.
There's a whole bunch of people.
Are you serious? You're telling us that within a day, our faces are going to rot like yours?
I appreciate it.
Fontanian physiology changed dramatically after that great flood, and it's not as compatible with this face-changing solution as before. The side effects are as you can see.
I mean, I'm streaming right now, so I got people I'm talking to. No, you're fine. You're fine. They can't hear you through on PlayStation side. Yeah, no, the PlayStation side, they can only hear me.
Why didn't you say anything before we all used it?
Look, my plan got you all out of prison, didn't it?
Yep, see you later,
You'd have
Betsy.
much bigger problems to worry about right now if the Marshall say Phantom found out about
Okay,
your other
before
crimes.
she joined the call,
Consider an ugly
as
mug
I'm saying, you
getting
said
off
earlier, I
lightly.
think you said you were going to download this game. Let me know, Beautiful, and I mean, I won't say I'm the most knowledgeable on this game, but I can at least, you know, give you a head start on some of the stuff to like look forward to.
Ugh. You're just lucky we didn't leave you in there after you disappeared on us with no warning. We only let it slide because we're former partners. And now you have the gall to pull a stunt like this?
Partners? Make no mistake, each of us is only looking out for himself. If you place too much trust in others, well, I'm afraid that's your problem. You hid things from me too. Remember how you each had a spare potion? You kept quiet about it until we planned the prison break?
Oh, and you didn't have a secret spare? Then do you want to explain how you melted your face off before all this?
Guys, that's enough. Calm down. It is what it is. Arguing won't... What's the plan, Parton? I'm assuming you brought us here for a...
There is no plan. We followed him here on the promise of more juice. But it turns out, there ain't a drop here. Besides, what does it matter now anyway? He already said, even if we did get our hands on more of that stuff, switching faces again solves nothing. They're still gonna melt off eventually.
I said enough arguing. Pot.
The most practical solution is to continue using the potion. Keep switching to a new face before the ulcers can start forming.
Are you kidding me? This stuff was hard enough to get a hold of even when we had a supply. Now you're asking us to use it like skin lotion, after the flood all but wiped the supply out?
Well, there is another option. But you'll have to make a deal with me first.
Okay, now we're talking.
I have a document I took from that researcher that details how to make a replacement. Just give me one bottle of the undiluted fluid, and I'll get to work. What's the problem? I thought you always kept reserves.
What do you think? That we were shipping them into the fortress of Meripede by the basket load?
Well then, say hello to never showing your marred face.
I've heard enough! Get him!
Freeze! Marshose Phantom!
What? Who let them in?
Officer Morgan, before anything else, please...
Bro, what?
I don't see him. Hand over the hostage now.
Spare us your condescending attempts to coax us back to our cells. You think we're looking to negotiate?
Hutton?
Arrest them all! Don't let...
Into the wind. Clouds high. The birds...
No, my sword! Let me weave you a verse.
Lay waste to the wicked!
Another test subject. I swear by my sword!
As one with wind and cloud. One with nature.
Don't be nervous. Just relax. Floaty floaty.
Dawn, break forth!
Witness the power.
Into the wind. Clouds high. The birds call. The wind knows me.
Calm down. You might feel a little prick.
Huh. Gotta say, I never expected to see the head nurse in combat.
Some patients respond better to a more aggressive treatment plan. Did we get...
Captain, we finished the head count. Pot.
Over there! The door's...
One group trying to arrest me, another trying to hunt me down. Good. I gotta kill two birds with one stone.
How did he get up there?
Don't waste your energy.
How naive. We have more people outside. If we're not back...
Well then, you'd better hope they get...
There's some kind of gas leaking from the pipes. Be careful, it's poisonous.
This is our distribution center, where we store the product derived from our source solution. We had to use special fire... The pipe network here was designed to emit a gas for firefighting. One little modification...
Why would you do this?
Oh, please. If they can't supply what I need, they're of no further use to me. Besides...
He's a maniac! Come on, we gotta find a way to open...
Go ahead. Struggle in vain. Once the last of you croaks...
Are you sure you're ready to leave, Potton? You haven't changed your dressing today.
You can't cure my face. Just give up.
And what if I could?
Nice try. You're just trying to stall me. Don't you worry about me. I'll find a way to cure my face once I get out of here.
Oh, I doubt it. After all, Fontanians can no longer dissolve in primordial seawater.
What the...
The key component of the face-changing potion is the fluid left behind by dissolved Fontanians. It might look like ordinary water, but it has some unique elements in it. Before the flood, all Fontanians were oceanids, physiologically speaking. A potion made from that fluid could dissolve and reconstruct the face of a Fontanian. In much the same way as hydroidolins change form. Theoretically, it could give someone any appearance they wished. But since the flood, Fontanians have become true humans. They can no longer provide the source material for this potion, nor reap its benefits.
Are you saying this potion is made from Fontanians dissolved with primordial seawater?
How could you know all of this? No, wait.
It also means that I have a formula you're unaware of.
I might get to make a deal today after all. Alright.
Oh, it's not a formula, but a finished...
What?
When I tried Rawat's skincare product, I noticed it had a certain special component in it. So I had my friends gather some other ingredients. I'm guessing his skincare lotion contains the fruits of your joy.
Huh. Impressive guesswork. Yeah. But it only contains a tiny amount of the active ingredient. The effect is minuscule.
Well, I found a way to reverse the dilution process, giving the skincare lotion a similar effect to the fluid.
That's impossible.
If I tell you some of the ingredients, I think you can figure it out. First, you need to combine tainted hydrophantasm tissue with...
Tainted hydrophantasms and transoceanic pearls.
So?
Sounds good to me. There's a delivery pipeline beneath this window. Drop the
Nope, not trusting you that easily. You're like those naughty kids who try to hide their illness. Open the sluice gate first, then I'll...
Even if you're not bluffing, your potion won't cure my face permanently. I'm not closing the valve this time.
Fine. Then I'll just stand here with the potion in my hand. And when I faint from the poison, I'll drop it and it'll be destroyed.
No.
I mean, she already told you what to get. Technically, he doesn't need her anymore.
Disable that sluice gate! Jam it!
That's more like it. And that...
Head nurse, there's too much poison gas in here. We have to leave, now!
Time to go.
That was too close. Oh, don't be too quick to sit down. Moving around a little will help relieve the soul. Same goes for you, Traveler. Oh, but Paimon... Flying fast is pretty tiring too, actually. Anyway, that's not important right now. Paimon's still shocked to learn that there's a whole criminal operation going on behind... Shame I ended up giving the improved version to Potten after finally making it for you. No, please don't. Paimon doesn't want to use that stuff anymore. Still, it was a pretty good job that Paimon wanted to buy some in the first place, huh? It ended up saving everyone's lives! Yeah, Paimon was just kidding.
Head nurse, I've done a final head count of our team and the criminals. Everyone's here, and it's a shame that we didn't find Rawat.
What a horrible bunch. Especially that Potten guy. If he hadn't made good on that deal, we'd all be dead. No, we wouldn't. I always keep a whole bunch of antidotes on me for emergencies. And one of them neutralizes that poison... What? Then why did you give...
If this is true, I must concur. If he changes his appearance and flees Fontaine, it's unlikely that we'll ever find him. No matter how cooperative...
No, you don't understand. I gave him the potion precisely...
What do you mean?
We gotta hurry.
Oh, I get it. Potten and Rawat are the same motherfucking people.
That hurts!
Don't move a muscle. I might be short, but I pack a mean punch. Captain, you're just in time. While I was lying in wait, I spotted this crook snooping around, trying to find a way in.
Whoa. His face.
Are you... Potten?
What?
This is how Potton looked before his face was marred. His current appearance matches the mugshot.
Wait, so what's going on? Wasn't the whole point of the potion to disguise himself and escape Fontaine? What?
Enough of this nonsense. Let me...
You better pipe down. There's an old lady in there who's very sick. No way
To heck with it. Listen to me.
He's gotta be lying, right? Rawat was a victim in all this. He was forced into it against his will. How can he...
Forced against his will? Heck, when I was being coerced, everyone thought I was colluding of my own free will. And then when I actually became a criminal in my own right, you all... Amazing what a difference a handsome face makes.
Save us this...
You want an explanation? Fine. I'll tell it how it is. When I was just Potton, the whole world treated me with contempt.
Ew. What do you want?
Women despise me.
Collaborate? You don't look like much of a researcher to me.
My peers scorned me.
Mr. Potton, was it? I'm most interested in your research. Consider my offer carefully. I doubt you'll find other investment opportunities.
Only villains would work with me.
You want out of the game? Forget about it. Turns out, I slipped up a little. Left your picture with some Marechaussee Phantom officers. Easy mistake to make. Now they've listed you as an accomplice, so I suggest you put any thoughts of running away to rest. If you get caught by the guards for being in the synth business, you ain't ever...
There was no way out for me until I could stop being Potton.
Mr. Rawat,
I became popular with women.
This new potion you developed is fascinating. Genius, in fact. Would you consider working with me?
My peers looked up to me.
Okay, I'm very interested in your research, sir. You must no doubt have offers from countless investors. So far be it from me to ask for a full collaboration, per se. I merely wanted to
And the villains even began to fear me. Becoming Rawat showed me what a superficial world we live in. But I did not hold a grudge. After all, this superficiality could be made to work in my favor. Or so I thought. But alas, the world seemed... Mother, I'm back. How are you doing?
Who are you?
I bought the best medicine Mora could buy, but nothing would cure her illness. In the end, I hoped she'd at least be able to see her son one last time before she passed, but when everyone else rejected me, the only person who cared about me was my mother.
I have to let her see me again. Even if it means donning my own wretched, ugly face. Well, is that enough explaining for you? Now do you understand? Let me inside already!
Have you ever considered if you'll even be able to look your mother in the eyes? You found a way to completely change your identity. You could easily have escaped from them. But no.
Why would I want to give up on such a lucrative business? The profits were dozens of times that of the synth business.
So you kept being a villain just...
Villain? By what standard? Is doing evil deeds really what makes someone a villain in your eyes? Or does it all... You have no right to judge me! You're all just fake people living in a hypocritical world!
You're a villain to the... Honestly, I don't see a villain when I look at your current face either.
Don't humor me. You don't seem surprised by my confession in the least.
I didn't know anything for sure until you chose to take that potion bottle and spare our lives. But if you're asking when I started suspecting you, it was the first... I had to confirm my suspicions. That's...
Are you kidding me? A young, promising researcher and a wretched criminal?
Well, there were no visual clues. This potion's face-changing effects are very powerful, but I believe I understand humanity a little better than most of my kind. Humans have certain fundamental qualities that do not change with...
Fundamental qualities, huh? So you think you're the one who's... Most people probably don't know this, but I think I can guess what your deal is. Melazine constitutions are very close to that of water. You used it yourself, didn't you? That's why you have a human appearance.
Seedween? Yes, you're right.
I'll bet it was back in the days when it was either carry on living in the gutters as part of an alien race cast out by humanity, or become the head nurse. So you see, you and I were the
That's not important right now. You came here to see...
Huh?
Head nurse. I'm not sure.
Don't worry. Back in the warehouse when I traded, he was willing to risk sacrificing his only chance of escaping capture by opening the gate in exchange for the potion. Also, he could see his mother again.
I see.
So before you arrest him, please allow him to see his mother one last...
All right. I understand.
Mom? It's me, Potton. Your son. Mom, what's...
I'm sorry, but I have some bad news. I examined your
What?
Your appearance no longer has any bearing on her ability to recognize you. But...
No, it can't be. Please, Mom, open your eyes. It's me, your son, Potton. I've done so much to get to this point. No.
The temperature of his palm must have changed. I'm sorry. It seems I couldn't bring him back to you after all. It's you? Of course.
Mom, why will you answer her and not...
No more questions, Potton.
Mom?
I'm sorry to say this, Potton, but you and I are not the same.
Time to go.
The wait is over, everyone! The sale of our new skincare product.
Another skincare promotion! And it's selling as fast as last time. Oh, Seedween's here too! Hey, Seedween!
Oh, Traveler Paimon, hello! Oh, I hope you two got a good rest yesterday.
Of course! Nurse's orders, right? Anyway, are you here to...
Actually, I'm mostly here to help Officer Morgan wrap up yesterday.
Ah! That reminds Paimon. That stuff sold like crazy, didn't it?
Nope, there's nothing to worry about. Unless modified, Butterfly Dew is an excellent skincare product that's completely safe to use. Besides, officers have already retrieved all Butterfly Dew purchased on the market. After consulting Monsieur Nervulette, I came up with a way to neutralize any harmful effects. So it'll...
Wow, it's Seedween to the rescue!
Thank you for serving as our consultant, head nurse. All the Butterfly Dew we...
Great! Good job, everyone!
Also, you mentioned you wanted a copy of Rawat's interrogation records. Well, technically, after he saw his mother for the last time, it was like all his mental defenses came crashing down. He put up no resistance. Apparently, the formula was something he discovered by chance while helping the criminal gang produce synth. Later, their supplier was Vache. But you could also argue that they were the ones doing him a favor. His operation helped Vache's gang. It made for a seamless collaboration. One man's trash was another man's treasure.
Vache again, huh? Is there still no end to the harm he...
Make no mistake. The crimes of Vache and his accomplices, since the flood cut off their supply of primordial seawater, they've been forced to resort to riskier methods, like using... After receiving numerous reports, we were able to zero in...
That sounds more like it!
Based on what he told us in his confession, we pretty much had him backed into a corner, even though he made a point of distancing himself from the gang while disguised as Rawat. He tried to throw us off his tail by reporting his accomplices, giving him enough time to transform back into Potton. But there was one thing he hadn't anticipated. Even though Potton had been missing for a long time, we were very much still on the lookout for him.
So he tried this once before, huh? Guess he really did want his mother to see him.
Looking at the interrogation records, it seems like he spent the first sum of money he earned as reward on his mother.
Yes, which is why I suspect that his initial motive for using the potion was not personal greed, but a desire to be. Even so, he went too far.
I understand.
Why did you want them anyway?
Patton was one of my patients, so I need to put together a medical file for him. My teacher always stressed that a person's life...
Why are you still treating him like your patient?
That may be true, but a patient is a patient,
One last thing, head nurse. Please keep... It would be for the best if most of Fontaine knows nothing of its existence.
Of course. Not to worry.
Thank you for
So, Sigewinne, did you really use that potion yourself?
Why do you sound so surprised, Paimon? I told you all about...
You mean that story about the witch and the potion? So...
Yes, it really actually... I know. There are some secrets I can't tell anyone about. But considering it... Before I tell you, though, could you follow me somewhere?
Of course! They're here too.
Good to see you, traveler. Paimon. I trust all has been going... Big news, everyone. The Udex is out of his office on important...
Is that genuinely something people would consider big news?
Why wouldn't they? Important business is a big deal.
Ah, yes, you're quite right. When someone you care about requires emotional support, being there for them at the right time and place is of the After reading the Maréchal Phantom's reports, I had a
Take note. That, my friends, is how Monsieur Neuvillette shows that he cares. We're both here for the same purpose, actually.
So the old friend she mentioned was her sorry. Paimon didn't mean to be rude. It's only 'cause Sigewinne...
I doubt she considers that title to be offensive, Paimon.
Indeed. In fact, I believe Sigewinne would take it as a sign of affection. She has spoken of this doctor on many occasions, and it sounds like she was a... In those days, many people harbored prejudices against Melusines. She was the...
Wow! It's really nice of you two to be here for Sigewinne. Yes, you guys...
Younger colleague. Well, that might be true for the Udex, but I'm not sure I can say this. Sigewinne served a sentence in the fortress of Meripede hundreds of years ago, and after she did her time, she decided to stick around. She's been strictly speaking, the head nurse has been around longer than most people in the fortress, myself included.
She served a sentence?
Yes. Long before I became Udex, there was an ancient law in Fontaine that prohibited any attempt to Initially, I and most researchers believed this law to have been imposed due to ethical, but now, it seems more likely that the law was nothing more than an insurance policy. A way for Egeria to ensure that her people would remain insulated from the truth, thus enabling them to lead more straightforward, happier lives.
Ignorance is bliss, as they say.
Sigewinne had her reasons for choosing to obtain a human form, but they...
Could you tell us a little bit more about what happened?
Certainly. Sigewinne does not object to her close friends learning about her history. In fact, I first learned of it myself because...
Cutscene time.
Even with their daughter so ill, they kicked you out? Stubborn as always. And prejudice isn't a disease I can cure either. Shame that I don't have the energy to get over there. You're laughable, you old witch. You want to save everyone in Fontaine, but you can't even save the patient before you.
Master, what are you...
I discovered a strange disease. One I suspect that every Fontainian suffers from. but without witnesses or proof, no one will believe me. I had no choice but to experiment on myself to find a cure, but I hit a wall. And as you can see, it took a wretched toll on me.
Then I'll find a cure for you, and then you can go cure her.
There's no need. I am beyond saving now. There's nothing you can do.
That's crazy. So she knew about the whole primordial scene.
As I said before, a doctor's duty is to treat whatever ailments they can.
I know, but they don't trust me at all.
That girl. She's your first ever patient, isn't she? Tell me, what cost are you willing to bear to see her cured?
I'll do whatever it takes.
Even if it means breaking the law and being punished for it?
As long as I don't hurt anyone. Yes.
Spoken like a true student of mine.
I might.
Then
it depends on how long this next quest line goes.
Final gamble. And see my
I might just
experiment
push the
through
quest
to
line
its
off
end.
For another stream.
Leave
I just
me
have
for
the one
now,
right now. It's
and
left.
come back in 2 hours. If I am able to work this miracle, then I will have found a way to save all Fontanians, and I shall be able to help you treat that girl. If not, then it means there is one more disease in this world that I cannot treat. In that case, do not come looking for me. I will leave you a parting gift. An accidental discovery happened upon through my study of this strange disease. It has little use, but it will at least help you cure this one patient you can reach.
When Sigewinne returned, the miracle had not occurred. She found a potion bottle and a note on the table. After using the potion as instructed, she gained her current form, breaking Fontaine's law in the process. And after I had confirmed the veracity of the events, I gave my verdict.
So that's what happened.
I fear Sigewinne only understood the full story after the truth about the dissolution of Fontanians was uncovered.
It's crazy.
When I reflected on all this with that knowledge in hand, I felt a deep sense of regret. As I use the law to uphold justice, there are times when I cannot help but acknowledge its ruthlessness. After the final details of the events surrounding Sigewinne's transformation came to light, I checked several sources and, thankfully, the legal code does not require Sigewinne to shoulder any additional punishment.
Wonder how she feels about all this.
Since she invited you here, I imagine she intends to speak of these matters with you, no?
Time to go.
You're here. The old friend I mentioned was my teacher. When she passed, her body was nowhere to be found. Sigewinne, the witch who gave you the magic potion, she was your teacher. After learning the truth, it must have been hard to process, huh? Well, to be honest, after I realized what really happened that night, my first thought was that it kind of made sense. It seemed exactly like the sort of thing she would do. But she was planning to sacrifice herself and never told you. That's just who she was. If lying is what it took to get a kid to take their medicine, then that's what she... Alright, but why did I broke the law? Simple as that. True. It's just the way Potton framed it when he was asking you, you're not like him at all, and everything there, and yet you were still convicted and thrown. Unfair? I happen to think just the opposite. If I hadn't served that time, I'm not sure I would have been able to stay strong when he was questioning me. What makes you say that?
What are you talking about,
I knew
General?
you'd be curious. Let me tell you a story. The verdict came down. This Melazine is guilty. The Udex defended the authority of Fontaine law, but he did not confiscate the Melazine's medical kit. And so, the Fortress of Meripede gained a new little doctor. She still wore her hood and raincoat, even though it never rained in the fortress. Perhaps thanks to her human appearance, no one refused her treatment.
You had me so confused.
She treated more and more patients, and her sentence grew ever shorter. Finally, the people of the fortress could not live without her, and though her sentence ended, she did not leave them either. Then one day, she received an invitation from the outside world. The location seemed familiar, and when she arrived, an old lady was waiting for her. She saw right through the Melazine's disguise, but didn't reveal it. Instead, she asked a question.
Tell me, why do you think you gained the respect of so many people, despite being a Melazine?
Because I look like a human?
It's been 50 years, Sijuin, and you haven't aged a day. I think everyone knows you are not human. I finally found you, after all these years. I still remember, you know. It was you who saved me that night.
But how? I was no longer a Melazine by then.
Does it really matter if you're human or Melazine? I remember the warmth of your palm. It's quite unmistakable. And you know what? It hasn't changed one bit. You don't have to hide anymore, Sijuin. These days, everyone wants to make friends with Melazines. And I think that it's all because of you. I'm sorry I couldn't say this until now, but thank you, Dr. Melazine.
You love to see that happen.
Paimon can get behind. After hearing everything Potten said, I wanted to tell him that it didn't matter who he looked like on the outside. I tried to treat him, but the roots of his problem had nothing to do with his face. I understand. Thanks, you two. I appreciate you being here.
Oh, it's nothing. Our pleasure.
Oh, there's one more reason I invited you. In order to restore the appearances of the face-swapping victims, the Marechaussee Phantom gave me special permission.
We don't need...
Well, even if you chose to destroy it, I still thought I should give it to you first. You two did so...
Well, fair enough, but... Still... If this is the very last bottle in all of Teyvat, getting rid of it would feel like kind of a waste. Melazine physiology wasn't affected by the Great Flood, right? So that means the potion should have a permanent effect on you. In that case, what do you... After all, from a Melazine point of view, Paimon bets Melazines look the cutest of...
Paimon, after everything, do you really...
What was Paimon thinking? You made up your mind a long time.
Leave it to me.
This realm is...
Almost got them all done. I get faster in doing that though. Still
If you
getting
ever-
more stuff soon, probably. Oh, dang it. Oh, now what? This game really irritates me.
There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it. This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
I have that left. I also have a bunch of these I gotta do as well. This one's not out yet. I still think that. Still to get that one too. Still have to finish. I think this should be almost unlocked.
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade. It is the last link I have to the land of my birth.
Let's see. Tell me over here.
The campaign begins.
Time to go. Wind Strider.
Torn to oblivion. Shine down.
No, my sword! Ring cutter!
Now you shall perish. There is no escape.
Well, I got one of those. That's nice, though. Because that's the bigger version of this, isn't it? Yeah, it is. That's interesting. That's a lucky drop, actually. Nice. Yeah, we'll just go back up here. That was a lucky drop, actually. That's actually crazy. But, yeah, I think that's what I'm going to call it for today's stream. Appreciate everyone that came in. But yeah, no, if anyone downloads this game, hit me up in the Discord. Like I said, I'm not very, I won't say I'm like the best at the game or I have the most knowledge of it. I have a couple buddies that play this that have semi more knowledge than me. But at the very least, I can help you out with fucking fighting some of these little bosses that are around the map, like the one I just fought. There's other ones out there. I can also help with the domains, farming artifacts, and farming ascension materials. You're free to come in and get some of the materials too for some of the characters, because 9 times out of 10, I basically already have all the materials I need for certain characters. So I'm more than willing to give fucking people any of the materials that they need, depending on what it is, and if I have a need for it or not. And yeah, that's about it. Again, appreciate everyone that came in, and I will see you guys